Chapter 1 of Square Deal Sanderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. The North Raid. An hour before, Deal Sanderson had opened his eyes. He had been comfortably wrapped in his blanket. His head had been resting on a saddle seat. His sleep over, he had discovered that the saddle seat felt hard to his cheek. In changing his position, he had awakened. His face toward the east, he had seen a gray streak widening on the horizon, a herald of the dawn. Sanderson found what seemed to be a softer spot on the saddle, snuggled himself in the blanket, and went to sleep again. Of course, he had not neglected to take one sweeping glance around the camp while awake. And that one glance had convinced him that the camp was in order. The fire had long since gone out. There was a heap of white ashes to mark the spot where it had been. His big brown horse, Streak, unencumbered by rope or leather, was industriously cropping the dew-laden blades of some bunch grass within a dozen yards of him, and the mighty desolation of the place was as complete as it had seemed when he had pitched his camp the night before. Sanderson reveled in the luxury of complete idleness. He grinned at the widening streak of dawn as he closed his eyes. There would be no vitriolic-voiced cook to bawl commands at him this morning, and no sour-faced range boss to issue curt orders. In an hour or so, perhaps in 2 hours, Sanderson would crawl out of his blanket, get his own breakfast, and ride northeastward. He was a free agent now, and would be until he rode in to the AA to assume his new duties. Judging by the light, Sanderson had slept a full hour when he again awakened. He stretched, yawned, and grinned at the brown horse. "You're still a-goin' it, Streak, eh?" he said aloud. "I'd say you got a medium appetite. There's times when I envy you quite considerable." Reluctantly, Sanderson sat up and looked around. He had pitched his camp at the edge of a thicket of alder and aspen near a narrow stream of water in a big arroyo. 50 feet from the camp rose the sloping north wall of the arroyo, with some dwarf spruce trees fringing its edge. Sanderson had taken a look at the section of country visible from the arroyo edge before pitching his camp. There were featureless sandhills and a wide stretch of desert. Sanderson started to get to his feet. Then he sat down again, stiffening slowly, his right hand slipping quickly to the butt of his pistol at his right hip. His chin went forward, his lips straightened, and his eyes gleamed with cold alertness. A horseman had appeared from somewhere in the vast space beyond the arroyo edge. Sanderson saw the outlines of animal and rider as they appeared for an instant, partly screened from him by the trees and undergrowth on the arroyo edge. Then horse and rider vanished, going northward, away from the arroyo, silently, swiftly. Schooled to caution by his long experience in a section of country where violence and sudden death were not even noteworthy incidents of life, and where a man's safety depended entirely upon his own vigilance and wisdom, Sanderson got up carefully, making no noise, slipped around the thicket of alder, crouched behind a convenient rock, huge and jagged, and waited. Perhaps the incident was closed. The rider might be innocent of any evil intentions. He might by this time be riding straight away from the arroyo. That was for Sanderson to determine. The rider of the horse, a black one, had seemed to be riding stealthily, leaning forward over a black horse's mane, as though desirous of concealing his movements as much as possible. From whom? It had seemed that he feared Sanderson would see him, that he had misjudged his distance from the gully, thinking he was far enough away to escape observation, and yet not quite certain, crouching in the saddle to be on the safe side in case he was nearer than he had thought. Sanderson waited. For only a few minutes, actually, but the time seemed longer. Then, just when he was mentally debating an impulse to climb to the top of the gully to see if the rider was in sight, he heard a sound as of a heavy body crashing through some underbrush. Saw two riders skirting the edge of the arroyo near him. They haltered their horses back of the spruce trees near the arroyo edge. The rank undergrowth in the timber prevented them seeing Sanderson's horse, which was further concealed by the thicket of alder. The men, however, did not look into the arroyo. Their attention and interest appeared to be centered upon the actions of the first horseman. Sitting erect in their saddles, they shaded their eyes with their hands and gazed northward. After a short look, one of the men laughed unpleasantly. "Sneakin' he is," said the one who laughed. "Knows we're campin' on his trail, and reckons on givin' us the slip. I never thought Bill would go back on his friends that way. We'll make him sweat, damn him." The other cursed also. "Hoggin' it he is," he said. "I ain't never trusted him. He won't divvy, eh? Well, he won't need it where he's goin'." Both laughed. Then one said coldly, "Well, I reckon we won't take chances on losing him again, like we did last night. We'll get him right now." They urged their horses away from the edge of the gully. Sanderson could hear the clatter of hoofs receding. He had heard plainly all the conversation between the two. There was a grin of slight relief on Sanderson's face. The men were not aiming at him, but at the first rider. It was clear that all were concerned in a personal quarrel which was no concern of Sanderson's. It was also apparent to Sanderson that the two men who had halted at the edge of the arroyo were not of the type that contributed to the peace and order of the country. Plainly, they were of the lower strata of riffraff which had drifted into the West to exact its toll from a people who could not claim the protection of a law that was remote and impotent. Sanderson suspected that the first rider had been concerned in some lawless transaction with the other two, and that the first rider had decamped with the entire spoils. That much was indicated by the words of the two. Dire punishment for the first man was imminent. Sanderson had no sympathy for the first rider. He felt, though, a slight curiosity over the probable outcome of the affair. And so, working rapidly, he broke camp, threw saddle and bridle on the white horse, strapped his slicker to the cantle of the saddle, and rode the brown horse up the slope of the arroyo, taking the direction in which the three men had disappeared. End of Chapter 1. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 2 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Man's Curiosity. By the time Sanderson urged the brown horse up the crest of the slope, the men he had determined to follow were far out in the desert. Sanderson could see them, though the distance was considerable, riding the crest of a ridge, directly northeastward. As that was following the general direction in which Sanderson wanted to travel, he was highly pleased. "They're company," he told himself as he rode, "and I've been a heap lonesome." The men were not traveling fast. At times, when the first rider was compelled to traverse high ground, Sanderson could see him, horse and rider faintly outlined against the sky. Sanderson would note the figure of the first rider, then watch the point at which the first rider appeared until the others reached that point. Then, noting the elapsed time, he could estimate the distance at which the pursuers followed. "I reckon they've gained on him," was Sanderson's mental comment, when an hour later he saw the first rider appear for a moment on the skyline, vanish, reappear for an instant, only to be followed within a few minutes by the figures of the other men. Sanderson was closing up the space that separated him from the two men, and by that medium he knew they were not traveling rapidly, for the brown horse was loping slowly. Thus he knew that the first man was not yet aware that he was being followed. But some time later, to Sanderson's ears, was borne the faint, muffled report of a firearm, and he smiled solemnly. "That first guy will know now," he told himself. Sanderson kept steadily on. In half an hour he heard half a dozen rifle reports in quick succession. He could see the smoke puffs of the weapons, and he knew the pursuit was over. The second riders had brought the first to bay in a section of broken country featured by small rock-strewn hills. By watching the smoke balloon upward, Sanderson could determine the location of the men. It seemed to Sanderson that the two had separated, one swinging westward and the other eastward, in an endeavor to render hazardous any concealment the other might find. It was the old game of getting an enemy between two fires, and Sanderson's lips curved with an appreciative grin as he noted the fact. "Old timers," he said. It was not Sanderson's affair. He told himself that many times as he rode slowly forward. To his knowledge, the country was cursed with too many men of the type the two appeared to be, and as he had no doubt that the other man was of that type also, they would be doing the country a service were they to annihilate one another. Sanderson, though, despite his conviction, felt a pulse of sympathy for the first rider. It was that emotion which impelled him to keep going cautiously forward, when by all the rules of life in that country he should have stood at a distance to allow the men to fight it out among themselves. Sanderson's interest grew as the fight progressed. When he had approached as far as he safely could without endangering his own life and that of Streak, he dismounted at the bottom of a small hill, trailed the reins over Streak's head, and, carrying his rifle, made his way stealthily to the crest of the hill. There, concealed behind an irregularly shaped boulder, he peered at the combatants. He had heard several reports while dismounting and ascending the hill, and by the time he looked over the crest he saw that the battle was over. He saw the three men grouped about a cluster of rocks on a hill not more than 100 yards distant. Two of the men were bending over the third, who was stretched out on his back, motionless. It appeared to Sanderson that the two men were searching the pockets of the other, for they were fumbling at the other's clothing and, seemingly, putting something into their own pockets. Sanderson scowled. Now that the fight was over, he was at liberty to investigate. The ethics of life in the country did not forbid that, though many men had found it as dangerous as interference. Sanderson stood up, within full view of the two men, and hailed them. "What's biting you guys?" he said. The two men wheeled, facing Sanderson. The latter's answer came in the shape of a rifle bullet. The weapon fired from the hip of one of the men, a snapshot. Sanderson had observed the movement almost as soon as it had begun, and he threw himself headlong behind the shelter of the rock at his side as the bullet droned over his head. If Sanderson had entertained any thought of the two men being representatives of the law, trailing a wrongdoer, that thought would have been dispelled by the action of the men in shooting at him. He was now certain the men were what he had taken them to be, and he grinned felinely as he squirmed around until he got into a position from which he could see them. But when he did get into position, the men had vanished. However, Sanderson was not misled. He knew they had secreted themselves behind some of the rocks in the vicinity, no doubt to wait a reasonable time before endeavoring to discover whether the bullet had accomplished its sinister object. Sanderson's grin grew broader. He had the men at a disadvantage. Their horses, he had observed, before calling to them, were in a little depression at the right, and entirely out of reach of the men. To get to them, they would have to expose themselves on an open stretch between the spot where the horses were concealed and the hill on which they were secreted. and on the open stretch they would be fair targets for Sanderson. The men had brought Sanderson into the fight, and he no longer had any scruples. He was grimly enjoying himself, and he laid for an hour, flat on his stomach behind the rock, his rifle muzzle projecting between two medium-sized stones near the base of the large rock. His eye trained along the barrel, watching the crest of the hill on which the men were concealed. The first man was dead. Sanderson could see him, prone, motionless, rigid. Evidently the two men were doubtful. Certainly they were cautious. But at the end of an hour their curiosity must have conquered them, for Sanderson, still alert and watchful, saw a dark blot slowly appear from around the bulging side of a rock. The blot grew slowly larger, until Sanderson saw that it appeared to be the crown of a hat. That it was a hat he made certain after a few seconds of intent scrutiny, and that it was a hat without any head in it he was also convinced, for he held his fire. An instant later the hat was withdrawn. Then it came out again and was held there for several seconds. Sanderson grinned. "I reckon they think I'm a yearling," was his mental comment. There was another long wait. Sanderson could picture the two men arguing the question that most deeply concerned them. Which shall be the first to show himself? "I'd bet $1,000,000 they're drawing straws," grinned Sanderson. Whether that method decided the question, Sanderson never knew. He knew, however, that a hat was slowly coming into view around a side of the rock, and he was positive that this time there was a head in the hat. He could not have told how he knew there was a head in the hat, but that was his conviction. The hat appeared slowly, gradually taking on definite shape in Sanderson's eyes, until, with a cold grin, he noted some brown flesh beneath it, and a section of dark beard. Sanderson did not fire then. The full head followed the hat. Then came a man's shoulder. Nothing happened. The man stepped from behind a rock and stood out in full view. Still nothing happened. The man grinned. "I reckon we got him, Cal," he said. His voice was gloating. "I reckoned I'd got him. He tumbled sort of offish, like it had got him in the guts. That's what I aimed for, anyway. I reckon he done suffered some, eh?" He guffawed loudly. Then the other man appeared. He, too, was grinning. "I reckon we'll go see. If you got him where you said you got him, I reckon he done a lot of squirmin'. Been followin' us, you reckon?" They descended the slope of the hill, still talking. Evidently Sanderson's silence had completely convinced them that they had killed him. But halfway down the hill, one of the men, watching the rock near Sanderson as he walked, saw the muzzle of Sanderson's rifle projecting from between the two rocks. For the second time since the appearance of Sanderson on the scene, the man discharged his rifle from the hip, and for the second time he missed the target. Sanderson, however, did not miss. His rifle went off, and the man fell without a sound. The other, paralyzed from the shock, stood for an instant, irresolute. Then, seeming to discover from where Sanderson's bullet had come, he raised his rifle. Sanderson's weapon crashed again. The second man shuddered, spun violently around, and pitched headlong down the slope. Sanderson came from behind a rock, grinning mirthlessly. He knew where his bullet had gone, and he took no precautions when he emerged from his hiding place and approached the men. "That's all for you, I reckon," he said. Leaving them, he went to the top of the hill and bent over the other man. A bullet fairly in the center of the man's forehead told eloquently of the manner of his death. The man's face was not of so villainous a cast as the others. There were marks of a past refinement on it, as there were also lines of dissipation. "I reckon this guy was all wool and a yard wide in his time," said Sanderson. but from the looks of him, he was trying to live it down. Now we'll see what them other guys was going through his clothes for." Sanderson knelt behind the man. From an inner pocket of the latter's coat he drew a letter, faded and soiled, as though it had been read much. There was another letter, a more recent one, undoubtedly, for the paper was in much better condition. Sanderson looked at both envelopes and finally selected the most soiled one. He hesitated an instant and then withdrew the contents and read, "Mr. William Bransford, Tucson, Arizona. Dear Brother Will, the last time I heard from you, you were in Tucson. That was 10 years ago, and it seems an awful long time. I suppose it was too much to hope that you are still there, but it is that hope which is making me write this letter. Will, Father is dead. He died yesterday, right after I got here. He asked for you. Do you know what that means? It means he wanted you to come back, Will. Poor Father, he didn't really mean to be obstinate, you know. I shall not write any more, for I am not sure that you will ever read it. But if you do read it, you'll come back, won't you? Or write, please. Your loving sister, Mary Bransford, the AA Ranch, Union County, New Mexico." Sanderson finished reading the letter. Then, folding it, he shoved it back into the envelope and gravely drew out the other letter. It bore a later date and was in the same handwriting. "Mr. William Bransford, Tucson, Arizona. Dear Brother Will, I was so delighted to get your letter, and I am so eager to see you. It has been such a long, long time, hasn't it? 15 years, isn't it? And 10 years since I even got a letter from you. I won't remember you, I'm sure, for I am only 19 now, and you were only 15 when you left home. And I suppose you have grown big and strong and have a deep, booming voice and a fierce-looking mustache. Well, I shall love you anyway, so hurry and come home. I'm sending you a telegraph money order for $1,000, for from the tone of your letter it seems things are not going right with you. Hurry home, won't you? With love, your sister, Mary." Sanderson finished reading the letter. He meditated silently, turning it over and over in his hands. The last letter was dated a month before. Evidently Bransford had not hurried. Sanderson searched all the other pockets and discovered nothing of further interest. Then he stood for a long time, looking down at the man's face, studying it, his own face expressing disapproval. "Maybe it's just as well that he didn't get to the AA," he thought, noting the coarse, brutal features of the other. "If a girl's got ideals, it's sometimes a mighty good thing the real guy don't come along to disabuse them. William ain't never going to get to the AA." He buried the body in a gully. Then he returned to the other men. Upon their persons he found about $900 in bills of small denomination. It made a bulky package, and Sanderson stored it in his slicker. Then he mounted Streak, turned the animal's head toward the northeast, and rode into the glaring sunshine of the morning. End of Chapter 2. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 3 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Square Deal Sanderson. 3 days later, still traveling northeastward, Sanderson felt he must be close to the AA. Various signs and conclusions were convincing. In the first place, he had been a week on the trail, and estimating his pace conservatively, that time should bring him within easy riding distance of the place he had set out to seek. There were so many miles to be covered in so many days, and Streak was a prince of steady travelers. Besides, yesterday at dusk Sanderson had passed through Las Vegas. Careful inquiry in the latter town had brought forth the intelligence that the AA was 175 miles northeastward. "Country's short of cowhands," said Sanderson's informer. "If you're needing work, and 40 a month looks good to you, why, I'd admire to take you on. I'm German, of the Flying U, down the Cimarron a piece." "Me and work has disagreed," grinned Sanderson, and he rode on, meditating humorously over the lie. Work and Sanderson had never disagreed. Indeed, Sanderson had always been convinced that work and he had agreed too well in the past. Except for the few brief holidays that are the inevitable portion of the average puncher who is human enough to yearn for the relaxation of a trip to town once or twice a year, Sanderson and work had been inseparable for half a dozen years. Sanderson's application had earned him the reputation of being reliable and trustworthy, two terms that, in the lexicon of the cow country, were descriptive of virtues not at all common. In Sanderson's case, they were deserved. More, to them might have been added another, straight. Sanderson's trip northeastward had resulted partly from a desire to escape the monotony of old scenes and familiar faces, and partly because one day while in town he had listened attentively to a desert nomad or drifter who had told a tale of a country where water was to be the magic which would open the gates of fortune to the eager and serious-minded. "That country's going to blossom," declared the drifter, "and the guy which gets in on the ground floor is going to make a clean-up. They's a range there, the AA, which is right in the middle of things. A guy named Bransford owns her, and Bransford's on his last legs. He's due to pass out pronto, or I'm a gopher. He's got a daughter there, Mary, which is a pippin, and no mistake. But she's sure got a job on her hands, if the old man croaks. There's a boy somewheres, which ain't no good, I've heard, and if the girl hangs on she's due for an uphill climb. She'll have a fight on her hands, too, with Alva Dale, a big, rough devil of a man with a greedy eye on the whole country, and a girl, too, I reckon, if my eyes is any good. I've seen him look at her. Oh, man! If she was any relation to me, I'd climb Dale's frame sure as shooting." There had been more. The drifter told a complete story, and Sanderson had assimilated it without letting the other know he had been affected. Nor had he mentioned to Burroughs, his employer, a word concerning the real reason for his desire to make a change. Not until he had written to Bransford and received a reply did he acquaint Burroughs with his decision to leave. As a matter of fact, Sanderson had delayed his leave-taking for more than a month after receiving Bransford's letter, being reluctant, now that his opportunity had come, to sever those relations that he now realized had been decidedly pleasant. "I'm sure next to what's eating you," Burroughs told him on the day Sanderson asked for his time. "You're yearning for a change. It's a thing that gets hold of a man's soul, if he's got one. There ain't no fighting it. I'm sure appreciating what you've done for me, and if you decide to come back any time, you'll find me a welcoming you with open arms, as the saying is. You've got a bunch of coin coming, 3,000. I'm adding 1,000 to that, making her good measure. That'll help you to start something." Sanderson started northeastward without any illusions. A product of the far Southwest, where the ability to live depended upon those natural protective instincts and impulses which civilization frowns upon, Sanderson was grimly confident of his accomplishments, which were to draw a gun as quickly as any other man had ever drawn one, to shoot as fast and as accurately as the next man, or a little faster and more accurately, to be alert and self-contained, to talk as little as possible, to listen well, and to deal fairly with his fellow men. That philosophy had served Sanderson well. It had made him feared and respected throughout Arizona. It had earned him the sobriquet Square, a title which he valued. Sanderson could not have told, however, just what motive had impelled him to decide to go to the AA. No doubt the drifter's story regarding the trouble that was soon to assail Mary Bransford had had its effect, but he preferred to think he had merely grown tired of life at the pig pen, Burroughs Ranch, and that the drifter's story, coming at the instant when the yearning for a change had seized upon him, had decided him. He had persisted in that thought until after the finding of the letters in William Bransford's pockets, and then, staring down at the man's face, he had realized that he had been deluding himself, and that he was journeying northeastward merely because he was curious to see the girl whom the drifter had so vividly described. Away back in his mind, too, there might have been a chivalrous desire to help her in the fight that was to come with Alva Dale. He had felt his blood surge hotly at the prospect of a fight. With Mary Bransford as the storm center, a passion to defend her had got into his soul, and a hatred for Alva Dale had gripped him. Whatever the motive, he had come, and since he had looked down into William Bransford's face, he had become conscious of a mighty satisfaction. The two men who had trailed Bransford had been cold-blooded murderers, and he had avenged Bransford completely. That could not have happened if he had not yielded to the impulse to go to the AA. He was glad he had decided to go. He was now the bearer of ill news, but he was convinced that the girl would want to know about her brother, and he must tell her. And now, too, he was convinced that his journey to the AA had been previously arranged by fate, or whatever providence controls the destinies of humans. And that conviction helped him to fight down the sense of guilty embarrassment that had afflicted him until now. The knowledge that he was deliberately and unwarrantedly going to the AA to interfere, to throw himself into a fight with persons with whom he had no previous acquaintance, for no other reason than that his chivalrous instincts had prompted him. And yet his thoughts were not entirely serious as he rode. The situation had its humorous side. "Mostly nothing turns out as folks figger in the beginning," he told himself. "Otherwise everything would be cut and dried, and there wouldn't be a heap of fun in the world, for butters in. And folks would scheme and plot, trying to get things that belong to other folks would have it too easy. There's got to be folks that wander around, nosing into places that they shouldn't. Eh, Streak?" Streak did not answer, and Sanderson rode on, smiling gravely. He made a dry camp that night in a sea of mesquite at the edge of a sand plain, although he knew he could not now be far from the AA range. And in the early light of the morning he found his judgment vindicated. For stretching before him, still in a northeasterly direction, he saw a great green-brown level sweeping away from his feet and melting into some rimming mountains, a vast natural basin of gigantic proportions. Sanderson was almost at the end of his journey. It was early morning, and he was in no hurry. He leisurely prepared his breakfast, sitting on a flat rock as he ate, and scanning the basin. Mere bigness had never impressed Sanderson. The West had shown him greater vistas than this mammoth basin. And yet his eyes glowed as he looked out and down at the country that lay slumbering in the pure white light of the dawn. He saw, dotting the floor of the basin, the roofs of houses. From his height they seemed to be close together. But Sanderson was not misled. and he knew they were separated by miles of virgin soil, of sagebrush and yucca, and soapweed and other desert weeds that needed not the magic of water to make them live. When Sanderson finally mounted Streak, the sun was up. It took Streak 2 hours to descend the slope leading down into the basin, and when once horse and rider were down, Sanderson dismounted and patted Streak's moist flanks. "Some drop, Streak?" he said. "But it didn't fool us none. We knowed it was some distance, didn't we? And they ain't fooling us about the rest of it, are they?" The drifter said to head toward the big peak. The AA would be right near there, in the foothills. Looks easy, don't it? But I reckon we'll have to hump ourselves to get there by feeding time this noon, eh? A little later, Streak having rested, Sanderson mounted and rode forward, toward the peak of a majestic mountain that loomed far above them. End of Chapter 3. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 4 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In which a man is sympathetic. It was shortly after noon when Sanderson, urging Streak to the crest of an isolated excrescence of earth surrounded by a level of sage and cactus, saw within several hundred yards of him a collection of buildings scattered on a broad plain that extended back several hundred yards further until it merged into the rock-faced wall of a butte that loomed upward many feet. Sanderson halted Streak on the hilltop to glance around. The buildings, evidently, belonged to the AA ranch, and the country was all the drifter had claimed for it. The big stretch of plain, in fact the entire basin, could be made fertile by the judicious use of water. Sanderson was not an engineer, but he had sufficient natural knowledge of land to enable him to distinguish good land from bad. Besides, near Phoenix, he had inspected a gigantic irrigation project and had talked long with the engineer in charge, and he had learned many things that would not have interested the average cowpuncher. There was a break in the wall of the butte, south of the group of buildings, and out of the break Sanderson could see water tumbling and splashing from one rock ledge to another until it rushed down, forming quite a large stream as it struck the level, and swirled hurriedly between two sloping banks near the buildings. From where Sanderson sat on Streak, he could look far back into the break in the butte. The break made a sort of gorge, which widened as it receded, and Sanderson suspected the presence of another basin beyond the butte. In fact, the drifter had told him of the presence of another basin. "She'd make some lake if she was bottled up," was Sanderson's mental comment after a long examination. His gaze became centered upon the buildings and the level surrounding them. The buildings were ordinary, but the country was rugged and picturesque. Some foothills, which Sanderson had seen from the far side of the basin that morning, rose from the level toward the south, their pine-clad slopes sweeping sharply upward, a series of gigantic land waves that seemed to leap upward and upward toward the higher peaks of some mountains behind them. Northward, fringing the edge of the plain that began at the foothills and stretched many miles, were other mountains. Eastward the butte extended far, receding, irregular, its jagged walls forming a barrier. Southwestward stretched the basin, in a gentle slope that was more noticeable to Sanderson now than it had been while he had been riding during the morning. The land around the buildings was fertile, and here was water which could be utilized. The land over which Sanderson had been riding all morning, though, was not so fertile. It needed the water that the stream splashing out of the gorge could give it, with proper human manipulation. All morning Sanderson's thoughts had dwelt upon the serious lack of water in the basin. Now his thoughts grew definitely troubled. There's gonna be hell here if this thing ain't handled right. The AA has got lots of water. The other fellows will be wanting it. They got to have it. Sanderson finished his inspection of the place. Then he spoke to Streak, and the big brown horse descended the slope of the hill, struck the level, and cantered slowly toward the ranch buildings near the river. Sanderson urged the brown horse toward the largest building of the group, and as he rode, he straightened in the saddle, rearranged his neckerchief, and brushed some of the dust from his clothing. For at this minute his thoughts went to the girl, whom he now knew he had come to see. Sanderson no longer tried to delude himself. A strange reluctance oppressed him, and a mighty embarrassment seized him. His face grew crimson beneath the coat of tan upon it, and his lungs swelled with a dread eagerness that had gripped him. "I reckon I'm a damn fool," he told himself as he forced Streak onward. "I'm comin' here, not knowin' why, but still a-comin'." He grinned mirthlessly, but went forward. Heading toward the ranch house, he passed a huge building, the stable. Swinging wide around one of its corners, he was about to ride onward toward the ranch house, when out of the corners of his eyes he saw some men and horses grouped in front of the stable. He pulled Streak up with a jerk, swung the animal's head around, and faced the group. There were 5 horses, saddled and bridled, standing in front of the stable. Sanderson's eyes noted that in one swift glance, but it was upon a man that Sanderson's gaze centered as Streak came to a halt. The man dominated. There were other men standing in front of the stable, and 2 women, but the man upon whom Sanderson's gaze rested was the compelling figure. He was big, rugged, muscular, massive. He saw Sanderson at about the instant Sanderson saw him, and he faced the latter, his chin thrusting, his lips pouting, his eyes gleaming with cold belligerence. He wore a gray woolen shirt, open at the throat, revealing a strong, wide chest. He was a tawny giant, exuding a force and virility and a compelling magnetism that gripped one instantly. It affected Sanderson. The sight of the man caused Sanderson's eyes to glow with reluctant admiration. And yet Sanderson disliked the man. He knew instantly that this was Alva Dale, concerning whom the drifter had spoken, and the glow died out of Sanderson's eyes and was replaced by the steady gleam of premeditated and deliberate hostility. For an instant there was no word spoken. The glances of the 2 men met, crossed, and neither man's eyes wavered. Then the big man spoke, gruffly, shortly, coldly. "What do you want?" Sanderson smiled faintly. "You running things here?" he said slowly. "Hell," snarled the other and stepped forward. "Because if you are," resumed Sanderson, his voice bringing the big man to a halt, "you're the man I'm wanting to do my gassing to. If you ain't running things, why, I reckon you ain't in the deal at all." "Well, I'm running things," sneered the other. "Tell me what you're wanting, or pull your freight out of here, pronto." "I'm sure some disturbed over my mistake," grinned Sanderson. "You couldn't be anybody but Bransford, or you wouldn't shoot off your gab that reckless. If you're Bransford, I'm apologizing to you for talking back to you. But if you ain't Bransford, get off your hind legs and talk like a man." The big man stiffened, and his eyes glittered malignantly. He moved his feet slightly apart and let his body fall into a crouch. He held that position, though not moving a finger, when he saw a saturnine smile wreathe Sanderson's lips, noted the slight motion with which Sanderson edged Streak around a little, caught the slow, gradual lifting of Sanderson's shoulder, the right, which presaged the drawing of the heavy pistol that swung at Sanderson's right hip. Both men held their positions for some seconds, and the slow, heavy breathing of the big man indicated his knowledge of the violence that impended, the violence that, plainly, Sanderson would not retreat from. Then the big man's body began to relax, and a tinge of color came into his face. He grinned malevolently with forced lightness. "Hell," he said, "you're damn particular. I'm running things here, but I ain't Bransford." "I was reckoning you wasn't," said Sanderson mockingly. He now ignored the big man and fixed his gaze on one of the women, the one he felt must be Mary Bransford. He had found time, while talking with the big man, to look twice at the two women, and he had discovered they were not women at all, but girls. More, he had discovered that one of them looked as he had pictured her many times during the days since he had heard of her from the drifter. She was standing slightly aside from the men, and from the other girl. She was pale. Her eyes were big and fright-laden, and since Sanderson's comings she had been looking at him with an intense, wondering, and wistful gaze, her hands clasped over her breast, the fingers working stiffly. Sanderson colored as he looked at her. He was wondering what she would say to him, if she knew that he had come to the Double-A purposely to see her, and that seeing her he was afflicted with a dismayed embarrassment that threatened to render him speechless. For she more than fulfilled the promise of what he had expected of her. She was slightly above medium height, though not tall, a lissome, graceful girl with direct, frank eyes. That was all Sanderson noted. Her hair, he saw, of course. It was done up in bulging knots and folds, and was brown and abundant, and it made him gulp in admiration of it. But he could not have told what her features were like, except that they were what he expected them to be. "I reckon you're Mary Bransford, ma'am," he said to her. The girl took a step toward him, unclasping her hands. "Yes," she said rapidly. "It can't be that you. The big man stepped between the girl and Sanderson, pushing the girl aside and standing before Sanderson. But he spoke to the girl. "Look here," he said shortly. "I don't know what you two are going to palaver about, but whatever it is, it's going to wait till what we set about to do is done." He looked at Sanderson. "Stranger, we ain't got no objections to you doing all the looking you want to do, but keep your trap shut. Now, Miss Bransford," he continued, turning to the girl, "we'll get this trial over with. You say them steers which me and my boys brought over and put into your corral is Double-A steers, that you're sure the brand is yours. And the earmarks?" "Yes," returned the girl slowly and hesitatingly. While talking with Sanderson, she had unclasped her hands, and now she clasped them again, twining the fingers with a quick, nervous motion. Again her eyes grew wide with fright, and Sanderson saw her looking at the other girl. He saw the other girl stiffen and stand straight, her lips curving scornfully as she returned Miss Bransford's gaze. Sanderson's lips straightened, and now, for the first time, he gravely inspected the faces of the group near him. Two men, cowboys, who stood near the big man were evidently the boys referred to by the latter. Their faces were set and expressionless. Between them stood a rugged, well-built man of about 22 or 3. His hands were tied behind him. A rope was around his neck, the free end coiled in the hands of one of the two men. The young man's face was sullen, but his head was held very erect, and his eyes were steady and unwavering, as he watched the big man. The girl at whom Miss Bransford was looking stood near the young man. Sanderson saw her turn from Miss Bransford and look at the young man piteously, her lips quivering suspiciously. There was another man in the group, an undersized fellow, pale, emaciated, with big, troubled, and perplexed eyes. Sanderson saw that his hands were clenched, and that his thin lips were pressed so tightly together that they were blue and bloodless. This man stood slightly apart from the others, as though he had no part in what was going on, though Sanderson could tell from his manner that he was laboring under an intense strain. Miss Bransford and the big man were the opposing forces in what was transpiring. Sanderson knew that from Miss Bransford's manner of answering the big man's question. Her yes had been uttered reluctantly. Her testimony was damaging. She knew it, and her sympathies were with the young man with the rope around his neck. Sanderson knew nothing of the motives that were actuating the people of this little drama, but he was entirely conscious of the visible forces that were at work. Plainly, the big man had accused the captive of stealing cattle. He had brought the supposed culprit to face the owner of the stolen stock. He had constituted himself judge and jury, and was determined to hang the young man. The two men with the big man were non-committal. The pale, undersized man was a mere onlooker whose sympathies were with the accused. Miss Bransford would have been quite willing to have this young man escape punishment, but she could not deny that the cattle in question belonged to her. Sanderson was in doubt about the other young woman, though obviously she was closely related to him, a wife or sister, perhaps a sweetheart. Sanderson studied the young man's face, comparing it with the big man's, and his lips stiffened. He backed Streak slightly and swung crosswise in the saddle, intense interest seizing him. The big man grinned, first at Miss Bransford and then at the other girl. "I reckon that settles it," he said. "There don't seem to be nothing more to it. Miss Bransford says the cattle is hers, and we found 'em in Ben Nyland's corral. There ain't—" "Alva Dale, you are a sneak and a liar." This was the girl. She had stepped forward until she was within a short pace from the big man. She stood erect, rigid, her hands clenched at her sides, her chin lifted, her eyes flashing with defiant passion. Dale smirked at her. "Peggy Nyland," he said, "you're handing it to me pretty strong, ain't you? You'd fight for your brother's life, of course, but I represent the law here, and I got to do my duty. You won't deny that we found them steers in your brother's corral?" "No, I can't deny that," declared the girl passionately. "You found them there. They were there, but Ben did not put them there. Shall I tell you who did? It was you. I heard a noise in the corral during the night, last night, but I thought it was just our own cattle, and I did not go out to see. Oh, how I wish I had! But Ben didn't put the Double-A cattle in the corral, for Ben was in the house all the time. He went to bed when I did, and I saw him sleeping in his bunk when the noise awakened me." The girl stepped closer to Dale, her voice vibrating with scorn and loathing. "If you didn't put the steers in our corral, you know who did, Alva Dale," she went on. "And you know why they were put there. You didn't do it because you wanted Ben's land, as I've heard you have said. You did it to get Ben out of the way so that you could punish me. If I had told Ben how you have hounded me, how you have insulted me, Ben would have killed you long ago. Oh, I ought to have told him, but I was afraid to bring more trouble to Ben. Dale laughed sneeringly as he watched the young man writhe futilely in the hands of his captors. "Sounds reasonable and dramatic," he said. "It'd do some good, maybe, if there was any soft-headed ninnies around that would believe it. But the law ain't soft-headed. We found them steers in Ben Nyland's corral, some of 'em marked with Ben's brand, the Star, blotting out the AA. And Miss Bransford admits the steers are hers. They ain't nothing more to be said." "Yes, there is, Dale," said Miss Bransford. "It is quite evident there has been a mistake made. I am willing to believe Peggy Nyland when she says Ben was asleep in the cabin all night with her. At any rate, I don't want any hanging over a few cattle. I want you to let Ben Nyland go." Dale wheeled and faced Miss Bransford. His face reddened angrily, but he managed to smile. "It's too late, Miss Bransford. The evidence is all in. There's got to be rules to govern such cases as this. Because you own the steers is no sign you got a right to defeat the aims of justice. I'd like mighty well to accommodate you, but I got my duty to consider, and I can't let him off. Ben Nyland has got to hang, and that's all there is to it." There came a passionate outcry from Peggy Nyland, and then she had her arms around her brother's neck, sobbing that she would never let him be hanged. Miss Bransford's eyes were blazing with rage and scorn as they challenged Dale's. She walked close to him and said something in a low tone to him, at which he answered, though less gruffly than before, that it was no use. Miss Bransford looked around appealingly, first to the pale, anemic little man with big eyes, who shifted his feet and looked uncomfortable. Then her gaze went to Sanderson, who, resting his left elbow on the pommel of the saddle, was watching her with squinting, quizzical eyes. There was an appeal in Miss Bransford's glance that made the blood leap to Sanderson's face. Her eyes were shining with an eloquent yearning that would have caused him to kill Dale, if he had thought killing the man would have been the means of saving Ben Nyland. And then Mary Bransford was at his side, her hands grasping his, holding them tightly as her gaze sought his and held it. "Won't you please do something?" she pleaded. "Oh, if it only could be! That's a mystery to you, perhaps. But when I spoke to you before, I was going to ask you if... But then, of course, you couldn't be, or you would have spoken before." Sanderson's eyes glowed with a cold fire. He worked his hands free, patted hers reassuringly, and gently pushed her away from Streak. He swung down from the saddle and walked to Dale. The big man had his back turned to Sanderson, and when Sanderson reached him, he leaned over his shoulder and said gently, "Look here, Dale." The latter wheeled, recognizing Sanderson's voice, and snarling into the latter's face. "Well?" he demanded. Sanderson grinned mildly. "I reckon you've got to let Ben Nyland off, Dale. He ain't guilty. Maybe I ought to have stuck in my gab before, but I was figuring that maybe you wouldn't go to crowding him so close. Ben didn't steal no steers. He run them into his corral by my orders." Dale guffawed loudly and stepped back to sneer at Sanderson, but he had noted the steadiness of the latter's eyes, and the sneer faded. "Bah!" he said. "Your orders? And who in hell are you?" "I'm Bill Bransford," said Sanderson quietly, and he grinned mirthlessly at Dale over the 2 or 3 feet of space that separated them. End of Chapter 4. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 5 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Water and Kisses. For several seconds Dale did not speak. A crimson stain appeared above the collar of his shirt and spread until it covered his face and neck, leaving his cheeks poisonously bloated and his eyes glaring. But the steady eyes and the cold, deliberate demeanor of Sanderson did much to help Dale regain his self-control, which he did while Mary Bransford, running forward, tried to throw her arms around Sanderson's neck. She was prevented from accomplishing this design by Sanderson, who, while facing Dale, shoved the girl away from him almost roughly. "There's time for that after we've settled with Dale," he told the girl gruffly. Dale had recovered. He sneered. "It's easy enough to make a claim like that, but it's another thing to prove it. How in hell do we know you're Bill Bransford?" Sanderson's smile was maddening. "I ain't aiming to prove nothing to you," he said. But he reached into a pocket, drew out the 2 letters he had taken from the real Bransford's pocket, and passed them back to Mary Bransford, still facing Dale. He grinned at Dale's face as the latter watched Mary while she read the letters, gathering from the scowl that swept over the other's lips that Mary had accepted them as proof of his identity. "You'll find the most of that 1,000 you sent me in my slicker," he told the girl. And while Mary ran to Streak, unstrapped the slicker, tore it open, and secured the money, Sanderson watched Dale's face, grinning mockingly. "Oh, Will!" cried the girl joyously behind Sanderson. Sanderson's smile grew. "Seems to prove a heap, don't it?" he said to Dale. "I know a little about law myself. I won't be pressing no charge against Nyland. Take your rope off him and turn him free. And then maybe you'll be accommodating enough to hit the breeze while the hitting's good. For me and my sister's sort of figuring on a reunion, being disunited for so long." He looked at Dale with cold, unwavering eyes until the latter, sneering, turned and ordered his men to remove the rope from Nyland. With his hands resting idly on his hips, he watched Dale and the men ride away. Then he shook hands mechanically with Nyland, permitted Peggy to kiss him, which she did fervently, and led her brother away. Then Sanderson turned to see Mary smiling and blushing, not more than 2 or 3 feet distant. He stood still, and she stepped slowly toward him, the blush on her face deepening. "Oh," she said as she came close to him and placed her hands on his shoulders, "this seems positively brazen, for you seem like a stranger to me." Then she deliberately took both his cheeks in her hands, stood on the tips of her toes, and kissed him 3 or 4 times squarely on the lips. "Why, ma'am," began Sanderson. "Mary," she corrected, shaking him. "Well, ma'am, Mary, that is. You see, I ain't just—" "You're the dearest and best brother that ever lived," she declared, placing a hand over his mouth. "Even though you did stay away for so many years. Not another word now," she warned as she took him by an arm and led him toward the ranch house. "Not a word about anything until you've eaten and rested. Why, you look tired to death, almost." Sanderson wanted to talk. He wanted to tell Mary Bransford that he was not her brother, that he had assumed the role merely for the purpose of defeating Dale's aim. His sole purpose had been to help Mary Bransford out of a difficult situation. He had acted on impulse, an impulse resulting from the pleading look she had given him, together with the knowledge that she had wanted to save Nyland. Now that the incident was closed, and Nyland saved, he wanted to make his confession, be forgiven, and received into Mary's good graces. He followed the girl into the house, but as he halted for an instant on the threshold just before entering, he looked back to see the little anemic man standing near the house, looking at him with an odd smile. Sanderson flushed and made a grimace at the little man, whereat the latter's smile grew broad and eloquent. "What's eating him, I wonder?" was Sanderson's mental comment. He looked mighty fussed up while Dale was doing the talking. Likely he's just tickled, like the rest of 'em. Mary led Sanderson into the sitting room to a big easy chair, shoved him into it, and stood behind him, running her fingers through his hair. Meanwhile, she talked rapidly, telling him of the elder Bransford's last moments, of incidents that had occurred during his absence from the ranch, of other incidents that had to do with her life at a school on the coast, of many things of which he was in complete ignorance. Desperate over his inability to interrupt her flow of talk, conscious of the falseness of his position, squirming under her caresses, and cursing himself heartily for yielding to the absurd impulse that had placed him in so ridiculous a predicament, Sanderson opened his mouth a dozen times to make his confession, but each time closed it again, unsuccessful. At last, nerved to the ordeal by the knowledge that each succeeding moment was making his position more difficult and his ultimate pardon less certain, he wrenched himself free and stood up, his face crimson. "Look here, ma'am. Mary," she corrected, shaking a finger at him. "Mary," he repeated, tonelessly. "Now look here," he went on hoarsely. "I want to tell you that I ain't the man you take me to be. I'm—" "Yes, you are," she insisted, smiling and placing her hands on his shoulders. "You are a real man. I'll wager Dale thinks so, and Peggy Nyland, and Ben. Now wait," she added as he tried to speak. "I want to tell you something. Do you know what would have happened if you had not got here today? I'll tell you," she went on again, giving him no opportunity to inject a word. "Dale would have taken the AA away from me. He told me so. He was over here yesterday, gloating over me. Do you know what he claims? That I am not a Bransford, that I am merely an adopted daughter, not even a legally adopted one, that father just took me when I was a year old without going through any legal formalities. Dale claims to have proof of that. He won't tell me where he got it. He has some sort of trumped-up evidence, I suppose, or he would not have talked so confidently. And he is all-powerful in the basin. He is friendly with all the big politicians in the territory, and is ruthless and merciless. I feel that he would have succeeded if you had not come. I know what he wants. He wants the AA on account of the water. He is prepared to go any length to get it, to commit murder if necessary. He could take it away from me, for I wouldn't know how to fight him. But he can't take it away from you, Will. And he can't say you have no claim to the AA, for father willed it to you, and the will has been recorded in the probate court in Las Vegas. Oh, Will, I am so glad you came," she went on, stroking and patting his arms. "When I spoke to you the first time, out there by the stable, I was certain of you, though I dreaded to have you speak for fear you would say otherwise, and if it hadn't been you, I believe I should have died." "And if you found out now that I ain't Will Bransford," said Sanderson slowly, "what then?" "That can't be," she said, looking him straight in the eyes and holding his gaze for a long time, while she searched his face for signs of that playful deceit that she expected to see reflected there. She saw it, evidently, or what was certainly an excellent counterfeit of it, though Sanderson was in no jocular mood, for at that moment he felt himself being drawn further and further into the meshes of the trap he had laid for himself. And she smiled trustfully at him, drawing a deep sigh of satisfaction and laying her head against his shoulder. "That can't be," she repeated. "No man would deceive a woman like that." Sanderson groaned mentally. He couldn't confess now and at the same time entertain any hope that she would forgive him, nor could he, knowing what he knew now of Dale's plans, brutally tell her the truth and leave her to fight Dale single-handed. And there was still another consideration to deter him from making a confession. By impersonating her brother, he had raised her hopes high. How could he tell her that her brother had been killed, that he had buried him in a desolate section of a far-off desert after taking his papers and his money? He felt, from her manner when he had tentatively asked her to consider the possibility of his not being her brother, that the truth would kill her, as she had said. Worse, were he now to inform her of what had happened in the desert, she might not believe him. She might indeed, considering that he already had dealt doubly with her, accuse him of being her brother's murderer. Again Sanderson groaned in spirit. To confess to her would be to destroy her. To withhold the confession and to continue to impersonate her brother was to act the role of a cad. Sanderson hesitated between a choice of two evils, and was lost. For she gave him no time for serious and continued thought. Taking him by an arm, she led him into a room off the sitting room, shoving him through the door laughingly. "That is to be your room," she said. "I fixed it up for you more than a month ago. You go in there and get some sleep. Sleep until dusk. By that time I'll have supper ready. And then, after supper, there are so many things that I want to say to you. So get a good sleep." She closed the door and went out, and Sanderson sank into a chair. Later, he locked the door, pulled the chair over near a window, from which he got a good view of the frowning butte at the edge of the level, and stared out, filled with a sensation of complete disgust. "Hell," he said after a time. "I'm sure a triple-plated boxhead, and no mistake." End of Chapter 5. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 6 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sanderson Lies. Sanderson did not sleep. He sat at the window all afternoon, dismally trying to devise way of escape from the dilemma. He did not succeed. He had gone too far now to make a confession sound reasonably convincing, and he could not desert the girl to Dale. That was not to be thought of. And he was certain that if he admitted the deception, the girl would banish him as though he were a pestilence. He was hopelessly entangled. And yet, continuing to ponder the situation, he saw that he need not completely yield to pessimism. For, though circumstances and his own lack of foresight had placed him in a contemptible position, he need not act the blackguard. On the contrary, he could admirably assume the role of protector. The position would not be without its difficulties, and the deception meant that he could never be to Mary Bransford what he wanted to be to her, but he could at least save the AA for her. That done, and his confession made, he could go on his way, satisfied that he had at least beaten Dale. His decision made, Sanderson got up, opened the door a trifle, and looked into the sitting room. It was almost dusk, and, judging from the sounds that reached his ears from the direction of the kitchen, Mary intended to keep her promise regarding supper. Feeling guilty, though grimly determined to continue the deception to the end, whatever the end might be, Sanderson stole through the sitting room, out through the door leading to the porch, and made his way to a shed lean-to back of the kitchen. There he found a tin wash basin, some water, and a towel, and for 10 minutes he worked with them. Then he discovered a comb and a broken bit of mirror fixed to the wall of the lean-to, before which he combed his hair and studied his reflection. He noted the unusual flush in his cheeks, but grinned brazenly into the glass. "I'm sure some flustered," he told his reflection. Arrayed for a second inspection by Mary Bransford, Sanderson stood for a long time at the door of the lean-to, trying to screw up his courage to the point of confronting the girl. He succeeded, finally, and walked slowly to the outside kitchen door, where he stood, looking in at Mary. The girl was working over the stove, from which, floating to the doorway where Sanderson stood, came various delicious odors. Mary was arrayed in a neat-fitting house dress of some soft print material, with a huge apron over it. Her sleeves were rolled slightly above the elbows. Her face was flushed, and when she turned and saw Sanderson, her eyes grew very bright. "Oh," she said, "you are up. I was just thinking of calling you." She ran to him, threw her arms around him, and, in spite of his efforts to evade her, she kissed him first on one cheek and then on the other. Noting his reluctance, she stepped back and looked reprovingly at him. "You seem so distant, Will, and I am so glad to see you." "I ain't used to being kissed, I expect." "But by your sister?" He reddened. "I ain't seen you for a long time, you know. Give me time, and maybe I'll get used to it." "I hope so," she smiled. "I should feel lost if I could not kiss my brother. You have washed, too," she added, noting his glowing face and his freshly combed hair. "Yes, ma'am." "Mary," she corrected. "Mary," grinned Sanderson. Mary turned to the stove. "You go out and find a chair on the porch," she directed, over her shoulder. "I'll have supper ready in a jiffy. It's too hot for you in here." Sanderson obeyed. From the deeply crimson hue of his face it was apparent that the heat of the kitchen had affected him. That, at least, must have been the reason Mary had ordered him away. His face felt hot. He found a chair on the porch, and he sank into it, feeling like a criminal. There was a certain humor in the situation. Sanderson felt it, but could not appreciate it, and he sat, hunched forward, staring glumly into the dusk that had settled over the basin. He had been sitting on the porch for some minutes when he became aware of a figure near him, and he turned slowly to see the little anemic man standing not far away. "Cooling off?" suggested the little man. Sanderson straightened. "How in hell do you know I'm hot?" he demanded gruffly. The little man grinned. "There's signs. Your face looks like you'd had it in an oven. Now don't lose your temper. I didn't mean to offend you." The little man's voice was placative, his manner gravely ingratiating, yet Sanderson divined that the other was inwardly laughing at him. Why? Sanderson did not know. He was aware that he must seem awkward in the role of brother, and he suspected that the little man had noticed it. Possibly the little man was one of those keen-witted and humorously inclined persons who find amusement in the incongruous. There was certainly humor in the man's face, in the glint of his eyes, and in the curve of his lips. His face was seamed and wrinkled. His ears were big and prominent, the tips bending outward under the brim of a felt hat that was too large for him. His mouth was large, and Sanderson's impression of it was that it could not be closed far enough to conceal all the teeth, but that the lips were continually trying to stretch far enough to accomplish the feat. Sanderson was certain it was that continual effort of the muscles of the lips that gave to his mouth its humorous expression. The man was not over 5 feet and 2 or 3 inches tall, and crowning his slender body was a head that was entirely out of proportion to the rest of him. He was not repulsive looking, however, and a glance at his eyes convinced Sanderson that anything Providence had taken from his body had been added, by way of compensation, to his intellect. Sanderson found it hard to resent the man's seeming impertinence. He grinned reluctantly at him. "Did I tell you you'd hurt my feelings?" he inquired. "What of 'em do you think I had my head in?" "I didn't say," grinned the little man. "There's places that are hotter than an oven, and if a man has never been a wolf with women, it might be expected that he'd feel sort of warm to be kissed and fussed over by a sister he's not seen for a good many years. He'd seem like a stranger to her, almost." Sanderson's eyes glowed with a new interest in the little man. "How did you know I wasn't a wolf with women?" "Shucks," said the other. "You're bashful, and you don't run to vanity. Any fool could see that." "I ain't been introduced to you, reg'lar," said Sanderson. "But you seem to be a heap long on common sense, and I'd be glad to know you. What did you say your name was?" "Barney Owen." "What you doing at the Double-A? You ought to be herd riding scholars in a district schoolhouse." "Miss my calling," grinned the other. "I got to know too much to teach school, but didn't know enough to let John Barleycorn alone. I'm a drifter, sort of. Been roaming around the north country. Struck the basin about 3 weeks ago. Miss Bransford was needing men. Her father, yours too, of course, having passed out rather sudden. I was wanting work mighty bad, and Miss Bransford took me on because I was big enough to do the work of half a dozen men." His face grew grave. Sanderson understood. Miss Bransford had hired Owen out of pity. Sanderson did not answer. The little man's face worked strangely, and his eyes glowed. "If you hadn't come when you did, I would have earned my keep, and Alvadale would be where he wouldn't bother Miss Bransford any more," he said. Sanderson straightened. "You'd have shot him, you mean?" Owen did not speak, merely nodding his head. Sanderson smiled. "Then I'm sort of sorry I come when I did. But do you think shooting Dale would have ended it?" "No, Dale has friends." Owen leaned toward Sanderson, his face working with passion. "I hate Dale," he said hoarsely. "I hate him worse than I hate any snake that I ever saw. I hadn't been here 2 days when he sneered at me and called me a freak. I'll kill him some day. Your coming has merely delayed the time. But before he dies, I want to see him beaten at this game he's trying to work on Miss Bransford. And I'll kill any man that tries to give Miss Bransford the worst of it. You've got a fight on your hands. I know Dale and his gang, and they'll make things mighty interesting for you and Miss Bransford. But I'll help you, if you say the word. I'm not much for looks, as you can see, but I can sling a gun with any man I've ever met. I'd have tried to fight Dale alone, for Miss Bransford's sake, but I realize that things are against me. I haven't the size, and I haven't the nerve to take the initiative. Besides, I drink. I get riotously drunk. I can't help it. I can't depend on myself. But I can help you, and I will." The man's earnestness was genuine, and though Sanderson had little confidence in the other's ability to take a large part in what was to come, he respected the spirit that had prompted the offer. So he reached out and took the man's hand. "Any man that feels as strongly as you do can do a heap at anything," he said. We'll call it a deal. But you're under my orders." "Yes," returned Owen, gripping the hand held out to him. "Well," came Mary's voice from the kitchen, "supper is ready." Owen laughed lowly, dropped Sanderson's hand, and slipped away into the growing darkness. Sanderson got up and faced the kitchen door, hesitating, reluctant again to face the girl and to continue the deception. Necessity drove him to the door, however, and when he reached it, he saw Mary standing near the center of the kitchen, waiting for him. "I don't believe you are hungry at all," she declared, looking keenly at him. "And do you know, I think you blush more easily than any man I ever saw. But don't let that bother you," she added, laughing. "Blushes become you. Will," she went on, tenderly pressing his arm as she led him through a door into the dining room, "you are awfully good looking. You'll have me getting a swelled head if you go to talking like that," he said, without looking at her. "Oh, no, you couldn't be vain if you tried. None of the Bransfords were ever vain or conceited. But they all have had good appetites," she told him, shaking her finger at him. "And if you don't eat heartily, I shall believe your long absence from home has taken some of the Bransford out of you." She pulled a chair out for him, and took another at the table opposite him. Sanderson ate. There was no way out of it, though he felt awkward and uncomfortable. He kept wondering what she would say to him if she knew the truth. It seemed to him that, had the girl looked closely at him, she might have seen the guilt in his eyes. But apparently she was not thinking of doubting him. It was that knowledge which made Sanderson realize how contemptible was the part he was playing. She had accepted him on trust, without question, with the implicit and matter-of-fact faith of a child. He listened in silence while she told him many things about the Bransfords, incidents that had occurred during his supposed absence, intimate little happenings that he had no right to hear. And he sat silently, eating, unable to interrupt, feeling more guilty and despicable all the time. But he broke in after a time, gruffly. "What's the trouble between Dale and the Nylands?" Instantly she stiffened. "I forgot to tell you about that. Ben Nyland is a nester. He has a quarter section of land on the northwestern edge of the basin. But he hasn't proved on it. The land adjoins Dale's. Dale wants it. He has always wanted it, and he means to have it. He also wants Peggy Nyland. Dale is a beast. You heard Peggy tell how he had hounded her. It is true. She has told me about it more than once. Dale hasn't told, of course, but it is my opinion that Dale put the Double-A cattle into Ben's corral so that he could hang Ben. With Ben out of the way, he could take the Nyland property, and Peggy, too." "Why did he use Double-A cattle?" Mary paled. "Don't you see the hideous humor of that? He knows Peggy Nyland and I are friends. Dale is ruthless and subtle. Can't you understand how a man of that type would enjoy seeing me send my friend's brother to his death, and the brother innocent? Why didn't you tell Dale the cattle did not belong to you?" Mary smiled faintly. "I couldn't. To do so would have involved Ben Nyland in more trouble. Dale would have got one of his friends to claim them, and then I could have done nothing, having disclaimed the ownership of the stock. And I couldn't lie. And besides, I kept hoping that something would happen. I had a premonition that something would happen. And something did happen. You came." "Yes," said Anderson inanely. "I came." He drew a large red handkerchief from a pocket and mopped some huge beads of sweat from his face and forehead. When the handkerchief came out, a sheet of paper, folded and crumpled, fluttered toward the floor. describing an eccentric circle and landing within a foot of Mary's feet. The girl saw that Sanderson had not noticed the loss of the paper, and she stooped and recovered it. She held it in a hand while Sanderson continued to wipe the perspiration from his face, and, noting that he was busily engaged, she smoothed the paper on the table in front of her and peered mischievously at it. And then, her curiosity conquering her, she read, for the writing on the paper was strangely familiar. Sanderson, having restored the handkerchief to its pocket, noticed Mary's start and saw her look at him, her eyes wide and perplexed. "Why, Will, where did you get this?" she inquired, sitting very erect. "Maybe if you tell me what it is, I could help you out," he grinned. "Why, it's a letter Father wrote to a man in Tombstone, Arizona. See here, Father's name is signed to it. I saw Father write it. Why, I rode over to Dry Bottom and mailed it. This man had written to Father a long time before, asking for a job. I have his letter somewhere. It was the oddest letter. It was positively a gem of formality. I can remember every word of it, for I must have read it a dozen times. It ran, "Dear Sir, the undersigned has been at the location noted below for a term of years and desires to make a change. If you have an opening for a good all-round man, the undersigned would be willing to work for you. If you would want a recommendation, you can address Amos Burroughs of the Pigpen Ranch near Tombstone, where the undersigned is employed. Yours truly, Deal Sanderson." Mary leaned forward in her chair and looked at Sanderson with eager, questioning eyes. Sanderson stared vacantly back at her. She held the letter up to him. "This is Father's answer, telling the man to come on. How on earth did you get hold of it?" Sanderson had slumped down in his chair. He saw discovery and disgrace in prospect. In the total stoppage of his thoughts, no way of escape or evasion suggested itself. At the outset, he was to be exposed as a miserable impostor. He groaned, grinned vacuously at Mary, and again produced the handkerchief, wiping away drops of perspiration that were twice as big as those he had previously mopped off. Mary continued to stare at him, repeating the question, "How did you get it?" Sanderson's composure began to return. His grin grew wider and more intelligent, and at the sixth repetition of Mary's question, he answered boldly, "I wasn't going to tell you about that, you see, ma'am."
"Mary."
"You see, Mary, I was going to fool Brent's dad. I wrote asking him for the job, and I was intending to come on to surprise him. But before I told him who I was going to feel him out and find out what he thought of me. Then I got your letter telling me he was dead, and so there wasn't any more use of trying to fool him." "But that name, Sanderson, that isn't your name, Will." "It was," he grinned. "When I left home I didn't want anybody to be running into me and recognizing me, so I changed it to Sanderson, Deal Sanderson." The girl's expression changed to delight. She sat erect and clapped her hands. "Oh," she said, "I wish Father was here to listen to this. He thought all along that you were going to turn out bad. If he only knew. Will, you don't mean to tell me that you are the Sanderson that we all know of here, that nearly everybody in the country has heard about, the man who is called Square Deal Sanderson by all his friends, and even by his enemies, because of his determination to do right, and to make everyone else do right, too?" Again Sanderson resorted to the handkerchief. "I don't reckon they've talked about me that strong," he said. "But they have. Oh, I'm so happy, Will. Why, when Dale hears about it, he'll be positively venomous and scared." I don't think he will bother the double-A again after he hears of it." But Sanderson merely smirked mirthlessly. He saw no reason for being joyful over the lie he had told. He was getting deeper and deeper into the mire of deceit and prevarication, and there seemed to be no escape. And now, when he had committed himself, he realized that he might have evaded it all, this last lie at least, by telling Mary that he had picked the note up on the desert, or anywhere for that matter, and she would have been forced to believe him. He kept her away from him, fending off her caresses with a pretense of slight indisposition, until suddenly panic-stricken over insistence, he told her he was going to go to bed, bolted into the room, locked the door behind him, and sat long in the darkness and the heat, filling the room with a profane appreciation of himself as a double-dyed fool who could not even lie intelligently. End of Chapter 6. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 7 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kisses. A man refuses them. There was a kerosene lamp in Sanderson's room, and when, after an hour of gloomy silence in the dark, he got up and lit the lamp, he felt decidedly better. He was undressing, preparing to get into bed, when he was assailed with a thought that brought the perspiration out on him again. This time it was a cold sweat, and it came with the realization that discovery was again imminent. For if, as Mary had said, she had kept Sanderson's letter to her father, there were in existence 2 letters, his own and Will Bransford's, inevitably in different handwriting, both of which he had claimed to have written. Sanderson groaned. The more he lied, the deeper he became entangled. He pulled on his trousers and stood, shoeless, gazing desperately around the room. He simply must destroy that letter, or Mary, comparing it with the letter her brother had written, would discover the deception. It was the first time in Sanderson's life that he had ever attempted to deceive anybody, and he was in the grip of a cringing dread. For the first time since he occupied the room, he inspected it, noting its furnishings. His heart thumped wildly with hope while he looked. It was a woman's room. Mary's, of course. For there were decorations here and there, a delicate piece of crochet work on a dresser, a sewing basket on a stand, a pincushion, a pair of shears, some gaily ornamented pictures on the walls, and, peering behind the dresser, he saw a pair of ladies' riding boots. He strode to a closet door and threw it open, revealing, hanging innocently on their hooks, a miscellaneous array of skirts, blouses, and dresses. Mary had surrendered her room to him. Feeling guilty again, and rather conscience-stricken, as though he were committing some sacrilegious action, he went to the dresser and began to search among the effects in the drawers. They were filled with articles of wearing apparel, delicately fringed things that delight the feminine heart, and keepsakes of all descriptions. Sanderson handled them carefully, but his search was not the less thorough on that account. And at last, in one of the upper drawers of the dresser, he came upon a packet of letters. Again his conscience pricked him, but the stern urge of necessity drove him on until he discovered an envelope addressed to the elder Bransford in his own handwriting, and close to it a letter from Will Bransford to Mary Bransford. Sanderson looked long at the Bransford letter, considering the situation. He was tempted to destroy that, too, but he reflected, permitting a sentimental thought to deter him. For Mary undoubtedly treasured that letter, and when the day came that he should tell her the truth, the letter would be the only link that would connect her with the memory of her brother. Sanderson could not destroy it. He had already offended Mary Bransford more than he had a right to, and to destroy her brother's letter would be positively heinous. Besides, unknown to him, there might be more letters about with Will Bransford's signature on them, and it might be well to preserve this particular letter in case he should be called upon to forge Will Bransford's signature. So he retied the letters in the packet and restored the packet to its place, retaining his own letter to Bransford. Smiling grimly now, he again sought the chair near the window, lit a match, applied the blaze to the letter, and watched the paper burn until nothing remained of it but a crinkly ash. Then he smoked a cigarette and got into bed, feeling more secure. Determined not to submit to any more of Mary's caresses, and feeling infinitely small and mean over the realization that he had already permitted her to carry her affection too far, he frowned at her when he went into the kitchen after washing the next morning, gruffly replying when she wished him a cheery good morning, and grasping her arms when she attempted to kiss him. He blushed, though, when her eyes reproached him. "I ain't used to being mushed over," he told her. "We'll get along a heap better if you cut out the kissin'." "Why, Will," she said, her lips trembling. She set them, though, instantly, and went about her duties, leaving Sanderson to stand in the center of the room feeling like a brute. They breakfasted in silence. Almost. Sanderson saw her watching him, covert glances that held not a little wonder and disappointment. And then, when the meal was nearly finished, she looked at him with a taunting half-smile. "Didn't you sleep good, Will?" Sanderson looked fairly at her. That Will was already an irritation to him, for it continually reminded him of the despicable part he was playing. He knew what he was going to say would hurt her, but he was determined to erect between them a barrier that would prevent a repetition of any demonstrations of affection of the brother and sister variety. He didn't want to let her continue to show affection for him when he knew that, if she knew who he really was, she would feel more like murdering him. "Look here, Mary," he said coldly, "I've never cared a heap for the name Bransford. That's why I changed my name to Sanderson. I never liked to be called Will. Hereafter I want you to call me Sanderson. Deal Sanderson. Then maybe I'll feel more like myself." She did not answer, but her lips straightened, and she sat very rigid. It was plain to him that she was very much disappointed in him, and that in her mind was the contrast between her brother of today and her brother of yesterday. She got up after a time, holding her head high, and left the room, saying as she went out, "Very well, your wishes shall be respected, but it seems to me that the name Bransford is one to be proud of." Sanderson grinned into his plate. He felt more decent now than he had felt since arriving at the AA. If he could continue to prevent her from showing any affection for him, visible at least, he would feel that the deception he was practicing was less criminal. And when he went away, after settling the differences between Mary Bransford and Dale, he would have less to reproach himself with. He did not see Mary again that morning. Leaving the dining room, he went outside, finding Barney Owen in the bunkhouse in the company of several other AA men. Owen introduced him to the other men, who had ridden into the ranch house the previous night and were getting ready to follow the outfit wagon down the river into the basin to where the AA herd was grazing. Sanderson watched the men ride away. Then he turned to Owen. "I'm riding to Las Vegas to get a look at the will and see what the records have got to say about the title of the AA. Want to go?" "Sure," the little man grinned. End of chapter 7. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 8 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Plotters. Riding down the gentle slope of the basin, Alvid Dale maintained a sullen silence. He rode far in advance of the two men who accompanied him, not listening to their voices, which occasionally reached him, not seeming to be aware of their presence. Defeat had always brought bitterness to Dale. His eyes were glowing with a futile rage as he led his men homeward. Dale's scheme to dispose of Ben Nyland had been carefully planned and deftly carried out. He had meant to hang Nyland, take possession of his property, and force Peggy to accept whatever conditions he cared to impose upon her. The unlooked-for appearance of Mary Bransford's brother had disturbed his plans. As a matter of fact, the coming of Bill Bransford would make it necessary for Dale to make entirely new plans. Dale was puzzled. During the elder Bransford's last days, and for a year or more preceding the day of Bransford's death, Dale had professed friendship for him. The pretense of friendship had resulted profitably for Dale, for it had enabled him to establish an intimacy with Bransford which had made it possible for Dale to learn much of Bransford's personal affairs. For instance, Dale had discovered that there was in Las Vegas no record of Mary Bransford's birth, and though Bransford had assured him that Mary was his child, the knowledge had served to provide Dale with a weapon which he might have used to advantage, had not Bill Bransford returned in time to defeat him. Dale had heard the story of the trouble between Bransford and his son, Will. It was the old tale of father and son not agreeing and of the son leaving home aggrieved. Dale had made it his business to inquire often about the son, and when one day Bransford told him he had received a letter from his boy, Dale betrayed such interest that the elder Bransford had permitted him to read the letter. That had been about a year before Mary had written the letter that Sanderson had found in one of Will Bransford's pockets. The letter told of the writer's longing to return home. The elder Bransford declared that his heart had not softened toward the boy, and that he would not answer him. Leaving Dale, Bransford had dropped the letter, and Dale had picked it up. Dale still had the letter, and because of his pretended friendship for the father, he had been able to insinuate himself into Mary's good graces. He had advised Mary to write to her brother, and he had seen the letter from the younger Bransford, in which the latter had told his sister that he would return. After reading Will Bransford's letter and learning from Mary that she was sending $1,000 to her brother, Dale wrote to a friend in Tucson. Dale's letter accompanied Mary's to the latter town, and the evil-visaged fellow who received it grinned widely in explaining the circumstance to two of his friends. "We'll get him sure as shooting," he said. $1,000 ain't a hell of a lot, but I put men out of business for less." Dale knew the man to whom he had written, and he had received a reply telling him that the job would be done, and that was why, when Sanderson had calmly announced that he was Will Bransford, Dale had been unwilling to believe his statement. Dale did not believe, now, that the man who had interfered to save Nyland was Will Bransford. Dale rode slowly homeward, scowling, inwardly fuming with rage, but unable to form any decided plan of action. It was several miles to the Bar D, Dale's ranch, and when he arrived there he was in an ugly mood. He curtly dismissed the two men who had accompanied him and went into the house. Opening the door of the room he used as an office, he saw a medium-sized man of 50 sitting in a big desk chair smoking a cigar. The man smiled at Dale's surprise, but did not offer to get up, merely extending his right hand, which Dale grasped and shook heartily. "Dave Silverthorne, or I'm a ghost!" ejaculated Dale, grinning. "How in thunder did you get here?" "Rode," smiled the other, showing a set of white, flashing teeth. "I saw you pass the window. You looked rather glum, and couldn't see my horse, I suppose. Something gone wrong?" "Everything," grunted Dale. "That confounded young Bransford has showed up." The smile left the other's face. His eyes glowed, and the corners of his mouth took on a cruel droop. "He has, eh?" he said slowly. His voice was expressionless. "So that lead has petered out." He puffed slowly at his cigar, studying Dale's face, while the latter related what had occurred. "So Nyland is still at large, eh?" he remarked when Dale had finished. "Why not set a gunman on him?" Dale scowled. "There ain't a gunman in this section that would take a chance on Nyland. He's lightning," Dale cursed. "Besides, there ain't no use in going after Nyland's place unless we can get the AA." "Then there wasn't any use in going after it yesterday, or today, as you did," said the other. "Unless," he added, looking intently at Dale, "the sister has been on your mind some." Dale reddened. "I don't mind admitting she is," he grinned. "Look out, Dale," warned the other. "There's danger there. Many a big project has been ruined by men dragging a woman into it. You have no right to jeopardize this thing with a love affair. Peggy Nyland is desirable to a man of your intense passion, I suppose, but this project is bigger than any woman's love." "Bah!" sneered Dale. "I can tend to her without losing sight of the main object." "All right, then," laughed the other. "The success of this thing depends largely on you. We can't do a thing with the legislature. These sagebrush fools are adamant on the question of water rights. They won't restrict an owner's right and title to possession of all the water on his land. And he can dam the stream as much as he pleases, provided he don't cut down the supply that normally flows to his neighbors. And the gorge doesn't supply any water to the basin, so that Bransford would be justified in directing the gorge stream. In other words, old Bransford's title to the land that the gorge runs through is unassailable. There's only one way to get at him, and that is in some way to get possession of the title." "That's tied up tighter than blazes," said Dale. "Record and all are clear, and there ain't no judge we can get at. But if young Bransford hadn't come—" "Yes," smiled Silverthorne. "It's too bad. We had a man ready to come on at the word to impersonate young Bransford. He would have stayed here long enough to get a clear title to the AA, and then he would have turned it over to us for a consideration. It rather looks as though we are stumped, eh?" Dale frowned. Then he got up, went to a drawer in the desk before which Silverthorne sat, and drew out a letter. The letter young Bransford had written to his father about a year before. "We still got a chance," he told Silverthorne. And then he told the latter of his suspicions about Sanderson. Silverthorne's eyes gleamed. "That's possible," he said. "But how are you going to prove it?" "There's a way," returned Dale. He went to the door and shouted the names of two men, standing in the doorway until they came, the two men who had accompanied him that morning. He spoke to them briefly. "You're riding straight to Tucson as fast as your cayuses can take you. You ought to make it in a week. I'll give you that long. Find Gary Miller. Tell him I sent you, and find out what he knows about young Bill Bransford. Then hit the breeze back. If it takes you more than 2 weeks, I'll knock your damn heads off." End of chapter 8. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 9 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Little Man Talks. Mary Bransford spent the first day of Sanderson's absence in the isolation of the parlor, with the shades drawn, crying. Her brother had bitterly disappointed her. He had sent word by one of the men that he was going to Las Vegas to look up the title to the property. She thought he might at least have brought her the message personally. Mary told herself that she had not been unduly demonstrative, as Sanderson had intimated by his actions. She had merely been glad to see him, as any sister would be glad to see a brother whom she had not seen for many years, and she assured herself that if he loved her as she loved him, he would not have resented her display of affection. That affection, though, troubled Mary. To be sure, she had never had a brother about to fuss over, and therefore she could not tell just how deeply she should be expected to love the one whom Providence had given her, but she was certain that she did not love him too much. For Sanderson was worthy of the full measure of any sister's love. Big, handsome, vigorous, with a way about him that any woman must admire. Mary felt he deserved all the affection she could bestow. Her wonder and perplexity came over a contemplation of the quality of that love. Was it right that she should thrill so delightedly whenever he came near her? And was it entirely proper for her to feel that queer tingle of delight over the strangeness of it all? And did that strangeness result from the fact that she had not seen him for years? Or was there some truth in Dale's assertion that she was merely an adopted daughter, and her love for Sanderson not merely the love of a sister for a brother, but the love of a woman for a man? Had Sanderson taken that view of it? She thought he had, for she had told him about Dale's assertion, and his constraint had begun shortly after. She did not blame him a great deal, after she had thought it over. He had done the manly thing, she divined, in not taking advantage of the situation, and she believed she loved him more than ever because of his attitude. But she felt that she had lost something, and the second day had gone before she succeeded in resigning herself to the new state of affairs. Nothing happened. Dale did not come near the ranch house. Mary rode over to the Nyland ranch and had a long talk with Peggy, and Peggy told her that she had not seen Dale. Ben Nyland had driven the Double-A cattle over to their own range, and so far as he was concerned the incident with Dale was closed. But Peggy told Mary Ben was bitterly resentful, and had sworn that if Dale bothered Peggy any more he would kill him. Mary, however, was not greatly interested in Peggy's recital. She sat on a chair in the kitchen of the Nyland cabin, listening to Peggy, but making no replies, and it was not until she was ready to go that Mary revealed the real reason for her visit, and then she did not reveal it to Peggy, but to her own heart. For she reddened when she asked the question, "I wonder if you feel about Ben as I feel about my brother, that when you kiss him you are kissing a strange man?" Peggy laughed. "You would feel that way, of course, for your brother is almost a stranger to you." "And do you kiss Ben often?" asked Mary. "Ben doesn't like it," smiled Peggy. "He is like most other men. He likes to kiss the daughters of other men, but he gets sulky and balky when I want to kiss him. So I don't try very often. Your brother is a fine, big fellow, but you will find before you have been around him very long that he wants to do his kissing away from home." Mary laughed and blushed again. "I have already discovered that," she said. "But, Peggy," she added seriously, "I love him so much that I believe I should be jealous if I thought he kissed another girl." Mary rode homeward, rather comforted over her visit, and during the remaining days of Sanderson's absence she succeeded in convincing herself that Sanderson's attitude toward her was the usual attitude of brothers toward sisters, and that she had nothing of which to complain. On the 7th day, Sanderson and Owen returned. Mary saw them ride in, and she ran to the door and waved a hand to them. Owen flourished his hat at her, but Sanderson only grinned. When Sanderson came in, Mary did not attempt to kiss him, but she wanted to when he seized her hand and squeezed it warmly, for it seemed to her that he was troubled over something. She watched him narrowly for signs that would tell of the nature of the trouble, but when he went to bed she had learned nothing. At breakfast the next morning she asked him what he had discovered at Las Vegas. He looked straight at her. "There's no record of your birth," he said. She paled. "Then Dale has grounds for his suspicion," she said in a weak voice. "Because your birth was not recorded is no sign you are not a Bransford," he said. "I'll tell you this," he added gruffly. "As a sister, you suit me from the ground up, and I'll stick to you until hell freezes over." Not until that instant did she realize that she had entertained a fear that Sanderson would believe as Dale believed, and in an excess of joy over the discovery that he did believe in her, she got up, ran around the table, seized Sanderson by the shoulders, and laid her cheek against his. "You're a dear," she said, "and I don't care whether you like it or not, I am going to kiss you." "Just once," he said, blushing. She kissed him and then leaned back, looking at him reprovingly. "You haven't returned a kiss I've given you," she said, "and I want you to." "All right," he agreed, and this time the warmth of his response made her draw a long, deep breath. Sanderson made his escape as soon as he decently could, and walked to a corner of the pasture fence, where he stood, one arm resting on the top rail, his gaze on the basin. At the court in Las Vegas he had discovered that Bransford had made a will, bequeathing the ranch to his son. The document had been recorded only a few months before Bransford died, showing that he had at last forgiven the boy. Sanderson had intended to take possession of the ranch, in an effort to forestall any scheme Dale might have, and while in Las Vegas he had applied to the court for permission to have the title transferred. And then he had been told it would be necessary for him to file an affidavit in proof establishing his identity. With Barney Owen looking on, Sanderson was compelled to defer signing the affidavit, for Sanderson remembered the letter from young Bransford, bearing the younger Bransford's signature. The letter was still in the dresser drawer in his room, and he would have to have it beside him while he signed Bransford's name to the affidavit in order to imitate Bransford's handwriting successfully. Therefore he asked permission to take the affidavit home. Pocketing the paper, after receiving the necessary permission, Sanderson caught Owen looking at him with a smile. He scowled at the little man. "What's eating you?" he demanded. "Curiosity," said the other. "Don't tell me you're too bashful to sign your name in public." They were mounting their horses when the little man spoke, and Sanderson grinned coldly at him. "You're a whole lot longer on talk than I like any of my friends to be," he said. "Then I'll cut out gassing promiscuous," grinned the latter. Sanderson was troubled over the situation. To successfully keep Dale from attacking his title to the ranch, he must sign the affidavit and return it to the court. He must imitate Will Bransford's signature to prevent Mary Bransford from suspecting the deception, for at any time she might decide to go to Las Vegas to look over the records there. More, he must practice writing Bransford's signature until he could imitate it without having to look at the original. Determined to go to work at the deception instantly, Sanderson returned to the ranch house, slipped into his room and locked the door, opened the drawer, and took out the package of letters. The Bransford letter was missing! Half a dozen times he thumbed the letters in the packages over before he would admit that the one for which he was seeking was not there. He stood for a time looking at the package of letters, bitterly accusing himself. It was his own fault if the whole structure of deception tumbled about his ears, for he should have taken the letter when he had an opportunity. Mary Bransford had it, of course. The other letters, he supposed, she cared less for than the one written by her brother. For the 20th time since his arrival at the ranch, Sanderson had an impulse to ride away and leave Mary Bransford to fight the thing out herself. But, as before, he fought down the impulse. This time, so imbued was he with determination to heap confusion upon Alva Dale's head, he stood in the center of the room, grinning saturninely, fully resolved that, if it must be, he would make a complete confession to the girl and stay at the Double-A to fight Dale no matter what Mary thought of him. He might have gone to Mary to ask her what had become of the letter. He could have invented some pretext, but he would not. He would not have her think he had been examining her letters. One thing he could do without confessing that he had been prying, and he did it. At dinner he remarked casually to Mary, "I reckon you don't think enough of my letters to put them away as keepsakes." "Sanderson's or Bransford's?" she returned, looking at him with a smile. "Both," he grinned. "Well," she said, "I did keep both. But as I told you before, I had the Sanderson letter somewhere. I've been looking for it, but have not been able to find it." Sanderson grinned faintly and wondered what she would say if she knew what care he had taken to burn the Sanderson letter. "The letter you wrote as yourself, the Bransford letter, I have. It was among a lot of others in the drawer of the dresser in your room. I was looking them over while you were gone, and I took it." Sanderson had a hard time to keep the eagerness out of his voice, but he did so. "You got it handy?" She looked straight at him. "That is the oddest thing," she said seriously. "I took it from there to keep it safe, and I have mislaid it again, for I can't find it anywhere." There was no guile in her eyes. Sanderson was certain of that, and he hoped the letter would stay mislaid. He grinned. "Well, I was only curious," he said. "Don't bother to look for it." He felt better when he went out of the house and walked toward the corral fence. He felt more secure and capable. Beginning with the following day, he meant to take charge of the ranch and run it as he knew it should be run. He had not been at the Double-A long, but he had seen signs of shiftlessness here and there. He had no doubt that since Bransford's death the men had taken advantage of the absence of authority to relax, and the ranch had suffered. He would soon bring them back to a state of efficiency. He heard a step behind him, and looking over his shoulder, he saw the little man approaching. The little man joined Sanderson, not speaking as he climbed the fence at a point near by and sat on the top rail, idly swinging his legs. Sanderson had conceived a liking for Owen. There was something about the little man that invited it. He was little and manly despite his bodily defects, but there was a suggestion of effeminacy mingled with the manliness of him that aroused the protective instinct of Sanderson. In a big man, the suggestion of effeminacy would have been disgusting, and Sanderson's first action as owner of the ranch would have been to discharge such a man instantly. But in Sanderson's heart had come a spirit of tolerance toward the little man, for he felt that the effeminacy had resulted from his afflictions. He was a querulous semi-invalid, trying bravely to imitate his vigorous and healthy friends. "Thinking it over?" he queried, looking down at Sanderson. "Thinking what over?" "Well, just things," grinned the little man. "For one thing, I suppose you are trying to decide why you didn't sign your name over in Las Vegas." Sanderson grinned mildly. He did not answer. He felt more at ease now, and the little man's impertinences did not bother him so much as formerly. He looked up, however, startled, when Owen said slowly, "Do you want me to tell you why you didn't sign Will Bransford's name to the affidavit?" Sanderson's eyes did not waver as they met Owen's. "Tell me," he said evenly. "Because you are not Will Bransford," said the little man. Sanderson did not move, nor did he remove his gaze from the face of the little man. He was not conscious of any emotion whatever, for now that he had determined to stay at the Double A, no matter what happened, discovery did not alarm him. He grinned at the little man, deliberately, with a taunting smile that the other could not fail to understand. "You're a wise guy, eh?" he said. "Well, spring it. I'm anxious to know how you got next to me. You ain't sore, then?" "None." "I was hoping you wouldn't be," eagerly said the little man, "for I don't want you to hit the breeze just now. I know you are not Will Bransford because I know Bransford intimately. I was his chum for several years. He could drink as much as I. He was lazy and shiftless, but I liked him. We were together in Tucson, and in other places in Arizona. Texas, too. We never amounted to much. Do you need to know any more? I can tell you." "Tell me what?" "More," grinned the other man. "About yourself. You are Sanderson, Deal Sanderson, nicknamed Square Deal Sanderson. I saw you one day in Tombstone. You were pointed out to me. And the minute I laid my eyes on you the day Dale tried to hang Nyland, I knew you." Sanderson smiled. "Why didn't you tell Mary?" The little man's face grew grave. "Because I didn't want to queer your game. You saved Nyland, an innocent man. Knowing your reputation for fairness, I was convinced that you didn't come here to deceive anybody." "But I did deceive somebody," said Sanderson. "Not you, according to what you've been telling me, but Mary Bransford. She thinks I'm her brother, and I've let her go on thinking it." "Why?" asked the little man. Sanderson gravely appraised the other. "There ain't no use of holding out anything on you," he said. His lips straightened, and his eyes bored into the little man's. There was a light in his own that made the little man stiffen, and Sanderson's voice was cold and earnest. "I'm putting you wise to why I've not told her," he went on. "But if you ever open your yap far enough to whisper a word of it to her, I'll wring your neck, pronto. That goes." He told Owen the story from the beginning, about the drifter, his letter to Elder Bransford, how he had killed the two men who had murdered Will Bransford, and how, on the impulse of the moment, he had impersonated Mary's brother. "What are you figuring to do now?" questioned the little man when Sanderson finished. "I'm telling her right now," declared Sanderson. "She'll salivate me, most likely, for me letting her kiss me and fuss over me, but I ain't caring a heap. I ain't never been no hand at deceiving no one. I ain't foxy enough. There's been times since I've been here when I've been scared to open my mouth for fear my damn heart would jump out. I reckon she'll just naturally kill me when she finds it out, but I don't seem to care a heap whether she does or not." The little man narrowed his eyes at Sanderson. "You're deeply in love with her, I suppose." Sanderson flushed. Then his gaze grew steady and cold. "Up till now you've minded your own business," he said. "If you keep on minding it, we'll—" "Of course," grinned Owen. "You couldn't help loving her. I love her, too. You say you're going to tell her. Don't do it. Why should you? Don't you see that if you told her that her brother had been murdered, she'd never get over it? She's that kind. And you know what Dale's scheme was, don't you? Has she told you?" At Sanderson's nod, Owen went on. "If you were to let it be known that you are not Will Bransford, Dale would get the property as sure as shooting. I know his plan. I overheard him and a man named Dave Silverthorne talking it over one night when I was prowling around Dale's house. The window of Dale's office was wide open, and I was crouching outside. They got a man ready to come on here and impersonate Bransford. They would prove his claim, and after he was established he would sell out to them. They have forged papers showing that Mary is an adopted daughter, though not legally. Don't you see that if she don't go on letting everybody think you are Bransford, Mary will lose the ranch?" Sanderson shook his head. "I'd be getting deeper and deeper into it all the time, in love and in trouble. And when she'd find out how I'd fooled her all the time, she'd hate me." "Not if you saved the ranch for her," argued the little man. "She'd feel badly about her brother, maybe, but she'd forgive you if you stayed and beat Dale at his own game." Sanderson did not answer. The little man climbed down from the fence and moved close to him, talking earnestly, and at last Sanderson grinned down at him. "I'm doing it," he said. "I'll stay. I reckon I was figuring on it all the time." End of chapter 9. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 10 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Plain Talk. Barney Owen had told Sanderson of his hatred for Alva Dale, but he had not told Sanderson many other things. He had not told the true story of how he came to be employed at the AA, how Mary had come upon him one day at a shallow crossing of the river far down in the basin. Owen was flat on his stomach at the edge of the water, scooping it up with eager handfuls to quench a thirst that he had endured for days. He had been so weak that he could not stand when she found him, and in some way she got him on his horse and brought him to the ranch house, there to nurse him until he recovered his strength. It was while she was caring for him that she had told him about her fear of Dale, and thereafter, as soon as he was able to ride again, Owen took it upon himself to watch Dale. In spite of his exceeding slenderness, Owen seemed to possess the endurance and stamina of a larger and more physically perfect man, for though he was always seen about the ranch house during the day, helping at odd jobs and appearing to be busy nearly all the time, each succeeding night found him stealthily mounting his horse to ride to the Bar D, there to watch Dale's movements. He had not been at the Bar D since the night before the day on which he had left with Sanderson to go to Las Vegas, but on the second night following his return, soon after dark, he went to the stable, threw saddle and bridle on his horse, and vanished into the shadows of the basin. Later, moving carefully, he appeared at the edge of a tree clump near the Bar D corral. He saw a light in one of the windows of the house, Dale's office, and he left his horse in the shadows and stole forward. There were two men in the office with Dale. Owen saw them and heard their voices as he crept to a point under the window in the dense blackness of the night. The men Dale had sent to Tucson had not required the full 2 weeks for the trip. They had made it in 10 days, and their faces, as they sat before Dale in the office, showed the effects of their haste. Yet they grinned at Dale as they talked, glowing with pride over their achievement. But the word they brought to Dale did not please him, and he sat glaring at them until they finished. "Gary Miller ain't been heard of for a month, eh?" he said. "You say you heard he started this way? Then where in hell is he?" Neither of the men could answer that question, and Dale dismissed them. Then he walked to a door, opened it, and called to someone in another room. Dave Silverthorne entered the office, and for more than an hour the two talked, their conversation being punctuated with futile queries in profanity. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Dale appeared at the AA ranch house. Apparently he was willing to forgive and forget, for he grinned at Owen, who was watching him from the door of the bunkhouse, and he politely doffed his hat to Mary Bransford, who met him at the door of the ranch house. "Well, Miss Mary," he said, "how does it feel to have a brother again?" "It's rather satisfying, Dale," smiled the girl. "Won't you get off your horse?" The girl's lips were stiff with dread, anticipation, and dislike. Dale's manner did not mislead her. His forced geniality, his gruff heartiness, his huge smile, were all insincere, masking evil. He seemed to her like a big, tawny, grinning beast, and her heart thumped with trepidation as she looked at him. "How's Nyland?" he asked, smiling hugely. "That was a narrow squeak, now, wasn't it? For I found that Ben Nyland didn't brand them cattle at all. It was another man living down the basin. That nester near Colby's. He done it. But he sloped before we could get a rope on him. Had a grudge against Nyland, I reckon. Sorry it happened." Thus he attempted to smooth the matter over, but he saw that Mary did not believe him, and his grin grew broader. "Where's Brother Will this morning, Mary?" he asked. Sanderson appeared in the doorway behind Mary. "You could see him if you was half looking," he said slowly. "So I could," guffawed Dale. "But if there's a purty girl around—" "You come here on business, Dale?" interrupted Sanderson. "'Cause if you did," he went on before Dale could answer, "I'd be glad to get it over." "Meaning that you don't want me to be hanging around here no longer than is necessary, eh?" said Dale. "You've said a heap," drawled Sanderson. "Well, it won't take a long time," Dale returned. "It's just this. I got word from Las Vegas that you've sworn to an affidavit saying that you're Will Bransford. That's all right. I ain't got nothing to say about that. But there's a law about brands. Your dad registered his brand, the AA, but that don't let you out. According to the law, you've got to do your registering same as though the brand had never been registered before. Being the only law around here, me being a deputy sheriff, I got to look out for that end of it. And so, if you'll just sign this here blank with your name and address, specifying your brand, why, we'll call it all settled." And he held out a legal-looking paper toward Sanderson. Sanderson's lips straightened, for as his eyes met Dale's, he saw the latter's glint with a cold cunning. For an instant Sanderson meditated, refusing to accept the paper, divining that Dale was concealing his real purpose. But glancing sideways, he caught a swift wink from Owen, who had drawn near and was standing beside a porch column, and he saw Owen distinctly jerk his head toward the house. Sanderson stepped forward and took the paper from Dale's hand. Then he abruptly strode toward the house, telling Dale to wait. Sanderson halted in the middle of the sitting room. As Owen entered the room through a rear door, Barney Owen was grinning. "Wants your signature, does he?" said Owen. He whispered rapidly to Sanderson, and the latter's face grew pale and grim as he listened. When Owen had finished, he grinned. "Now we'll give him Will Branford's signature just as he used to write it. I've seen it more times than any other man ever saw it, and I can duplicate it to a flourish. Give me that paper." He sat down at a table where there was a pen and a bottle of ink and wrote boldly, "Will Bransford." With a grin, he passed the paper back. Sanderson stared, then a smile wreathed his lips, for the signature was seemingly a duplicate of that which had been written at the bottom of the letter Will Bransford had written to his father. On his way to return the paper to Dale, Sanderson paused to listen again to Owen, who whispered to him. Sanderson stiffened, looked hard at Owen, and then grinned with straight lips. In less than no time he was out of the house and confronting Dale. He watched while the latter looked at the signature. He saw the expression of disappointment that swept over Dale's face. Then Sanderson spoke coldly. "Right and proper, eh, Dale? Now I'll trouble you for that letter that my dad dropped about a year ago. The one you picked up. It was a letter from me, and Dad had let you read it. Fork it over, or I'll bore you and take it from your clothes." End of Chapter 10. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 11 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ultimatum. Dale's face whitened. For a moment he sat rigid, staring, his eyes boring into Sanderson's. Then he reached into a pocket, drew out a dirty envelope, and threw it at Sanderson's feet. "You're a damn smart boy, ain't you, Bransford?" he sneered. "But I'm out to get you. Remember that. And you remember this, Dale." Sanderson was at the head of the horse Dale rode. His eyes were blazing with suppressed fury, brought on by the other's threat. "There's gonna be a new deal in the basin. From now on I'm running things, and they're running square. I ain't got any use for any law but this." He tapped the butt of his six-shooter significantly. "And if you go to getting mixed up with the AA or the Nyland ranch, you'll get it, plenty." Dale grinned hideously. Then he kicked his horse in the ribs and rode away. Mary Bransford had not moved from her position on the porch. Sanderson watched Dale ride away. Then he smiled at Mary and entered the house. Mary followed him. She saw Owen standing in the sitting room, and her face showed her surprise. Sanderson explained. "Owen and me framed up on Dale," he said. "You saw it work." "You'll be careful, won't you, Will?" she said. "Deal," smilingly insisted Sanderson. "Deal," she repeated, giving him a look that made him blush. Then she went into one of the other rooms, and Sanderson and Owen went outside. At the corner of the stable, Sanderson halted and faced Owen. "You've got some explaining to do," he said. "How did you know Dale had that letter from Will Bransford to his father? And how did you know that Dale wanted me to write my name on that brand registering blank so he could compare it with Bransford's name on the letter?" "Will Bransford told me he wrote such a letter. He showed me a letter from his dad which told how he had dropped Will's letter and how Dale had picked it up. Dale thought old Bransford hadn't seen him pick up the letter, but Bransford did see him. And last night I was snooping around over at the Bar D, and I overheard Dale and Silverthorne cooking up this deal." Sanderson grinned with relief. "Well," he said, "that name-signing deal sure had me considerable fussed up." He told Owen of his mental torture following the discovery of the letter that had disappeared from the dresser drawer. "We've got to run together from now on," he told Owen. "I'll be Bransford, and you'll be Bransford's name. Maybe between us we'll make a whole man." Over at the Bar D, Dale was scowling at Silverthorne. "He ain't Will Bransford," Dale declared. "He signed his name all O.K. and regular, just the same as it was on the letter. But just the same, he ain't a Bransford. There ain't no Bransford ever had an eye in him like he's got. He's a damned iceberg for nerve, and there's more fight in him than there is in a bunch of wildcats, if you get him started." "Just the same," smiled Silverthorne, silkily, "we'll get the double-A. Look here." And the two bent their heads together over Dale's desk. End of Chapter 11. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 12 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dale moves. A passionate hatred of Alva Dale was slowly gripping Sanderson. It had been aroused on that first day of his meeting with the man, when he had seen Dale standing in front of the stable, bullying Mary Bransford and Peggy Nyland and her brother. At that time, however, the emotion Sanderson felt had been merely dislike, as Sanderson had always disliked men who attempted to bully others. Sanderson's hatred of Dale was beginning to dominate him. It was overwhelming all other emotions. It dulled his sense of guilt for the part he was playing in deceiving Mary Bransford. It made him feel in a measure justified in continuing to deceive her, for he divined that without his help Mary would lose the double-A. Sanderson had always loved a fight, and the prospect of bringing defeat and confusion upon Dale was one that made his pulses leap with delight. He got up on the morning following Dale's visit, tingling with eagerness, and yet there was no sign of emotion in his face when he sat with Mary Bransford at breakfast, and he did not even look at her when he left the house, mounted his horse, and rode up the gorge that split the butte at the southern end of the range. All morning he prowled over the tableland, paying a great deal of attention to the depths of the gorge, estimating its capacity for holding water, scanning the far reaches of the big basin carefully, and noting the location of the buildings dotting it. Shortly after noon he rode back to the house and came upon Mary in the kitchen. "I've put off asking until now," he said while eating the food that Mary placed before him. "How much money did Dad leave?" "Not much," she said. "He was never very prosperous. It took a great deal to send me to school, and the $1,000 I sent you I saved myself out of the allowance he gave me. I think there are $3,000 to Father's credit at the bank in Ocar." "Where's Ocar?" She looked quickly at him. "Don't you remember Ocar? That little town just beyond the mouth of the basin? Why, you've been there a good many times, Will, on errands for Father. There wasn't much to Ocar when you were here, just a few shanties and a store. Surely you remember." Sanderson flushed. "I reckon I do remember, now that you speak of it," he lied. "But I don't think Ocar has grown much." "Ocar has grown to be an important town for this locality," Mary smiled. "You see, the railroad has made it grow. It is now quite large and has a bank and a dozen or more stores. It is a depot for supplies for a big section, and the railroad company has built large corrals there. A man named Silverthorne and Alva Dale are the rulers of Ocar now." "Who is Silverthorne?" "He is connected with the railroad company, a promoter, or something of that character. He's trying to make a boom town of Ocar. He has bought a great deal of land in the basin." "You know what he wants the land for?" Sanderson smiled at her. "For speculation purposes, I suppose. If he could get water, "You figured it out," said Sanderson. "But he won't get water. The water belongs to the AA, to me and to you, and we're going to sell it ourselves." "You mean," began Mary, "that we're going to build an irrigation dam, with all the fixin's, you and me." The girl sat erect, her eyes luminous and eager. "Do you think we can do it?" she whispered. "Do you think you could trust me with the 3,000 you said Dad left? And would you be willing to mortgage the AA if we needed more money?" "Why," she declared breathlessly, "the AA is yours, to do with as you see fit. If you want to try, and you think there's a chance to win, why, go to it." "You're a brick," grinned Sanderson. "We'll start the ball to rolling right away." Sanderson could not escape the vigorous hug she gave him, but he did manage to evade her lips, and he went out of the house blushing and grinning. It was late in the afternoon when he got to Ocar. Barney Owen was with him. The two rode into town, dismounted at a hitching rail in front of a building, across the front of which was a sign, "The Ocar Hotel." Ocar was flourishing, as Mary Bransford said. At its northwestern corner the basin widened, spreading between the shoulders of two mountains and meeting a vast stretch of level land that seemed to be endless. Ocar lay at the foot of the mountain that lifted its bald knob at the eastern side of the basin's mouth. Two glittering lines of steel that came from out of the obscurity of distance eastward skirted Ocar's buildings and passed westward into an obscurity equally distant. The country around Ocar was devoted to cattle. Sanderson's practiced eye told him that. The rich grassland that spread from Ocar's confines was the force that had brought the town into being, and the railroad would make Ocar permanent. Ocar did not look permanent, however. It was of the type of the average cow town of the western plains, artificial and crude. Its buildings were of frame, hurriedly knocked together, representing the haste of a people in whom the pioneer instinct was strong and compelling, who cared nothing for appearances, but who fought mightily for wealth and progress. Upon Ocar was the stamp of newness, and in its atmosphere was the eagerness and the fervor of commercialism. Ocar was the trade mart of a section of country larger than some of the old world states. Fringing the hitching rails in front of its buildings were various vehicles: the heavy wagons of Mexican freighters, the light buckboard of the cattleman, and the prairie schooner of the homesteader. Mingling with the vehicles were the cow ponies of horsemen who had ridden into town on various errands, and in the company corrals were many cattle awaiting shipment. Sanderson stood beside his horse at the hitching rail for a look at Ocar. There was one street, wide and dust-windrowed, with two narrow boardwalks skirting it. The buildings, mostly of one story, did not interest Sanderson, for he had seen their kind many times, and his interest centered upon the people. "Different from Tombstone," he told Owen as the two entered the hotel. "Tombstone is cattle. Ocar is cattle and business. I sort of like cattle better." Owen grinned. "Cattle are too slow for some of Ocar's men," he said. "There's men here that figure on making a killing every day, financially. Gamblers winning big stakes. Supply dealers charging 20 times the value of their stuff. A banker wanting enormous interest on his money. the railroad company gobbling everything in sight, and Silverthorne and Dale framing up to take all the land and the water rights. See that short, fat man playing cards with the little one at that table?" He indicated a table near the rear of a barroom, visible through an archway that opened upon the room in which a clerk with a thin, narrow face and an alert eye presided at a rough desk. "That's Mason, Tom Mason, Okar's banker. They tell me he'd skin his grandmother if he thought he could make $1 out of the deal." Owen grinned. "He's the man you're figuring to borrow money from, to build your dam." "I'll talk with him tomorrow," said Sanderson. In their room, Sanderson removed some of the stains of travel. Then, telling Owen he would see him at dusk, he went out into the street. Okar was buzzing with life and humming with activity when Sanderson started down the boardwalk. In Okar was typified the spirit of the West that was to be, the intense hustle and movement that were to make the town as large and as powerful as many of its sister cities. Threading his way through the crowd on the boardwalk, Sanderson collided with the man. He grinned, not looking at the other, apologized, and was proceeding on his way, when he chanced to look toward the doorway of the building he was passing. Alva Dale was standing just inside the doorway, watching him, and as Sanderson's gaze met his, Dale grinned sneeringly. Sanderson's lips twitched with contempt. His own smile matched Dale's in the quality of its hostility. Sanderson was about to pass on when someone struck him heavily between the shoulders. He staggered and lurched against the rough board front of the building, going almost to his knees. When he could steady himself, he wheeled, his hand at his hip. Standing near him, grinning maliciously, was the man with whom he had collided. In the man's right hand was a pistol. "Bump into me, will you locoed shorthorn?" sneered the man as Sanderson turned. He cursed profanely, incoherently, but he did not shoot. The weapon in his hand began to sag curiously, the fingers holding it slowly slipping from the stock, and the man's face, thin and seamed, became chalk-like beneath the tan upon it. His eyes, furtive and wolfish, bulged with astonishment and recognition, and his mouth opened vacuously. "Dale Sanderson," he said weakly. "Good Lord! I didn't get a good look at you. I'm in the wrong pew, Dale, and I sure don't want none of your game." "Dale Colton," said Sanderson. His voice was cold and even as he watched the other sheath his gun. "Didn't know me, eh? But you was figuring on plugging me." He walked close to the man and stuck his face close to the other, his lips in a straight line. He knew Colton to be one of the most conscienceless killers in the section of the country near Tombstone. "Who was you looking for, then?" demanded Sanderson. "Not you, that's a cinch," grinned the other, fidgeting nervously under Sanderson's gaze. He whispered to Sanderson, for in the latter's eyes he saw signs of a cold resolve to sift the matter to the bottom. "Look here, Square, I sure don't want none of your game. Things has been going sort of offish for me for a while. And so when I meets a guy a while ago who tells me to get a guy named Will Bransford, pointing you out to me when your back was turned, I takes him up. I wasn't figuring." "Who told you to get Bransford?" demanded Sanderson. "A guy named Dale," whispered Colton. Sanderson turned swiftly. He saw Dale still standing in the doorway. Dale was grinning coldly, and Sanderson knew he suspected what had been whispered by Colton. But before Sanderson could move, Dale's voice was raised loudly and authoritatively. "Arrest that man, quick!" A man behind Sanderson lunged forward, twisting Sanderson around with the impetus of the movement. Off his balance, Sanderson saw 3 or 4 other men dive toward Colton. He saw Colton reach for the weapon he had previously sheathed, saw the weapon knocked from his hand. 4 men seized Colton, and he struggled helplessly in their grasp as he was dragged away, his face working malignantly as he looked back at Dale. "Double-crossed!" he yelled. "You damn grinning coyote!" A crowd had gathered. Sanderson shouldered his way toward Dale and faced him. Sanderson's face was white with rage, but his voice was cold and steady as he stood before Dale. "So that's the way you work, is it, Dale? I'll give you what you was going to pay Colton if you'll pull your gun right now." Dale's smile was maddeningly insolent. "Bah!" he said. "I'm an officer of the law. There are a dozen of my men right behind you. Pull your gun. I'd like nothing better than to have an excuse to perforate you. Sanderson, eh?" He laughed. "Well, I've heard of you. Square deal, eh? And here you are masquerading as Will Bransford. That's going to be quite an interesting situation at the AA when things get to going, eh?" He laughed again, raucously, and turned his back to Sanderson, disappearing into the store. Sanderson glanced behind him. Several men were watching him, their faces set and determined. Sanderson grinned at them and continued his interrupted walk down the street. But something had been added to his hatred of Alva Dale. The knowledge that Dale would not scruple to murder him on any pretext. Sanderson's grin grew wider as he walked, for he knew of several men who had harbored such evil intentions against him, and they... But Dale was a stronger antagonist, and he had power and authority behind him. Still, his spirit undaunted, Sanderson's grin grew wider, though perhaps more grim. It was entirely worthwhile now, the deceiving of the woman he had hoped to protect. It wasn't her fight, but his, and he would make the fight a good one. End of chapter 12. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 13 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A plot that worked. Sanderson left the boardwalk and cut through a yard to the railroad. He followed the rails until he reached the station. To his question, the station agent informed him that Dave Silverthorne might be found in his office on the 2nd floor of the building. Sanderson went up. A sign on a glass door bore Silverthorne's name. Sanderson entered without knocking. Silverthorne was seated at a desk in a far corner of the room. He looked up as Sanderson opened the door and said shortly, "Well, what is it?" Sanderson crossed the room and halted beside the desk. For an instant neither man spoke. Sanderson saw a man of medium height, with a rather well-rounded stomach, sloping shoulders, and a sleek, well-fed appearance. His cheeks were full and florid, his lips large and loose, his eyes cold, calculating, and hard. Silverthorne saw a lean-faced, broad-shouldered young man with a strong chin, a firm mouth, and an eye that fixed him with a steady, unwavering interest. By the gleam in Sanderson's eyes, Silverthorne divined that he was in the presence of a strong, opposing force, and he drew a slow, deep breath. "Well," he said again, "you're Dave Silverthorne?" The other nodded. "What can I do for you?" he questioned. "You can listen while I talk," said Sanderson. "I'm Will Bransford, of the AA. I have heard from several sources that you and Alva Dale are after the title of the AA. You want the water rights. You can't have 'em. And the title to the AA stays with me. Understand that? I'm going to hold on to the property. I've heard you can juggle the law. That's your business. But you can't juggle the law enough to horn in on the AA. If you do, I'm coming for you with a law of my own." He tapped his gun holster significantly. "That's all," he concluded. "Are you sure you understand?" "Perfectly," answered Silverthorne. He was smiling mirthlessly, his face blotched and bloated with mingled fear and rage. "But I'll have you understand this. I am not afraid of your threats. You can't bully me. The S&M Railroad has dealt with your kind on more than one occasion. There's an opportunity here to develop a large section of land, and my company means to do it. We mean to be fair, however. We'll buy your title to the AA. How much do you want for it?" Sanderson grinned. "The AA is not for sale. I wouldn't sell it to you for $1 million. You cheap crooks think that all you have to do is to take anything you want. I just stopped in to tell you that I'm wise to your game, and that the kind of law I represent ain't cluttered up with angles and technical processes. She runs straight to a square deal all around. That's all, Mr. Silverthorne." He turned and went out, closing the door behind him. He had not intended to have his talk with Tom Mason, Oker's banker, until the following morning, but upon returning to Oker's Street, he saw Mason ahead of him on the sidewalk. He followed the banker, saw him enter the front door of the bank building, and a few minutes later he was sitting opposite Mason at a table in the banker's private room. Mason was short and pudgy, short of breath, with a pasty complexion. "Will Bransford, eh?" he said, looking sharply at Sanderson over the table. You don't look much like your father." "Nor I don't act like him, either," smiled Sanderson. "For instance," he went on at the banker's quick look, "Dad was slow. He wasn't alive to his opportunities. How long has it been since the railroad came to Okar?" "5 years." "Then Dad was 5 years slower than he ought to have been. He ought to have seen what water would do to the basin. He didn't. Left that for me." "Meaning what?" asked Mason as Sanderson paused. "Meaning that I want to turn the AA water into the basin. That's what I came here to see you for. I want to mortgage AA to the limit. I want to build a dam, irrigation canals, locks, and everything that goes with it. It will take a heap of money." Mason reflected. "And you want me to supply it," he said. "Yes, that project will require a large sum." "It is, do you propose to try to handle the project yourself, Mr. Bransford?" "Me and Mary Bransford. I'll hire an engineer." Mason's cheeks reddened a trifle. He seemed to lose interest slightly. "Don't you think it is rather too big a thing for one man to handle, aided by a woman?" He smiled blandly at Sanderson. I have thought of the water situation in the basin. It is my opinion that it might be worked out successfully. Why not organize a company, say a company composed of influential and powerful men like Silverthorne and Dale and myself? We could issue stock, you know. Each would take a certain number of shares, paying you for them, of course, and leaving you in possession of a large block of it, say 40%. We could organize, elect officers, and freeze me out, smiled Sanderson. Mason sat erect and gazed haughtily at his visitor. No one has ever questioned my honesty, he declared. Sanderson smiled at him. Nor I don't, but I want to play her a lone hand. I'm afraid I wouldn't be interested in that sort of project, said Mason. The thought that Mason would be interested, not publicly but privately, made Sanderson grin. The grin angered Mason. He arose, smiling coldly. I'm sorry to have taken your time, Mr. Bransford, he said, dismissing his visitor. Sanderson did not give up. My father left some money in your bank, he said. I'll take it. Certainly, said the banker. He got a withdrawal blank and laid it before Sanderson. The amount is $3,200, he said. Just fill that out and sign your name, and you can have the money. Sanderson did not sign. He sat, looking at the blank, suddenly afflicted with the knowledge that once more the troublesome Bransford signature had placed him in a dilemma. Undoubtedly Mason, Silverthorne, and Dale were confederates in this matter, and Dale's insistence that he sign the register claim was a mere subterfuge to obtain a copy of the Bransford signature in order to make trouble for him. It occurred to Sanderson that the men suspected him, and he grinned coldly as he raised his eyes to Mason. Mason was watching him keenly, and his flush, when he saw Sanderson looking at him, convinced the latter that his suspicions were not without foundation. If Sanderson could have known that he had hardly left the hotel when a man whispered to Mason, and that Mason had said to the man, "All right, I'll go down and wait for him," Sanderson could not have more accurately interpreted Mason's flush. Sanderson's grin grew grim. It's a frame-up, he told himself. His grin grew saturnine. He got up, folded the withdrawal blank, and stuck it in a pocket. I'm leaving the money here tonight, he said. For a man that ain't been to town in a long while, there'd be too many temptations yanking at me. He went out, leaving Mason to watch him from a window, a flush of chagrin on his face. Sanderson walked down the street toward the hotel. He would have Owen sign the withdrawal blank before morning. That would defeat Mason's plan to gain evidence of the impersonation. Sanderson had not been gone from Silverthorne's office more than 5 minutes when Dale entered. Silverthorne was sitting at his desk, scowling, his face pale, with big heavy lines in it showing the strain of his interview with Sanderson. "Bransford's been here," guessed Dale, looking at Silverthorne. Silverthorne nodded, cursing. "You don't need to feel conceited," laughed Dale. "He's been to see me, too." Dale related what had happened on the street some time before, and Silverthorne's scowl deepened. "There are times when you don't seem to be able to think at all, Dale," he declared. "After this, when you decide to do a thing, see me first, or Mason. The last thing we want to happen right now is to have this fake Bransford killed. Why? I've just got word from Las Vegas that he's submitted his affidavit establishing his identity, and that the court has accepted it. That settles the matter until, or unless, we can get evidence to the contrary. And if he dies without us getting that evidence, we are through." "Him dying would sure make things sure for us," contended Dale. "Mary Bransford wouldn't have any claim, us having proof that she ain't a Bransford." "This fella is no fool," declared Silverthorne. "Suppose he's wise to us, which he might be, and he has willed the property to the girl. Where would we be, not being able to prove that he isn't Will Bransford?" Dale meditated. Then he made a wry face. "That's right," he finally admitted. He made a gesture of futility. "I reckon I'll let you do the planning after this." "All right," said Silverthorne, mollified. "Have you set Morley on Barney Owen?" "Owen was going right strong a few minutes after this Bransford guy left him," grinned Dale. "All right," said Silverthorne. "Go ahead the way we planned it. But don't have our friend killed." When Sanderson entered the hotel, the clerk was alone in the office, pondering over the register. Dusk had fallen, and the light in the office was rather dim. Through the archway connecting the office with the saloon came a broad beam of light from a number of kerosene lamps. From beyond the archway issued the buzz of voices and the clink of glasses. Peering through the opening, Sanderson could see that the barroom was crowded. Sanderson mounted the stairs leading from the office. When he had left Owen, the latter had told Sanderson that it was his intention to spend the time until the return of his friend in reading. Owen, however, was not in the room. Sanderson descended the stairs, walked to the archway that led into the saloon, and looked inside. In a rear corner of the barroom he saw Owen, seated at a table with several other men. Owen's face was flushed. He was talking loudly and extravagantly. Sanderson remembered what Owen had told him concerning his appetite for strong liquor. He remembered, too, that Owen was in possession of a secret which, if divulged, would deliver Mary Bransford into the hands of her enemies. Sanderson's blood rioted with rage and disgust. He crossed the barroom and stood behind Owen. The latter did not see him. One of the men with Owen did see Sanderson, though, and he looked up impudently and smilingly pushed a filled glass of amber-colored liquor toward Owen. "You ain't half drinking, Owen," he said. Sanderson reached over, took the glass, threw its contents on the floor, and grasped Owen by the shoulder. His gaze met the tempter's coldly. "My friend ain't drinking no more tonight," he declared. The tempter sneered, his body stiffening. "He ain't, eh?" He grinned insolently. "I reckon you don't know him. He likes whiskey as a fish likes water." Several men in the vicinity guffawed loudly. Owen was drunk. His hair was rumpled, his face was flushed, and his eyes were bleared and wide with an unreasoning, belligerent light as he got up, swaying unsteadily, and looked at Sanderson. "Not drink any more?" he demanded loudly. "Who says I can't? I got lots of money, and there's a lots of booze here. Who says I can't drink any more?" And now, for the first time, he seemed to realize that Sanderson stood before him. But the knowledge appeared merely to increase his belligerence to an insane fury. He broke from Sanderson's restraining grasp and stood off, reeling, looking at Sanderson with the grin of a satyr. "Look who's telling me I can't drink any more," he taunted, so that nearly every man in the room turned to look at him. "It's my guardian angel, gentlemen. Will Bransford of the Double A. Will Bransford. Ha, 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 Will Bransford. Come and look at him, gentlemen. Says I can't drink any more booze. He's running the Double A, Bransford is. There's a lot I could tell you about Bransford. A whole lot. He ain't—" His maudlin talk broke off short, for Sanderson had stepped to his side and placed a hand over his mouth. Owen struggled, broke away, and shouted, "Damn you! Let me alone. I'm going to tell these people who you are. You're—" Again his talk was stilled. This time the method was swift and certain. Sanderson took another step toward him and struck. His fist landed on Owen's jaw, resounding with a vicious smack in the sudden silence that had fallen, and Owen crumpled and sank to the floor in an inert heap. Sanderson was bending over him, preparing to carry him to his room, when there came an interruption. A big man, with a drawn six-shooter, stepped to Sanderson's side. A dozen more shoved forward and stood near him, the crowd moving back. Sanderson sensed the movement and stood erect, leaving Owen still on the floor. One look at the hostile faces around him convinced Sanderson that the men were there by design. He grinned mirthlessly into the face of the man with the drawn pistol. "Frame up, eh?" he said. "What's the game? You're wanted for drawing a gun on Dave Silverthorne in his office. I'm a deputy sheriff, and I got a warrant for you. Want to see it?" Sanderson did not answer. Here was a manifestation of Dale's power and cupidity. The charge was a mere subterfuge, designed to deprive him of his liberty. Sanderson had no intention of submitting. The deputy saw resistance in the gleam of Sanderson's eyes, and he spoke sharply, warningly. "Don't try any funny business. I've a dozen men here." Sanderson laughed in his face. He lunged forward, striking bitterly with the movement. The deputy's body doubled forward. Sanderson's fist had been driven into his stomach. His gun clattered to the floor. He reached out, trying to grasp Sanderson, who evaded him and struck upward viciously. The deputy slid to the floor, and Sanderson stood beside the table, his gun menacing the deputy's followers. Sanderson had worked fast. Possibly the deputy's men had anticipated no resistance from Sanderson, or they had been stunned with the rapidity with which he had placed their leader out of action. Not one of them had drawn a weapon. They watched Sanderson silently as he began to back away from them, still covering them with his pistol. Sanderson had decided to desert Owen. The man had proved a traitor, and could not expect any consideration. Owen might talk. Sanderson expected he would talk, but he did not intend to jeopardize his liberty by staying to find out. He stepped backward cautiously, for he saw certain of the men begin to move restlessly. He cautioned them, swinging the muzzle of his pistol back and forth, the crowd behind him splitting apart as he retreated. He had gone a dozen steps when someone tripped him. He fell backward, landing on his shoulders, his right elbow striking hard on the board floor and knocking the pistol out of his hand. He saw the men surge forward, and he made a desperate effort to get to his feet, but he did not succeed. He was on his knees when several men, throwing themselves at him, landed on top of him. Their combined weight crushed him to the floor, but he squirmed out of the mass and got to his feet, striking at the faces he saw around him, worrying the men hither and yon, dragging them with him as he reeled under savage blows that were rained on him. He had torn himself almost free. One man still clung to him, and he was trying to shake the fellow off that he might hit him effectively, when a great weight seemed to fall on his head. Blackness surrounded him, and he pitched face down on the floor. End of chapter 13. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 14 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Voice of the Coyote. When Sanderson regained consciousness, he was lying on his back on a board floor. His head seemed to have been smashed. He was dizzy and weak, but he sat up and looked around him. Then he grinned wanly. He was in jail. A heavy barred door was in front of him. Turning his head, he saw an iron-grated window behind him. Door and window were set in heavy stone walls. Two other stone walls, with a narrow iron cot set against one of them, rose blankly on either side. Sanderson got up, reeling, and went to the window. Darkness had come. He could see Okar's lights flickering and winking at him from the buildings that skirted the street. Various sounds reached his ears. Okar's citizens were enjoying themselves. Sanderson did not watch the lights long. He walked to the cot, seated himself on its edge, rested his elbows on his knees and his chin in the upturned palms of his hands, and reflected on what had occurred to him. Remembering the $4,000 in bills of large denomination that Burroughs had paid him when leaving the pig pen, his hand went to the money belt around his waist. Belt and money were gone. Sanderson got up again, walked to the door, and called. A heavy-featured man slouched down the corridor and halted near the door. "Awake, eh?" he grinned. "Dale sure did hand it to you, now didn't he?" he added as Sanderson's lips straightened at his words. "What's eatin' you?" "I had a belt with some money in it. $4,000. What's become of it?" "$4,000?" the man jeered. "That bump on your head is still affectin' you, I reckon. $4,000. Shucks," he laughed. "Well, I ain't seen it, if that's any consolation to you. If you'd had it when you come here, I'd sure seen it. Who brought me here?" "Dale and his first deputy, the guy you poked in the stomach over in the Okar Hotel. They tell me you fight like hell. What's Dale got agin you? He sure was some het up about you." Sanderson did not answer. He turned his back to the jailer and walked to the cot, again sitting on its edge. He heard the jailer sniff contemptuously, but he paid no attention to him. Prominent in Sanderson's thoughts was the realization that Dale had taken his money. He knew that was the last of it. Dale would not admit taking it. Sanderson had intended to use the $4,000 on the Double-A irrigation project. The sum, together with the $3,000 he meant to draw from the Okar bank, would have been enough to make a decent start. Sanderson had some bitter thoughts as he sat on the edge of the cot, all of them centering around Dale, Silverthorne, Mason, Owen, Mary Bransford, and himself. He realized that he had been defeated in the first clash with the forces opposed to him, that Owen had turned traitor, that Mary Bransford's position now was more precarious than it had been before his coming, and that he had to deal with resourceful, desperate, and unscrupulous men. And yet, sitting there at the edge of the cot, Sanderson grinned. The grin did not make his face attractive, for it reflected something of the cold, bitter humor and savage passion that had gripped his soul. At noon the next day, Sanderson, looking out of the window of his cell, heard a sound at the door. He turned to see Silverthorne standing in the corridor. Silverthorne smiled blandly at him. "Over it, I see," he said. "They used you rather roughly, eh? Well, they tell me you made them step some." Sanderson deliberately turned his back and continued to look out the window. "On your dignity, eh?" sneered Silverthorne. "Well, let me tell you something. We've heard a lot about you, from Dale Colton and Barney Owen. Morley, one of our men, got Owen soused last night, as per orders, and Owen spilled his knowledge of you all over the town. It's pretty well known now that you are D.L. Sanderson from down Tombstone way. I don't know what your game was, but I think it's pretty well queered by now. I suppose you had some idea of impersonating Bransford, hoping to get a slice of the property. I don't blame you for trying. It was up to us to see that you didn't get away with it. But we don't want to play hog. If you'll admit before a notary that you are not Will Bransford, we'll hand you back the $4,000 Dale took from you, give you $10,000 in addition, and safe conduct out of the county. That strike you?" Sanderson did not answer. Silverthorne's face reddened. "You're a damn fool," he sneered venomously. "We'll keep you in jail here for 1,000 years, if necessary. We'll do worse. Look here," he suddenly said. But Sanderson did not turn. Silverthorne rattled a paper. "Here's a withdrawal slip on the Oakar Bank, calling for $3,200, signed by Will Bransford. Barney Owen drew the money last night and blew it in gambling and drinking. He says he's been signing Bransford's name, forging it, at your orders. The signature he put on this paper is a dead ringer for the one on the registry blank you gave Dale. Dale saw Owen sign that. That's why he knew you were not Will Bransford, understand? Mason will swear you signed the withdrawal slip and got the money. We'll prove that you're not Bransford, and you'll go to the Las Vegas Penn for 20 years. Now, let's talk business." Sanderson turned. There was a mirthless grin on his face. He spoke loudly, calling the jailer. When the latter appeared in the corridor beside Silverthorne, Sanderson addressed him without looking at the other. "You ain't on your job a heap, are you? There's a loco coyote barking at me through the door there. Run him out, will you? He's disturbing me plenty." He turned from the door, stretched himself on the cot, and, with his face to the wall, listened while Silverthorne cursed. End of chapter 14. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 15 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dale pays a visit. Shortly after midnight, Sanderson was sound asleep on the cot in the cell when a strange scraping noise awakened him. He lay still for a long time, listening, until he discovered that the sound came from the window. Then he sat up stealthily and looked around to see, framed in the starlit gloom of the night, the face of Barney Owen staring in through the window at him. The sight of Owen enraged Sanderson, but his curiosity drove him to the window. The little man was hanging to the iron bars. His neck muscles were straining. His face was red and his eyes bright. "Don't talk now," he warned. "The boss of the dump is awake and he'll hear. He's in his room. There's nobody else around. I wanted to tell you that I'm going to knock him silly and get you out of this." "Why?" mocked Sanderson lowly. Owen's face grew redder. "Oh, I know I've got something coming, but I'm going to get you out all the same. I've got our horses and guns. Be ready." He slipped down. Sanderson could hear his feet thud faintly on the sand outside. Sanderson got into his clothes and stood at the cell door, waiting. For a long time he heard no sound, but presently he caught the clank of a door, followed by a swift step, and Owen stood in the corridor before the cell door, a bunch of keys in his hand. There was no word spoken. Owen unlocked the door. Sanderson slipped out. Owen passed him the six-shooter he had lost in the bar-room of the Okar Hotel, and the two slipped noiselessly down the corridor. A minute later they were mounting the horses that Owen had brought, and shortly afterward they were moving like shadows away from the outskirts of Okar. Not until they were well out of the big basin did either of them speak, and then Sanderson said shortly, "Silverthorne was telling me you gassed everything. Are you feeling better over it?" Owen's head bent over his horse's mane. His chin was on his chest when he answered, "Come and kill me." "Hell!" exploded Sanderson disgustedly. "If there was anything coming to you, killing would be too good for you. You ain't done anything to me, you suffering fool. Not a thing. What you've done to Mary Bransford. When you see Dale and Silverthorne grabbing the AA and Mary Bransford riding away homeless, you'll have feelings of remorse, maybe, if you've got any man in you at all." Owen writhed and groaned. "It was the whiskey. The cursed whiskey," he whispered. "I can't let it alone. I love it, and once I get a taste of it, I'm gone. I'm a stark, staring lunatic." "I'd swear to that," grimly agreed Sanderson. "I didn't mean to say a word to anybody," wailed the little man. "Do you think I'd do anything to harm Mary Bransford? After what she did for me? But I did. I must have done it. Dale said I did. Silverthorne said I did. And you say I did. But I don't remember. Silverthorne said I signed a receipt for some money from the Okar Bank. 3,000 odd. I don't remember. Oh, but calling yourself names won't get you back to where you was before you made a fool of yourself," Sanderson told him pityingly. "And me telling you what I think of you won't relieve my feelings a whole lot, for there ain't words enough laying around loose. What I want to know is this: did you go clean loco, or do you remember anything that happened to you? Do you know who got the money you drew from the bank?" "Dale," answered Owen. "He had that, for I remember him counting it in the back room of the hotel. There was more, too. I heard him telling Silverthorne there was about 7,000 in all. Silverthorne wanted him to put it all back in the bank, but Dale said there was just enough for him to meet his payroll, that he owed his men a lot of back pay. He took it with him." "My 4,000, said Sanderson shortly. "Yours?" Owen paled. "Dale lifted my money belt," Sanderson returned. "I was wondering what he did with it. So that's what." He relapsed into a grim silence, and Owen did not speak again. They rode several miles in that fashion, Owen keeping his horse slightly behind Sanderson's, his gaze on the other's face, his own white with remorse and anxiety. At last he heard Sanderson laugh, and the sound of it made him grit his teeth in impotent agony. "Sanderson," he said, gulping, "I'm sorry." "Sure," returned the other. If I hadn't wised up to that quite a spell ago, you'd be back on the trail, waiting for some coyote to come along and get his supper." They rode in silence for a long time. They came to the gentle slope of the basin and began to climb it. A dozen times Owen rode close to Sanderson, his lips trembling over unuttered words, but each time he dropped back without speaking. His eyes, fixed worshipfully on the back of the big silent man ahead of him, were glowing with anxiety and wonder. In the ghostly darkness of the time, before the gray forerunner of the dawn appears on the horizon, they came in sight of the Double-A ranch house. Sanderson was still leading. The ranch house burst upon his vision as his horse topped a rise that had obscured his view of the ranch house, and he saw it, clearly outlined. Riding down the slope of the rise, he smiled, for there was a light in one of the ranch house windows. Mary had left it burn on his account, he divined. He halted and allowed Owen to come near him. "Mary ain't to hear about this deal tonight," he told the little man. "Not a peep, understand?" Without waiting for an answer, he rode onward. Thinking that perhaps, in spite of the burning lamp, Mary might be sleeping, Sanderson cautiously dismounted at the corral gates, and, leaving Owen to put his own horse away, he walked toward the house, stealthily, for he did not wish to awaken the girl. Halfway across the ranch house yard, Sanderson saw a shadow cross the light in the window. Again he grinned, thinking Mary had not gone to bed after all. But, going forward more unconcernedly, Sanderson's smile faded and was succeeded by a savage frown. For in the shadow formed by the little L at the junction of the house and porch, he saw a horse saddled and bridled. Suddenly alert, and yielding to the savage rage that gripped him, Sanderson stole softly forward and looked closely at the animal. He recognized it instantly as Dale's, and in the instant, his face pale, his eyes blazing with passion, he was on the porch, peering through one of the darkened windows. Inside, he saw Dale and Mary Bransford. They were in the sitting room. Dale was sitting in a big chair, smoking a cigar, one arm carelessly thrown over the back of the chair, his legs crossed, his attitude that of the master. Standing perhaps a dozen feet from him was Mary Bransford. The girl's eyes were wide with fright and astonishment, disbelief, incredulity, and several other emotions that Sanderson could not analyze. He did not try. One look at her sufficed to tell him that Dale was baiting her, tantalizing her, mocking her, and Sanderson's hatred for the man grew in intensity until it threatened to overwhelm him. There was in his mind an impulse to burst into the house and kill Dale where he sat. It was the primitive lust to destroy an unprincipled rival that had seized Sanderson, for he saw in Dale's eyes the bold passion of the woman hunter. However, Sanderson conquered the impulse. He fought it with marvelous self-control and implacable determination that had made him feared and respected wherever men knew him. And in the end, the faint, stiff grin on his face indicated that whatever he did would be done with deliberation. This was an instance where the eavesdropper had some justification for his work, and Sanderson listened. He heard Dale laugh. The sound of it made Sanderson's lips twitch queerly. He saw Mary cringe from Dale and press her hands over her breast. Dale's voice carried clearly to Sanderson. "Ha ha!" he said. "So that hurts, eh? Well, here's more of the same kind. We got Barney Owen drunk last night, and he admitted that he'd signed all of Sanderson's papers, the papers that were supposed to have been signed by your brother. Why didn't Sanderson sign them? Why? Because Sanderson couldn't do it. Owen, who knew your brother in Arizona, signed them because he knew how to imitate your brother's writing. Get that? Owen signed a bank receipt for the money old Bransford had in the bank. Owen got it and gave it to me. He was so drunk he didn't know what he was doing, but he could imitate your brother's writing all right. "You've got the money?" gasped the girl. Again Dale laughed mockingly. "Yep," he said. "I've got it. 3,200. And I've got 4,000 that belongs to that four-flusher square deal. 7,000. He laughed again. "Where is Sanderson?" questioned the girl. "In jail. Over in Ocar." Dale paused long enough to enjoy the girl's distress. Then he continued. "Owen is in jail, too, by this time. Silverthorne and Mason are not taking any chances on letting him go around loose." "Sanderson in jail?" gasped Mary. She seemed to droop. She staggered to a chair and sank into it, still looking at Dale, despair in her eyes. Dale got up and walked to a point directly in front of her, looking down at her triumphantly. "That's what," he said. "In jail. Moreover, that's where they'll stay until this thing is settled. We mean to have the AA. The sooner you realize that, the easier it will be for you. I'm offering you a way out of it, an easy way. That guy Sanderson ain't on the level. He's been working you, making a monkey of you, fooling you. He wants the AA for himself. He's been hanging around here, passing himself off as your brother, aiming to get on the good side of you, getting you to love him good and hard. Then maybe he'd tell you, thinking that you'd forgive him. But maybe that wasn't his game at all. Maybe he'd figured to grab the ranch and turn you out. Now I'm offering you a whole lot. Maybe you've thought I was sweet on that Nyland girl. Get that out of your mind. I was only fooling with her, like any man fools with a girl. I want her ranch, that's all. But I don't care a damn about the AA. I want you. I've had my eye on you right along. Maybe it won't be marriage right away, but—" "Alva Dale!" The girl was on her feet, her eyes blazing. Dale did not retreat from her. He stood smiling at her, his face wreathed in a huge grin. He was enjoying the girl. Sanderson slipped along the wall of the house and opened the door. It creaked loudly on its hinges with the movement, causing both Dale and the girl to turn and face it. Mary Bransford stood rigid as she saw Sanderson standing in the doorway, a flush sweeping swiftly over her face. There was relief in her eyes. Astonishment and stark, naked fear were in Dale's eyes. He shrank back a step and looked swiftly at Sanderson's right hand. And when he saw that it held a six-shooter, he raised both his own hands, shoulder high, palms toward Sanderson. "So, you know it means shooting, eh?" said Sanderson grimly, as he stepped over the threshold and closed the door behind him, slamming it shut with his left hand. "Well, shooting goes." There was the cold calm of decision in his manner. His eyes were ablaze with the accumulated hate and rage that had been aroused over what he had heard. The grin that he showed to Dale drew his lips into two straight, stiff lines. "I reckon you think you've earned your red shirt, Dale," he said, "for telling tales out of school. Well, you'll get it. There's just one thing will save your miserable hide. You got that $7,000 on you?" Dale hesitated, then nodded. Sanderson spoke to Mary Bransford without removing his gaze from Dale. "Get pen, ink, and paper." The girl moved quickly into another room, returning almost instantly with the articles requested. "Sit down and write what I tell you to," directed Sanderson. Dale dropped into a chair beside a centered table, took up his pen, poised it over the paper, and looked at Sanderson. "I am hereby returning to Dale Sanderson the $7,200 I stole from him," directed Sanderson. "I am doing this of my own accord. No one is forcing me," went on Sanderson. "I want to add that I hereby swear that the charge of drawing a gun on Silverthorne was a frame-up, me and Silverthorne and Mason being the guilty parties," finished Sanderson. "Now," he added, when Dale had written as directed, "sign it." Dale signed and stood up, his face aflame with rage. "I'll take the money now," said Sanderson. Dale produced it from various pockets, laying it on the table. He said nothing. Mary Bransford stood a little distance away, watching silently. "Count it, Miss Bransford," said Sanderson when Dale had disgorged the money. The two men stood silent as the girl fingered the bills. At last she looked at Sanderson and nodded. The latter grinned. "Everything's regular now," he said. He looked at Mary. "Do you want him killed, ma'am? He'd be a lot better off dead. You'd be better off, too. This kind of a skunk is always around bothering women, when there ain't no men around." Mary shook her head with a decisive negative. "Then he won't die right now," said Sanderson. "He'll pull his freight away from the AA, though, ma'am, and he'll never come back." He was talking to Dale through the girl, and Dale watched him, scowling. "If he does come back, you'll tell me, won't you, ma'am? And then there'll never be an Alva Dale to bother you again, or to go around robbing honest men and trying to get them mixed up with the law." And now he turned from the girl and spoke to Dale. "You go right back to Ocar and tell Mason and Silverthorne what has happened here tonight. Show them how the fear of God has got into your heart and made you yearn to practice the principles of a square deal. Tell them that they'd better get to going straight, too, for if they don't, there's a guy which was named after a square deal that is going to snuff 'em off this hemisphere, Midland Rapid. That's all. You better hit the breeze right back to Ocar and spread the good news." He stood, a grim smile on his face, watching Dale as the latter walked to the door. When Dale stepped out on the porch, Sanderson followed him, still regarding the movements of the other coldly and alertly. Mary heard them, their steps on the boards of the porch. She heard the saddle leather creak as Dale climbed on his horse. She heard the sound of the hoofbeats as the horse clattered out of the ranch house yard. And then for several minutes she stood near the little table in the room, listening vainly for some sound that would tell her of the presence of Sanderson on the porch. None came. At last, when she began to feel certain that he had gone to the bunkhouse, she heard a step on the porch and saw Sanderson standing in the doorway. He grinned at her, meeting her gaze fairly. "Dale told you a heap of truth, ma'am," he said. "I feel more like a man tonight than I've felt for a good many days and nights." "Then it was true, as Dale said, that you are not my brother?" said the girl. She was trying to make her voice sound severe, but only succeeded in making it quaver. "I ain't your brother." "And you came here to try to take the ranch away from me, To steal it?" He flushed. "You got 4,000 of my money there, ma'am. You're to keep it. Maybe that will help to show what my intentions were. About the rest, your brother and all, I'll have to tell you. It's a thing you ought to know, and I don't know what's been keeping me from telling you all along. Maybe it was because I was scared you'd take it hard. But since these sneaks have got to wagging their tongues, it'll have to be told. If you sit down at the table there, I'll tell you why I done what I did." She took a chair beside the table and faced him, and, standing before her, speaking very gently but frankly, he related what had occurred to him in the desert. She took it calmly, though there were times when her eyes glowed with a light that told of deep emotion. But she soon became resigned to the death of her brother, and was able to listen to Sanderson's story of his motive in deceiving her. When he related his emotion during their first meeting, when he had told Dale that he was her brother, after yielding to the appeal in her eyes, she smiled. "There was some excuse for it, after all," she declared. "And you ain't blaming me so much?" he asked. "No," she said. She blushed as she thought of the times she had kissed him. He was thinking of her kisses, too, and, as their eyes met, each knew what the other was thinking about. Sanderson smiled at her, and her eyes dropped. "It wasn't a square deal for me to take them then, ma'am," he told her. "But I'm going to stay around here and fight Dale and his friends to a finish. That is, if you want me to stay. I'd like a straight answer. I ain't hanging around where I ain't wanted." Her eyes glowed as she looked at him. "You'll have to stay now," she said. "Will is dead, and you will have to stay here and brazen it out. They'd take the AA from me, surely, if you were to desert me. You will have to stay and insist that you are my brother." "That's a contract," he agreed. "But," he looked at her, a flush on his face, "going back to them kisses, it wasn't a square deal, but I'm hoping that a day will come." She got up, her face very red. "It is nearly morning," she interrupted. "Yes," he smiled. "Things are only beginning." "You are impudent and imprudent," she said, looking straight at him. "And hopeful," he answered, meeting her eyes. 15 minutes later, stretched out on his bed, Sanderson saw the dawn breaking in the east. It reminded him of the morning he had seen the two riders above him on the edge of the arroyo. As on that other morning, he lay and watched the coming of the dawn, and when later he heard Mary moving about in the kitchen, he got up, not having slept a wink, and went out to her. "Did you sleep well?" she asked. "How could I?" he asked, "with a new day dawning for me?" End of chapter 15. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 16 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hand of the Enemy. When in the bunkhouse the next morning, Sanderson informed Barney Owen of what had occurred during the night, the latter looked fixedly at Sanderson. "So she didn't take it hard," he said. "Was you expecting her to? For a brother that she hadn't seen in a dozen years, and which she knows in her secret heart wasn't any good?" retorted Sanderson. "Shooting your face off in Ocar, or anywhere else, don't go any more," added Sanderson. "She's pretending publicly that I'm her brother." "I'm through talking," declared Owen. or living. It's one or the other," warned Sanderson. Sanderson took the $7,000 that Mary gave him, rode to Lizette, a town 50 miles eastward from the basin, and deposited the money in a bank there. Then he rode eastward still farther, and in another town discovered a young engineer with a grievance against his employers. The result of this discovery was that on the following morning the young engineer and Sanderson journeyed westward to the basin, arriving at the AA late in the afternoon of the next day. On the edge of the plateau, after the engineer and Sanderson had spent 3 or 4 days prowling through the basin and the gorge, the engineer spoke convincingly. "It's the easiest thing in the world. A big flume to the point I showed you, a big main ditch, and several laterals will do the trick. I'm with you to the finish." Sanderson smiled at the engineer's glowing enthusiasm and told him of the opposition he would meet in developing the project. "There'll be a heap of scheming and maybe shooting, Williams," Sanderson told him. "Putting through this deal won't be any pussy-kitten affair." "So much the better," laughed the engineer. "I'm fed up on soft snaps and longing for action." The engineer was 30, big, square-shouldered, lithe, and capable. He had a strong face and a level, steady eye. "If you mean business, let's get acquainted," he said. "My front name is Kent." "Well, Kent, let's get busy," smiled Sanderson. "You go to work on your estimates, order your material, hire your men. I'll see how bad the people in the basin want the water they've been expecting." Kent Williams took up his quarters in the bunkhouse and immediately began work. Though before he could do much, he rode to Ocar, telegraphed to Dry Bottom, the town which had been the scene of his previous activity, and awaited the arrival of several capable-looking young men. In company with the latter, he returned to the AA, and for many days thereafter he and his men ran the transit and drove stakes in the basin and along the gorge. Sanderson spent much of his time talking with the cattlemen in the basin. They were all eager to have water brought to their ranches, for it would save them the long trip to the river, which was inaccessible in many places, and they welcomed the new project. One of the men, a newcomer to the basin, voiced the general sentiment. "We want water, and we don't give a damn who brings it here. First come, first served." The big problem to Sanderson, however, was the question of money. He was aware that a vast sum would be required. Nearly all the money he possessed would be sunk in the preliminary work, and he knew that if the work was to go on he must borrow money. He couldn't get money at Ocar, he knew that. He rode to Lizette and talked with a banker there. The latter was interested, but unwilling to lend. "The Ocar Basin?" he said. "Yes, I've heard about it. Great prospects there. But I've been told that Silverthorne and Mason are going to put it through, and until I hear from them, I shouldn't like to interfere." "That gang won't touch the AA water," declared Sanderson. "I'll see the basin scorched to a cinder before I'll let them in on the deal." The banker smiled. "You are entitled to the water, of course, and I admire your grit. But those men are powerful. I have to depend on them a great deal, so you can see that I couldn't do anything without first consulting them." Sanderson left Lizette in disgust. It was not until after he had tried in Dry Bottom and Las Vegas that he realized how subtle and far-reaching was the power and influence of the financial rulers of Ocar. "We should like to let you have the money," the Las Vegas banker told him. "But unfortunately, a loan to you would conflict with our interests in Ocar. We know the big men in Ocar have been considering the water question in the basin, and we should not like to antagonize them." The trip consumed 2 weeks, and Sanderson returned to the Double-A to discover that during his absence very little work had been done. "It looks like we're up against it," Williams informed him when pressed for an explanation. "We can't get a pound of material. I went personally to Ocar and was told by Silverthorne that the railroad would accept no material consigned to the Double-A ranch." "Pretty raw," was Sanderson's only comment. "Raw? It's rotten," declared Williams. "There's plenty of the kind of material we want in Lizette. To get it here would mean a 50-mile haul. I can get teams and wagons in Lizette," he added, an eager note in his voice. "Go to it," said Sanderson. Williams smiled admiringly. "You're game, Mr. Man," he said. "It's a pleasure to work for you." However, it was not courage that impelled Sanderson to accept the hazard and expense of the 50-mile haul. In his mind, during the days he had been trying to borrow the money, had been a picture of the defeat that was ahead of him if he did not succeed. He could imagine the malicious satisfaction with which his 3 enemies would discuss his failure. Inwardly, Sanderson was writhing with impatience and consumed with an eagerness to get into personal contact with his enemies. The passion to triumph had gripped his soul, and a contempt for the sort of law in which Ocar dealt had grown upon him until the contemplation of it had aroused in him a savage humor. Ocar's law was not law at all. It was a convenience under which his 3 enemies could assail the property rights of others. Outwardly, Sanderson was a smiling optimist. To Mary Bransford he confided that all was going well. Neither had broached the subject of Sanderson's impersonation since the night of Dale's visit. It was a matter which certain thoughts made embarrassing for Mary, and Sanderson was satisfied to keep silent. But on the day that Williams left the Double-A for Lizette, Mary's curiosity could not be denied. She had conquered that constraint which had resulted from the revelation of Sanderson's identity, and had asked him to ride to the top of the gorge, telling him she wanted him to explain the proposed system of irrigation. "It is desperately hard to get any information out of Williams," she told Sanderson. "He simply won't talk about the work." "Meaning he'll talk rapid enough about other things, eh?" Sanderson returned. He looked slyly at Mary. "What other things are there for him to talk about?" "A man can find a heap of things to talk about to a woman. He might talk about himself or the woman," suggested Sanderson, grinning. She gave him a knowing look. "Oh," she said, reddening. "Yes," she added, smiling faintly. "Now that you speak of it, I remember he did talk quite a little. He is a very interesting man." "Good looking, too," said Sanderson, "and smart. He saw the prospects of this thing right off." "Didn't you see them?" she questioned quickly. "Oh, that," he said, flushing. "If the drifter hadn't told me, maybe I wouldn't have seen." "You have always been around cattle, I suppose?" she asked. "Raised with them," smiled Sanderson. Thus she directed the conversation to the subject about which she had wanted to inquire, his past life. Her questions were clever. They were suggestions to which he could do nothing except to return direct replies, and she got out of him much of his history, discovering that he had sound moral views and a philosophy of which the salient principle was the scriptural injunction, "Do unto others as you would that others should do unto you." Upon that principle he had founded his character. His reputation had grown out of an adamantine adherence to it. Looking at him now, she felt the strength of him, his intense devotion to his ideals, the earnestness of him. Curiously, she had felt those things during the time she had thought of him as her brother, and had been conscious of the lure of him. It gave her a queer thrill to stand beside him now, knowing that she had kissed him, that he had had an opportunity to take advantage of the situation, and had not done so. He had acted the gentleman. He was a gentleman. That was why she was able to talk with him now. If he had not treated her as he had treated her, his presence at the AA would have been intolerable. There was deep respect for women in Sanderson, she knew. Also, despite his bold, frank glances, which were merely the manhood of him challenging her and taking note of her charms, there was a hesitating bashfulness about the man, as though he was not quite certain of the impression he was creating in her mind. That knowledge pleased Mary. It convinced her of his entire worthiness. It gave her power over him, and that power thrilled her. As her brother, he had been an interesting figure, though his manner had repelled her, and she had been conscious of a subtle pleasure that was not all sisterly when she had been near him. She knew now that the sensation had been instinctive, and she wondered if she could have felt toward her brother as she felt towards this man. However, this new situation had removed the diffidence that had affected her. Their relations were less matter-of-fact and more romantic, and she felt toward him as any woman feels who knows an admirer pursues her, breathless with the wonder of it, but holding aloof, tantalizing, whimsical, and uncertain of herself. She looked at him challengingly, mockery in her eyes. "So you came here because the drifter told you there would be trouble, and a woman. How perfectly delightful." He sensed her mood and responded to it. "It's sure delightful, but it ain't unusual. I've always heard that trouble will be lurking around where there's a woman." "But you would not say that a woman is not worth the trouble she causes," she countered. "A man is willing to take her, trouble and all," he responded, looking straight at her. "Yes, if he can get her," she shot back at him. "Mostly every woman gets married to a man. I've got as good a chance as any other man." "How do you know?" "Because you're talking to me about it," he grinned. "If you wasn't considering me, you wouldn't argue with me about it. You'd turn me down cold and forget it." "I suppose when a man is big and romantic looking—" "Oh, shucks, ma'am, you'll be having me getting a swelled head." "He thinks that all he has to do is look his best." "I expect I've looked my worst since I've been here. I ain't had a chance to do any mooning at you." "I don't like men that moon," she declared. "That's the reason I didn't do it," he said. She laughed. "Now tell me," she asked, "how you got your name, Deal. It had something to do with cards, I suppose." "With weight," he said, looking soberly at her. "When I was born my dad looked at me sort of nonplussed. I was that big. 'There's a deal of him,' he told my mother, and the name stuck. That ain't a lot mysterious." "It was a convenient name to attach the square to," she said. "I've earned it," he said earnestly, "and I've had a mighty hard time proving my right to wear it. There's men that will tempt you out of pure deviltry, and others that will try to shoot such a fancy out of your system. But I didn't wear the square 'cause I wanted to. Folks hung it onto me without me asking. That's one reason I left Tombstone. I got tired of posing as an angel." He saw her face grow thoughtful and a haunting expression come into her eyes. "You haven't told me how he looked," she said. Sanderson lied. He couldn't tell her of the dissipation he had seen in her brother's face, nor of the evilness that had been stamped there. He drew a glowing picture of the man he had buried, and told her that, had he lived, her brother would have done her credit. But Sanderson suffered no remorse over the lie, for he saw her eyes glow with pride, and he knew that the picture he had drawn would be the ideal of her memory for the future. End of Chapter 16. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 17 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Trail Herd. Kent Williams went to Lizette, and Sanderson spent the interval during his departure and return in visiting the cattlemen and settlers in the basin. The result of these visits was a sheaf of contracts for water, the charge based on acreage, that reposed in Sanderson's pockets. According to the terms of the contracts signed by the residents of the basin, Sanderson was to furnish water within 1 year. The length of time, Sanderson decided, would tell the story of his success or failure. If he failed, he would lose nothing because of having the contracts with the settlers, and if he won, the contracts would be valid. Sanderson was determined to win. When, after an absence of a week, Williams returned to announce that he had made arrangements for the material necessary to make a regular start, and that he had hired men and teams to transport the material, Sanderson's determination became grim. For Williams told him that he had gone the limit, which meant that every cent to Sanderson's credit in the Lizette Bank had been pledged to pay for the material the engineer had ordered. "We're going to rush things from now on," Williams told Sanderson. "Next week we'll need $10,000 at least." Sanderson went into the house and had a long talk with Mary Bransford. Coming out, he went to the corral, saddled Streak, and rode to Oakar. Shortly he was sitting at a desk opposite a little man who was the resident buyer for an Eastern livestock company. "The AA has 3,000 head of cattle," Sanderson told the little man. "They've had good grass and plenty of water. They're fat and are good beef cattle. $33 is the market price. What will you give for them, delivered to your corral here?" The resident buyer looked uncomfortable. "I've had orders not to buy any more cattle for a time." "Whose orders?" demanded Sanderson. The resident buyer's face flushed, and he looked more uncomfortable. "My firm's orders," he snapped. Sanderson laughed grimly. He saw guilt in the resident buyer's eyes. "Silverthorn's orders," he said shortly. At the other's emphatic negative, Sanderson laughed again. "Mason's, then." "Sure, Mason's," he added as the other's flush deepened. Sanderson got up. "Don't take it so hard," he advised the resident buyer. "I ain't going to bite you. What I'm wondering is, did Mason give you that order personally, or did you get it from your boss?" The buyer shifted uneasily in his chair and did not look at Sanderson. "Well," said the latter, "it don't make a heap of difference. Goodbye," he said as he went out. "If you get to feeling mighty small and mean, you can remember that you're only one of the pack of coyotes that's making this town a disgrace to a dog kennel." Sanderson returned to the AA and found Mary in the house. "No go," he informed her. "Mason and Silverthorne and Dale have anticipated that move. We don't sell any cattle in Oakar." The girl's disappointment was deep. "I suppose we may as well give up," she said. Sanderson lifted her face to his. "If you're going to talk that way, I ain't going to love you the way I thought I was," he grinned. "And I'm sure wanting to." "I don't want to give up," she said. "Meaning?" "Meaning that I'd like to have you beat those men. Oh, the miserable schemers! They will go to any length to defeat you." He laughed lowly and vibrantly. "Well, they'll certainly have to travel some," he said. About as fast as a man will have to travel that takes you away from me." "Is victory that dear to you?" she asked. "I won't take one without the other," he told her, his eyes glowing. "If I don't beat Silverthorn and the others, and keep the AA for you, why, you'll win," she said. "You are hoping I will?" He grinned. "Well," he added, as she averted her eyes, "there'll come a time when we'll talk real serious about that. I'm going to tell the range boss to get ready for a drive to Las Vegas." "That is 175 miles," gasped the girl. "I've followed a trail herd 2,000, grinned Sanderson. "You mean that you will go yourself, with the outfit?" "Sure." Sanderson went out, mounted Streak, and found the range boss, Eli Carter. Carter and the men were ordered to round up all the AA cattle and get ready to drive them to Las Vegas. Sanderson told Carter he would accompany the outfit. Cutting across the basin toward the ranch house, he saw another horseman riding fast to intercept him, and he swerved Streak and headed toward the other. The rider was Williams, and when Sanderson got close enough to see his face, he noted the engineer was pale and excited. End of chapter 17. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 18 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Checked by the system. The engineer waved a yellow paper at Sanderson and shouted, "I just got this. I made a hit with the Okar agent last week, and he sent a man over with it. That's a damn scoundrelly bunch that's working against you. Do you know what they've done?" Sanderson said nothing, and the engineer resumed explosively. "They've tied up your money at the Lizette Bank. My material men won't send a pound of stuff to me until they get the cash. We're stopped. Dead still." He passed a telegram to Sanderson, who read, "Bank here refuses to honor Sanderson's check. Claim money belongs to Bransford Estate. Legal tangle. Must have cash or won't send material. The Brander Company." A flicker of Sanderson's eyelids was all the emotion he betrayed to Williams. The latter looked at him admiringly. "By George," he said, "you take it like a major. In your shoes I'd get off my nag and claw up the scenery." Sanderson smiled. After telling the engineer to do as much as he could without the material, he rode on. He had betrayed no emotion in the presence of Williams, but he was seething with passion. Late the next afternoon he joined Carter in the outfit. The men had made good use of their time, and when Sanderson arrived, the entire herd of cattle was massed on a broad level near the river. They were milling impatiently, for the roundup had just been completed, and they were nervous over the unusual activity. The cowboys, bronzed, lean, and capable, were guarding the herd, riding slowly around the fringe of the tossing horns, tired, dusty, but singing their quaint songs. Carter had sent the cook back to the ranch house during the afternoon to obtain supplies, and now the chuck wagon, with bulging sides, was standing near a fire at which the cook himself was preparing supper. Carter grinned as Sanderson rode up. "All ready," he declared. "We sure did hump ourselves." Around the campfire that night Sanderson was moody and taciturn. He had stretched out on his blanket and lay listening to the men until one by one they dropped off to sleep. Sanderson's thoughts were bitter. He felt the constricting influence of his enemies. He was like the herd of cattle that his men had rounded up that day. For little by little, Silverthorn, Dale, and Mason were cutting down his area of freedom and of action, were hampering him on all sides, and driving him to a point where he would discover resistance to be practically useless. He had thought in the beginning that he could devise some way to escape the meshes of the net that was being thrown around him, but he was beginning to realize that he had underestimated the power and the resources of his enemies. Mason and Silverthorne, he knew, were mere tentacles of the capital they represented. It was their business to reach out, searching for victims, in order to draw them in and drain from them the last vestige of wealth. And Sanderson had no doubt that they did that work impersonally and without feeling, not caring, and perhaps not understanding the tortures of the system, of a soulless organization seeking only financial gain. Dale, however, was intensely human and individualistic. He was not as subtle nor as smooth as his confederates, and money was not the only incentive which would drive him to commit crime. He was a gross sensualist, unprincipled, and ruthless, and Sanderson's hatred of him was beginning to overshadow every other consideration. Sanderson went to sleep with his bitter thoughts, which were tempered with a memory of the gentle girl at whom the evil agencies of his enemies were directed. They were eager to get possession of Mary Bransford's property, but their real fight would be, and was, against him. But it was Mary Bransford that he was fighting for, and if he could get the herd of cattle to Las Vegas and dispose of them, he would be provided with money enough to defeat his enemies. But money he must have. At breakfast the next morning, Carter selected the outfit for the drive. He named half a dozen men, who were variously known as Buck, Andy, Bud, Soapy, Sogan, and the Kid. These men were experienced trail herd men, and Carter had confidence in them. Their faces, as they prepared for the trip, revealed their joy and pride over their selection, while the others, disappointment in their eyes, plainly envied their fellow companions. But Sanderson lightened their disappointment by entrusting them with a new responsibility. "You fellows go back to the Double-A and hang around," he told them. "I don't care whether you do a lick of work or not. Stick close to the house and keep an eye on Mary Bransford. If Dale, or any of his gang, come nosing around, bore them plenty. If any harm comes to Mary Bransford while I'm gone, I'll salivate you guys." Shortly after breakfast, the herd was on the move. The cowboys started them westward slowly, for trail cattle do not travel fast, urging them on with voice and quirt until the line stretched out into a sinuously weaving band a mile long. They reached the edge of the big level, after a time, and filed through a narrow pass that led upward to a tableland. Again, after a time, they took a descending trail which brought them down upon a big plain of grassland that extended many miles in all directions. Fringing the plain on the north was a range of hills that swept back to the mountains that guarded the neck of the big basin at Okar. There was timber on the hills, and the skyline was ragged with boulders, and so Sanderson and his men, glancing northward many times during the morning, did not see a rider who made his way through the hills. During the previous afternoon the rider had sat on his horse in the dim haze of distance, watching the Double-A outfit round up its cattle, and during the night he had stood on guard, watching the men around the campfire. He had seen most of the Double-A men return toward the ranch house after the trail crew had been selected. He had followed the progress of the herd during the morning. At noon he halted in a screen of timber and grinned felinely. "They're off for certain," he said aloud. Late that afternoon the man was in Okar, talking with Dale and Silverthorne and Mason. "What you've been expecting has happened," he told them. "Sanderson, Carter, and 6 men are on the move with the trail herd. They're heading straight on for Las Vegas." Silverthorne rubbed the palms of his hands together. Mason smirked, and Dale's eyes glowed with satisfaction. Dale got up and looked at the man who had brought the information. "All right, Morley," he said with a grin. "Get going. We'll meet up with Sanderson at Devil's Hole." End of chapter 18. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 19 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A question of brands. Trailing a herd of cattle through a strange wild country is no sinecure. There was not a man in the AA outfit who expected an easy time in trailing the herd to Las Vegas, for it was a rough, grim country, and the men were experienced. Wild cattle are not tractable. They have an irritating habit of obstinately insisting on finding their own trail, and of persisting in vagaries that are the despair of their escort. The AA herd was no exception. On a broad level, they behaved fairly well, though always requiring the attention of the men. But in the broken sections of country through which they passed, heartbreaking effort was required of the men to keep them headed in the right direction. The men of the outfit had little sleep during the first 2 days of the drive. Nights found them hot, tired, and dusty, but with no prospect of an uninterrupted sleep. Still, there was no complaint. On the 3rd night, the herd having been driven about 40 miles, the men began to show the effects of their sleepless vigil. They had bedded the herd down on a level between some hills, near a rocky ford over which the waters of a little stream trickled. Buck and Andy were on their ponies, slowly circling the herd, singing to the cattle, talking to them, using all their art and persuasion to induce the herd to cease their restless milling that had begun with the effort to halt for the night. Around the campfire, which had been built at the cook's orders, were Sanderson, Carter, Bud, Sogan, Soapy, and the Kid. Carter stood at a little distance from the fire, watching the herd. "That's a damn nervous bunch we got, boys," he called to the other men. "I don't know when I've seen a flightier lot. It wouldn't take much to start 'em." "We'll have our troubles getting 'em through Devil's Hole," declared Soapy. Soapy, so called because of his aversion to the valuable toilet preparation so necessary to cleanliness, had a bland, ingenuous face, and perplexed, inquiring eyes. He was a capable man, however, despite his pet aversion, and there was concern in his voice when he spoke. "That's why I wasn't in no hurry to push him too far tonight," declared Carter. "I don't want to get anywhere near Devil's Hole in the darkness, and I want that place quite some miles away when I camp. I seen a herd stride that quicksand on a run once, and there wasn't enough of them left to make a good stew. If my judgment ain't wrong, and we can keep them stepping pretty lively in the morning, we'll get to Devil's Hole just about noon tomorrow. Then we can ease them through, and the rest ain't worth talking about." "Devil's Hole is the only trail?" inquired Sanderson. Carter nodded. The others confirmed the nod, but Carter's desire for an early start the next morning was denied. Bud and Sogan were on guard duty on the morning shift, with the other men at breakfast, when a dozen horsemen appeared from the morning haze westward and headed directly for the campfire. "Visitors," announced Soapy, who was first to see the riders. The AA men got to their feet to receive the strangers. Sanderson stepped out from the group slightly, and a horseman came to a halt near him. A big man, plainly the leader of the strangers, dismounted and approached Sanderson. The man radiated authority. There was a belligerent gleam in his eyes as he looked Sanderson over, an inspection that caused Sanderson's face to redden, so insolent was it. Behind him the big man's companions watched, their faces expressionless, their eyes alert. "Who's running this outfit?" demanded the man. "You're talking at the boss," said Sanderson. "I'm the sheriff of Colfax County," said the other shortly. "There's been a complaint made about you. Bill Lester of the Bar X says you've been picking up his cattle crossing his range yesterday." This incident had happened before, both to Sanderson and to Carter. They had insisted on the right of inspection themselves when strange herds had been driven through their ranges. "We want to look your stock over," said the sheriff. The request was reasonable, and Sanderson smiled. "That's going to hold us up a spell," he returned, "and we was figuring on making Devil's Hole before dark. Hop in and do your inspecting." The big man motioned to his followers, and the latter spurred to the herd, the other being the last to leave the campfire. For 2 hours the strangers threaded and weaved their horses through the mass of cattle, while Sanderson and his men, impatient to begin the morning drive, rode around the outskirts and watched them. "They're taking a mighty good look," commented Carter at the end of the 2 hours. Sanderson's face was set in a frown. He saw that the men were working very slowly, and were conferring together longer than seemed necessary. At the end of 3 hours, Carter spoke to Sanderson, his voice hoarse with rage. "They're holding us up purposely. I'll be damned if I'm going to stand for it." "Easy there," cautioned Sanderson. "I've never seen a sheriff that was long on speed. They'll be showing their hand pretty soon." Half an hour later the sheriff spurred his horse out of the press and approached Sanderson. His face was grave. His men rode up also and halted their horses near him. The Double-A men had advanced and stood behind Sanderson and Carter. "There's something wrong here," he declared, scowling at Sanderson. "It ain't the first time this dodge has been worked. A man gets up a brand that's mighty like the brand on the range he's going to drive through, and he picks up cattle and claims they're his. You claim your brand is the Double-A." He dismounted and, with a branch of chaparral, drew a design in the sand. "This is the way you make your brand," he said, and he pointed out a Double-A brand. "That's an A looking at it straight up and from the right side, like this, just reversing it. But when you turn it this way, it's the Bar X. And there's a bunch of your steers with the brand on them that way. I'll have to take charge of the herd until the thing is cleared up." Sanderson's lips took on a straight line. The color left his face. Here was authority, that law with which he had unaccountably clashed on several occasions during his stay at the Double-A. Yet he knew that, as on those other occasions, the law was operating to the benefit of his enemies. However, he did not now suspect Silverthorne and the others of setting the law upon him. The Double-A men might have been careless with their branding, and it was unfortunate that he had been forced by the closing of the Ocar market to drive his cattle over a range upon which were cattle bearing a brand so startlingly similar to his. His men were silent, watching him with set faces. He knew they would stand behind him in any trouble that might occur, and yet he hesitated, for he did not wish to force trouble. "How many Bar X cattle do you think are in the herd?" he asked. "Maybe 100, maybe more." "How long will it take you to get Bill Lester here to prove his stock?" The big man laughed. "That's a question. Bill left last night for Frisco. I reckon maybe he'll be gone a month, maybe more." The color surged back into Sanderson's face. He stiffened. "And you expect to hold my herd here until Lester gets back?" he said slowly. "Yep," said the other shortly. "You can't do it," declared Sanderson. "I know the law, and you can't hold a man's cattle that long without becoming liable for damages." "We'll be liable," grinned the sheriff. "Before Bill left last night he made out a bond for $90,000, just what your cattle are worth at the market price. If there's any damages coming to you, you'll get them out of that." "It's a frame-up," growled Carter at Sanderson's side. "It proves itself. This guy Lester makes out a bond before we're within 2 days' drive of his bailiwick. He's had information about us and is planning to hold us up. You know what for. Silverthorne and that bunch has got a finger in the pie." That suspicion had also become a conviction to Sanderson. And yet, in the person of the sheriff and his men, there was the law blocking his progress toward the money he needed for the irrigation project. "Do you think 150 head will cover the suspected stock?" he questioned. "I'd put it at 200, returned the sheriff. "All right, then," said Sanderson slowly. "Take your men and cut out the 200 you think belong to Lester. I'll stop on the way back and have it out with you." The sheriff grinned. "That'll be square enough," he agreed. He turned to the men who had come with him. "You boys cut out them cattle that we looked at, and head 'em toward the Bar X." When the men had gone, he turned to Sanderson. "I want you men to know I'm acting under orders. I don't know what's eating Bill Lester. That ain't my business. But when I'm ordered to do something in my line of duty, why, it's got to be done. Your friend has gassed some about a man named Silverthorne being at the bottom of this thing. Maybe he is. I ain't got no means of knowing. It appears to me that Bill ain't got no call to hog your whole bunch, though, for I've never knowed Bill to raise more than 1,500 head of cattle in one season. I'm taking a chance on 200 covering his claims." It was afternoon when the sheriff and his men started westward with the suspected stock. Carter, fuming with rage, watched them go. Then he turned to Sanderson. "Hell and damnation! We'll hit Devil's Hole about dusk. If we start now, what'll we do?" "Start," said Sanderson. "If we hang around here for another day, they'll trump up another fake charge and clean us out." The country through which they were forced to travel during the afternoon was broken and rugged, and the progress of the herd was slow. However, according to Carter, they made good time considering the drawbacks they encountered, and late afternoon found them within a few miles of the dreaded Devil's Hole. Carter counseled a halt until morning, and Sanderson yielded. After a camping ground had been selected, Carter and Sanderson rode ahead to inspect Devil's Hole. The place was well named. It was a natural basin between some jagged and impassable foothills, running between a gorge at each end. Both ends of the basin constricted sharply at the gorges, resembling a wide, narrow-necked bottle. A thin stream of water flowed on each side of a hard rock trail that ran straight through the center of the basin, and on both sides of the trail a black bog of quicksand spread, covering the entire surface of the land. Halfway through the basin, Sanderson halted Streak on the narrow trail and looked at the treacherous sand. "I've seen quicksand and quicksand," he declared, "but this is the bogs of the lot. If any steers get bogged down in there, they wouldn't be able to bellow more than once before they sink out of sight." "There's a heap of 'em in there," remarked Carter. It was an eerie place, and the echo of their voices resounded with ever-increasing faintness. "I never go through this damn hellhole without getting the creeps," declared Carter. "And I've got nerve enough, too, usually. There's something about the place that suggests the cattle and men it's swallowed. Do you see that flat section there?" He indicated a spot about 100 yards wide and half as long, which looked like hard-baked earth, black and dead. "That's where the herd I was telling you about went in. The next morning you couldn't see hide nor hair of 'em. It's a fooler for distance, too," he went on. "It's more than a mile to that little spot of rock that's projecting up over there. College professors have been here looking at it, and they say the thing is fed from underground rivers or springs or something that they can't even guess. One of them was telling Boss Edwards, over on the Cimarron, that rock point that you see projecting up was the peak of a mountain, and that this narrow trail we're on is the back of a ridge that used to stick up high and mighty above a lot of other things. I can't make it out, and I don't try. It's here, and that's all there is to it, and I ain't hanging around it any longer than I have to." "A stampede," began Sanderson. "Gentlemen, shut up," interrupted Carter. "If any cattle ever come through here stampeding, that herd wouldn't have enough left of it to supply a road runner's breakfast." They returned to the camp silent and anxious. End of chapter 19. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 20 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Devil's Hole. Sanderson took his turn standing watch with the other men. The boss of a trail herd cannot be a shirker, and Sanderson did his full share of the work. Tonight he had the midnight shift. At 2 o'clock he would ride back to camp, awaken his successor, and turn in to sleep until morning. Because of the proximity of the herd to Devil's Hole, an extra man had been told off for the night watch, and Soapy and the Kid were doing duty with Sanderson. Riding in a big circle, his horse walking, Sanderson could see the dying embers of the campfire glowing like a big firefly in the distance. A line of trees fringing the banks of the river near the camp made a dark background for the tiny, leaping sparks that were shot up out of the fire, and the branches waving in the hazy light from countless coldly glittering stars were weird and foreboding. Across the river, the ragged edges of the rock buttes that flanked the water loomed somberly. Beyond them, the peaks of some mountains, miles distant, glowed with the subdued radiance of a moon that was just rising. Back in the direction from which the herd had come, the ridges and depressions stretched, in irregular corrugations, as far as Sanderson could see. Southward were more mountains, dark and mysterious. Riding his monotonous circles, Sanderson looked at his watch, his face close to it, for the light from the star haze was very dim. He was on the far side of the herd, toward Devil's Hole, and he was chanting the refrain from a simple cowboy song as he looked at his watch. The hands of the timepiece pointed to 1. Thus, he still had an hour to stand watch before awakening the next man. He placed the watch in a pocket, shook the reins over Streak's neck, and spoke to him. "Seems like old times to be riding night watch, eh, Streak?" he said. The words had hardly escaped his lips when there arose a commotion from the edge of the herd nearest the corrugated land that lay between the herd and the trail back to the AA. On the ridge near the cattle, a huge, black, grotesque shape was clearly outlined. It was waving to and fro, as though it were some giant winged monster of the night trying to rise from the earth. Sanderson could hear the flapping noise it made. It carried to him with the sharp resonance of a pistol shot. "Damnation!" he heard himself say. "Some damn fool is waving a tarp." He jerked Streak up shortly, intending to ride for the point where the tarpaulin was being waved before it was too late. But as he wheeled Streak, he realized that the havoc had been wrought, for the cattle nearest him were on their feet, snorting with fright, a sensation that had been communicated to them by contact with their fellows in the mass. At the point where the commotion had occurred was confusion. Sanderson saw steers rising on their hind legs, throwing their forelegs high in the air. They were bellowing their fright and charging against the steers nearest them, frenziedly trying to escape the danger that seemed to menace them. Sanderson groaned, for the entire herd was on the move. Near at hand, a dozen steers shot out of the press and lumbered past him, paying no attention to his shouts. He fired his pistol in the face of one, and though the animal tried to turn back, frightened by the flash, the press of numbers behind it, already moving forward, forced it again to wheel and break for freedom. Sanderson heard the sounds of pistol shots from the direction of the campfire. He heard other shots from the direction of the back trail. He saw the forms of men on horses darting here and there on the opposite side of the herd from where he rode. From the left side of the herd came another rider, Soapy. He tore ahead of the vanguard of running steers, shooting his pistol in their faces, shouting profanely at them, lashing them with his quirt. A first batch slipped by him. He spurred his horse close to Sanderson, who was trying to head off still others of the herd that were determined to follow the first, and cursed loudly. "Who in hell waved that tarp?" Sanderson had no time to answer. A score of steers bolted straight for him, and he groaned again when he saw that the whole herd was rushing forward in a mass. A common impulse moved them. They were frenzied with fright and terror. It was not the first stampede that Sanderson had been in, and he knew its dangers. Yet he grimly fought with the cattle, Streak leaping here and there in answer to the knee pressure of his master, horse and rider looking like knight and steed of some fabled romance, embattled with a huge monster with thousands of legs. Sanderson caught a glimpse of several riders tearing toward him from the direction of the camp, and he knew that Carter and the others were trying to reach him in the hope of being able to stem the torrent of rushing cattle. But the movement had already gone too far, and the speed of the frenzied steers was equal to the best running that Streak could do. Sanderson saw that all effort to stop them would be hopeless, and aware of the danger of remaining at the head of the flying mass, he veered Streak off, heading him toward the side, out of the press. As he rode, he caught a glimpse of Soapy. The latter had the same notion that was in Sanderson's mind, for he was leaning over his pony's mane, riding hard to get out of the path taken by the herd. Sanderson pulled Streak up slightly, watching Soapy until he was certain the latter would reach the edge. Then he gave Streak the reins again. The pause, though, robbed Sanderson of his chance to escape. He had been cutting across the head of the herd at a long angle when watching Soapy, and had been traveling with the cattle also, and now he saw that the big level was behind him, that he and the cattle were in an ever-narrowing valley which led directly into the neck of Devil's Hole. Sanderson now gave up all hope of reaching the side, and devoted his attention to straight, hard riding. There were a few steers ahead of him, and he had a faint hope that if he could get ahead of them, he might be able to direct their course through Devil's Hole and thus avert the calamity that threatened. Grimly, silently, riding as he had never ridden before, He urged Streak forward. One by one he passed the steers in his path, and just before he reached the entrance to Devil's Hole, he passed the foremost steer. Glancing back as Streak thundered through the neck of the hole, Sanderson saw Soapy coming, not more than 100 yards behind. Soapy had succeeded in getting clear of the great body of steers, but there were a few still running ahead of him, and he was riding desperately to pass them. Just as Sanderson looked back, he saw Soapy's horse stumble. He recovered, ran a few steps, and stumbled again. This time he went to one knee. He tried desperately to rise, fell again, and went down, neighing shrilly in terror. Sanderson groaned and tried to pull Streak up, but the animal refused to heed the pull on the reins and plunged forward, unheeding. There would have been no opportunity to save Soapy, even if Streak had obeyed his master. The first few steers at the head of the mass swerved around the fallen man and his horse, for they could see him. The thousands behind, though, running blindly in the grip of the nameless terror that had seized them, saw nothing, heeded nothing, and they swept in a smother of dust straight over the spot where Soapy and his horse had been. White-lipped, catching his breath in gasps over the horror, Sanderson again turned his back to the herd and raced on. The same accident might happen to him, but there was no time to pick and choose his trail. Behind him, with the thundering noise of a devastating avalanche, the herd came as though nothing had happened. The late moon that had been touching the peaks of the far mountains now lifted a rim over them, flooding the world with a soft radiance. Sanderson had reached the center of the trail, through Devil's Hole, before he again looked back. What he saw caused him to pull Streak up with a jerk. The head of the herd had burst through the entrance to the hole and, opening fan-like, had gone headlong into the quicksand. Fascinated with the magnitude of the catastrophe, Sanderson paid no attention to the few steers that went past him, snorting wildly. He sat rigid on his horse and watched the destruction of the herd. The great mass of steers had gone into the quicksand at the very edge of the hole. They formed a foothold for many others that, forced on by the impetus of the entire mass, crushed them down, trampled them further into the sand, and plunged ahead to their own destruction. It was a continually recurring incident. Maddened, senseless, unreasoning in their panic, the mass behind came on, a sea of tossing horns, a maelstrom of swirling, blinding dust and heaving bodies into the mire, the struggling, enmeshed bodies of the vanguard forming a living floor over which each newcomer swept to oblivion. Feeling his utter helplessness, Sanderson continued to watch. There was nothing he could do. He was like a mere atom of sand on a seashore with the storm waves beating over him. The scene continued a little longer. Sanderson saw none of the men of the outfit. The dust died down, settling like a pall over the neck of the hole. A few steers, chancing to come straight ahead through the neck of the hole, and thus striking the hard, narrow trail that ran through the center, continued to pass Sanderson. They were still in the grip of a frenzy, and at the far end of the hole he saw a number of them bogged down. They had not learned the lesson of the first entrance. At length it seemed to be over. Sanderson saw one steer, evidently with some conception of the calamity penetrating its consciousness, standing near him on the trail, moving its head from side to side, and snorting as it looked at its unfortunate fellows. The animal seemed to be unaware of Sanderson's presence until Streak moved uneasily. Then the steer turned to Sanderson, its red eyes ablaze, as though it blamed him for the catastrophe. It charged him. Sanderson drew his pistol and shot it, with Streak rearing and plunging. Roars of terror and bellows of despair assailed Sanderson's ears from all directions. Groans, almost human, came from the mired mass on both sides of the trail. Hundreds of the cattle had already sunk from sight. Hundreds were sucked partly down, and other hundreds, thousands it seemed, were struggling in plain view, with only portions of their bodies under. Still others, the last to pour through the throat of the gorge, were clambering out, using the sinking bodies of the others to assist them. Sanderson could see a few more choking the far end of the hole. How many had escaped he did not know, nor care. The dramatic finish of Soapy was vivid, and concern for the other members of the outfit was uppermost in his mind. He rode the back trail slowly. The destruction of his herd had not occupied 10 minutes, it seemed. Dazed with the suddenness of it, and with a knowledge of what portended, he came to the spot where Soapy's horse had stumbled and looked upon what was left of the man. His face dead white, his hands trembling, he spread his blanket over the spot. He had formed an affection for Soapy. Mounting Streak, he resumed his ride toward the camp. A dead silence filled the wide level from which the stampede had started. A silence except for the faint bellowing that still reached his ears from the direction of the hole. Half a mile from where he had found the pitiable remains of Soapy, he came upon Carter. The range boss was lying prone on his back, his body apparently unmarred. His horse was standing near him, grazing. Carter had not been in the path of the herd. What, then, had happened to him? Sanderson dismounted and went to his knees beside the man. At first he could see no sign of anything that might have caused death, for Carter was undoubtedly dead, and already stiffening. Then he saw a red patch staining the man's shirt, and he examined it. Carter had been shot. Sanderson stood up and looked around. There was no one in sight. He mounted Streak and began to ride toward the camp, for he felt that Carter's death had resulted from an accident. One explanation was that a stray bullet had killed Carter. In the excitement of a stampede, the men were apt to shoot wildly at refractory steers. But the theory of accident did not abide. Halfway between Carter and the camp, Sanderson came upon Bud. Bud was lying in a huddled heap. He had been shot from behind. Later, continuing his ride to camp, Sanderson came upon the other men. He found the Kid and the cook near the chuck wagon. Sogan and Andy were lying near the fire, whose last faint embers were sputtering feebly. Buck was some distance away, but he too was dead. Sanderson went from one to the other of the men to make a final examination. Bending over Sogan, he heard the latter groan, and in an instant Sanderson was racing to the river for water. He bathed Sogan's wound, which was low on the left side, under the heart, and, after working over him for 5 or 10 minutes, giving him whiskey from a flask he found in the chuck wagon, and talking to the man in an effort to force him into consciousness, he was rewarded by seeing Sogan open his eyes. Sogan looked perplexedly at Sanderson, whose face was close. There was recognition in Sogan's eyes. The calm of reason was swimming in them. He half smiled. "So you wriggled out of it, boss, eh? It was a clean-up for sure. I seen them get the other boys. I emptied my gun and was filling her again when they got me." "Who?" demanded Sanderson sharply. "Dale and his gang. There was a bunch of 'em, 20 maybe. I heard them while I was layin' here. They thought they'd croaked me, and they wasn't bothering with me." One of 'em waved a blanket, or a tarp. I couldn't get what it was. Anyway, they waved something and got the herd started. I heard them talking about seeing Soapy go under right at the start. And you. Dale said he saw you go down, and it wasn't no use to look for you. They sure played hell, boss." Sanderson did not answer. "If you'd lift my head a little higher, boss, I'd feel easier, maybe." Sogan smiled feebly. "And if it ain't too much trouble, I'd like a little more of that water. I'm powerful thirsty." Sanderson went to the river, and when he returned, Sogan was stretched out on his back, his face upturned with a faint smile upon it. Sanderson knelt beside him, lifted his head, and spoke to him, but Sogan did not answer. Sanderson rose and stood with bowed head for a long time, looking down at Sogan. Then he mounted Streak and headed him into the moonlit space that lay between the camp and the Double-A ranch house. It was noon the next day when Sanderson returned with a dozen Double-A men. After they had labored for 2 hours, the men mounted their horses and began the return trip, one of them driving the chuck wagon. All of the men were bitter against Dale for what had happened, and several of them were for instant reprisal. But Sanderson stared grimly at them. "There ain't any witnesses," he said. "Not a damn one. My word don't go in Ocar. Besides, it's my game, and I'm going to play her a lone hand, as far as Dale is concerned." "You going to round up what's left of them cattle?" asked a puncher. Sanderson answered shortly, "Not any. There wasn't enough left to make a fuss about, and Dale can have them." End of chapter 20. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 21 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Man Borrows Money. The incident at Devil's Hole had changed the character of the fighting between Sanderson and Dale. Dale and his fellow conspirators had deserted that law upon which, until the incident of Devil's Hole, they had depended. They had resorted to savagery, to murder. They had committed themselves to a course that left Sanderson no choice except to imitate them. And Sanderson was willing. More, he was anxious. He had respected the law, and still respected it, but he had never respected the law represented by his 3 enemies. He was determined to avenge the murder of his men, but in his own time and in his own way. His soul was in the grip of a mighty rage against Dale and the others. He longed to come into personal contact with them, to feel them writhe and squirm in his clutch. And had he been the free agent he had always been until his coming to the Double-A, he would have gone straight to Ocar, thus yielding to the bloodlust that swelled his veins. But he could not permit his inclinations to ruin the girl he had promised to protect. He could kill Dale, Silverthorne, and Mason quite easily, but he would have no defense for the deed, and the law would force him to desert Mary Bransford. For an entire day following the return of himself and his men from the scene of the stampede, Sanderson fought a terrible mental battle. He said nothing to Mary Bransford, after giving her the few bare facts that described the destruction of the herd, but the girl watched him anxiously, suspecting something of the grim thoughts that tortured him. And at dinner she spoke to him. "Deal," she said, "don't be rash. Those men have done a lawless thing, but they still have the power to invoke the law against you." "I ain't going to be lawless yet," he grinned. But Sanderson was yielding to an impulse that had assailed him. His manner betrayed him to Owen, at least, who spoke to Mary about it. "He's framing up something, or he's got it framed up and is ready to act," he told the girl. "He's got that calm during the past few hours that I feel like I'm in the presence of an iceberg when I'm near him." Whatever was on Sanderson's mind, he kept to himself. But late that night, when the ranch house was dark, and a look through one of the windows of the bunkhouse showed Sanderson there were only 2 men awake, and they playing cards sleepily, he threw saddle and bridle on Streak and rode away into the inky darkness of the basin. Shortly after dusk on the same night, Silverthorne, Dale, and Mason were sitting at a table in Mason's private office in the bank building. They, too, were playing cards, but their thoughts were not on the cards. Elation filled their hearts. Dale was dealing, but it was plain that he took no interest in the game. At last, with a gesture of disgust, he threw the cards face up on the table and smiled at the others. "What's the use?" he said. "I keep thinking of what happened at Devil's Hole. We ought to have been sure that we finished the job. And we would have been sure if we hadn't known that damn Colfax sheriff was hanging around somewhere. He took 200 head from Sanderson when he ought to have taken the whole damn herd, which he'd orders to do. And then, instead of driving them direct to Lester's, he made camp just on the other side of Devil's Hole. 3 or 4 miles, Morley said. I don't know what for, except that maybe he's decided to give Sanderson the steers he's taken from him, the damn fool. You've got to break him, Mason, for disobeying orders." "I'll attend to him," said Mason. "That's the reason we didn't go through Devil's Hole to see what had become of Sanderson," resumed Dale. "We was afraid of running into the sheriff, and him, being the kind of a fool he is, would likely have wanted to know what had happened. I thought it better to sneak off without letting him see us than to do any explaining." Silverthorne looked at his watch. "Morley and the others ought to be here pretty soon," he said. "They're late as it is," grumbled Dale. "I ought to have gone myself." They resumed their card playing. An hour or so later there came a knock on the door of the bank. A back door, and Dale opened it to admit Morley, the big man who had drawn a pistol on Sanderson when he had tried to take Barney on out of the City Hotel barroom. Morley was alone. He stepped inside without invitation and grinned at the others. "There's no sign of Sanderson. Someone has been there and planted the guys we salivated, and the guy which went down in the run. We seen his horse laying there, cut to ribbons. It's likely Sanderson went into the sand ahead of the herd. They was crowding him pretty close when we seen them running." "You say them guys was planted?" said Dale. "Then Sanderson got out of it. He would, if anyone could, for he was riding like a devil on a cyclone when I saw him. He's got back and took his men to Devil's Hole." Mason laughed. "We'll say he got out of it. What of it? He's broke. And if the damn court would get a move on with that evidence we've sent over to prove that he isn't a Bransford, we'd have the AA inside of a week." Dale got up, grinning and looking at his watch. "Well, gentlemen, I'm hitting the breeze to the Bar D for some sleep. See you tomorrow." Dale went out and mounted his horse. But he did not go straight home, as he had declared he would. After striking the neck of the basin, he swerved his horse and rode northeastward toward Ben Nyland's cabin. For he had heard that day in Ocar that Ben Nyland had taken a train eastward that morning to return on the afternoon of the day following. and during the time that Dale had been talking with Mason and Silverthorne and playing cards with them, he thought often of Peggy Nyland. Silverthorne and Morley did not remain long in Mason's private room in the bank building. Morley had promised to play cards with some of his men in the City Hotel bar room, and he joined them there, while Silverthorne went to his rooms in the upper story of the station. After the departure of the others, Mason sat for a long time at the table in the private room, making figures on paper. Mason had exacted from the world all the luxuries he thought his pampered body desired. His financial career would not have borne investigation, but Mason's operations had been so smooth and subtle that he had left no point at which an enemy could begin an investigation. But years of questionable practice had had an inevitable effect upon Mason. Outwardly he had hardened, but only Mason knew of the many devils his conscience created for him. Continued communion with the devils of conscience had made a coward of Mason. When at last he got up from the table, he glanced apprehensively around the room, and after he had put out the light and climbed the stairs to his rooms above the bank, he was trembling. Mason had often dealt crookedly with his fellow men, but never, until the incident of Devil's Hole, had he deliberately planned murder. Thus tonight Mason's conscience had more ghastly evidence to confront him with, and conscience is a pitiless, retributive agent. Mason poured himself a generous drink of whiskey from a bottle on a sideboard before he got into bed, but the story told him by Dale and the others of the terrible scene at Devil's Hole remained so staringly vivid in his thoughts that whiskey could not dim it. He groaned and pulled the covers over his head, squirming and twisting, for the night was warm and there was little air stirring. After a while Mason sat up. It seemed to him that he had been in bed for an age, though actually the time was not longer than an hour. It had been late when he had left the room downstairs, and now he listened for sounds that would tell him that Okar's citizens were still busy with their pleasures. But no sound came from the street. Mason yearned for company, for he felt unaccountably depressed and morbid. It was as though some danger impended, and instinct was warning him of it. But in the dead silence of Okar there was no suggestion of sound. It must have been in the ghostly hours between midnight and the dawn, though a cold terror that had gripped Mason would not let him get up to look at the clock that ticked monotonously on the sideboard. He lay, clammy with sweat, every sense strained and acute, listening, for, from continued contemplation of imaginary dangers, he had worked himself into a frenzy which would have turned into a conviction of real danger at the slightest sound near him. He expected sound to come. He waited for it, his ears attuned, his senses alert. And at last sound came. It was a mere creak, such a sound as a foot might make on a stairway, and it seemed to have come from the stairs leading to Mason's rooms. He did not hear it again, though, and he might have fought off the new terror that was gripping him if at that instant he had not remembered that when leaving the lower room he had forgotten to lock the rear door, the door through which Morley had entered earlier in the evening, the door through which Silverthorne had departed. He had not locked that door, and that noise on the stairs might have been made by some night prowler. Aroused to desperation by his fears, he started to get out of bed with the intention of getting the revolver that lay in a drawer in the sideboard. His feet were on the floor as he sat on the edge of the bed, preparatory to standing, when he saw the door at the head of the stairs slowly swing open and a figure of a man appear in the opening. The light in the room was faint, a mere luminous star mist, but Mason could see clearly the man's face. He stiffened, his hands gripping the bedclothing, as he muttered hoarsely, "Sanderson!" Sanderson stepped into the room and closed the door. The heavy six-shooter in his hand was at his hip, the long barrel horizontal, the big muzzle gaping forebodingly into Mason's face. There was a cold, mirthless grin on Sanderson's face, but it seemed to Mason that the grin was the wanton expression of murder-lust. He knew, without Sanderson telling him, that if he moved or made the slightest outcry, Sanderson would kill him. Therefore he made neither move nor sound, but sat there, rigid and gasping for breath, awaiting the other's pleasure. Sanderson came close to him, speaking in a vibrant whisper. "Anyone in the house with you? If you speak above a whisper, I'll blow you apart." "I'm alone," gasped Mason. Sanderson laughed lowly. "You must have known I was coming. Did you expect me?" "Well," when Mason did not answer, "you left the rear door open. Obliged to you. You know what I came for? No?" His voice was still low and vibrant. "I came to talk over what happened at Devil's Hole." Mason's eyes bulged with horror. "I see you know about it, all right. I'm glad of that. 7 men murdered. 3,000 head of cattle gone. Maybe they didn't all go into the quicksand. I don't know. What I do know is this. They've got to be paid for, men and cattle. Understand? Cattle and men." The cold emphasis he laid on the "and" made a shiver run over the banker. "Money will pay for cattle," went on Sanderson. "I'll collect a man for every man you killed at Devil's Hole." He laughed in feline humor when Mason squirmed at the words. "You think your life is more valuable than the life of any one of the men you killed at Devil's Hole, eh? Soapy was worth 100 like you. And Sogan, and all the rest. Understand? They were real men, doing some good in the world. I'm telling you this so you'll know that I don't think you amount to a hell of a lot, and that I wouldn't suffer a heap with remorse if you'd open your trap for one little peep and I'd have to blow your guts out." A devil of conscience had finally visited Mason. A devil in the flesh. For all the violent passions were aflame in Sanderson's face, repressed but needing only provocation to loose them. Mason knew what impended, but he succeeded in speaking, though the words caught strangely in his throat. "What do you want?" $90,000. The market price for 3,000 head of cattle. "There isn't that much in the vaults," protested Mason in a gasping whisper. "We never keep that amount of money on hand." He would have said more, but he saw Sanderson's grin become bitter, saw the arm holding the six-shooter stiffen suggestively. Mason raised his hands in horror. "Wait," he said pleadingly. "I'll see. Good God, man, keep the muzzle of that gun away." "90,000'll do it," Sanderson grimly told him. 90,000, no less. You can ask that God you call on so reckless to have 90,000 in the vault when you go to look for it right away. "Get up and dress," he commanded. He stood silently watching the banker as the latter got into his clothing. Then, with a wave of his gun in the direction of the stairs, he ordered Mason to precede him. He kept close to the banker in the darkness of the rooms through which they passed, and finally, when they reached the little room into which opened the big doors of the vault, embedded in solid masonry, Sanderson again spoke. "I wanted in bills a large denomination." The banker was on his knees before the doors, working at the combination, and he looked around in silent objection at Sanderson's voice. "Big ones, I said," repeated the latter. "You've got 'em. I was in Silverthorne's room some hours ago, looking over his books and things. I saw a note there showing that he deposited $50,000 here the day before yesterday. The note said it was cash. You'll have $40,000 more. If you ain't got it, you'll wish you had." Mason had it. He drew it out in packages, saffron-hued notes that he passed back to Sanderson reluctantly. When he had passed back the exact amount, he looked around. Sanderson ordered him to close the doors, and with the banker preceding him, they returned to the upper room, where Sanderson distributed the money over his person securely, the banker watching him. When Sanderson had finished, he again spoke. There was elation in his eyes, but they still were aflame with the threat of death and violence. "Who's the biggest and most honest man in town?" he said. "The one man that the folks here always think of when they're in trouble and want a square deal. Every town always has such a man. Who is he?" "Judge Graney," said Mason. "All right," declared Sanderson. "We'll go see Judge Graney. You're going to lead me to the place where he lives. We're going to have him witness that you've paid me $90,000 for the stock you destroyed, my cattle. He's going to be all the law I'm going to depend on in this case. After a while, if you sneaks go too strong, I'll let loose a little of my own law, the kind I've showed you tonight. You're going to Judge Graney's place, and you're going to sign a paper showing you paid me the money for my cattle. You ain't going to make any noise on the way, or to Judge Graney. You're going to do the talking and tell Graney that you want him to witness the deal. And you're going to do it without him getting wise that I'm forcing you. You'll have to do some acting, and if you fall down on this job, you'll never have to act again. Get going." Mason was careful not to make any noise as he went down the stairs. He was equally careful when he reached the street. In a short time, Sanderson walking close behind him, he halted at a door of a private dwelling. He knocked on the door, and a short, squat man appeared in the opening, holding a kerosene lamp in one hand and a six-shooter in the other. He recognized Mason instantly, and politely asked him and his visitor inside. There Mason stated his business, and the judge, though revealing some surprise that so big a transaction should be concluded at so uncommon an hour, attested the paper made out by Mason, and signed the receipt for $90,000 written by Sanderson and given to the banker. Then, still followed by Sanderson, the banker went out. There was no word spoken by either of the men until they again reached the bank building. Then it was Sanderson who spoke. "That's all, Mason," he said. "Talk if you must. Maybe it'll keep you from exploding. But if there's any more meddling with my affairs by you, I'm coming for you again. And the next time it'll be to make you pay for my men." He slipped behind the bank building and was gone. A little later, still standing where Sanderson had left him, he saw the Double-A man riding swiftly across country toward the neck of the basin. Mason went slowly upstairs, lighted a lamp, and looked at his reflection in a glass. He sighed, blew out the light, got into bed, and stretched out in relief, feeling that he had got out of the affair cheaply enough, considering all things. And remembering what Sanderson had told him about returning, he determined that if Judge Graney said nothing of the occurrence, he would never mention it, for he did not want Sanderson to pay him another visit. End of Chapter 21. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 22 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Man from the Abyss. At about the time Sanderson was entering Ocar, Alva Dale was letting himself into the door of his office at the Bar D ranch house. Dale's thoughts, because of the sensuous longing with which he had always looked upon Peggy Nyland, had become abysmal. Silverthorne had warned him that the dragging of a woman into the plot would be fatal to their aims, but Dale had paid no heed to Silverthorne. During the day he had kept thinking of the girl until now he could no longer restrain himself. His face was bestial with passion as he entered his office. Inside the office he lighted a lamp and seated himself at his desk. There, with a pair of shears and a piece of black cloth, he fashioned a mask. He donned the mask and peered at himself in a mirror, grinning with satisfaction over the reflection. Had he not known himself for Alva Dale, he would have been fooled by the covering. Working swiftly, he changed his clothes. Then, after again looking at his reflection, he put out the light, stepped outside, locked the door, and mounted his horse. Riding a ridge above a shallow arroyo, he came upon a little level near a grove of cottonwood trees. He circled one side of the grove, and in a clearing he saw the Nyland cabin. He had visited the cabin before, but never had he felt about it as he felt at this moment. There had always been the presence of Ben Nyland to dampen the romantic thoughts that had beset him. For there had been a time when, if Peggy Nyland had been willing, he would have married her. That time had passed. Dale grinned wickedly as he dismounted and walked forward. There was no light showing in any of the windows, and Dale stepped stealthily to the rear door and knocked. There was no answer, and Dale repeated the blows. Then he grinned with delight as he heard Peggy's voice, high-pitched and startled, saying, "Who's there?" "It's me, Sanderson," he returned. "I've come for you." "What for?" This time there was alarm in the girl's voice, and Dale heard her walk across the floor and halt at the door. He mentally visualized her, standing there, one ear against the panel. "Didn't they tell you?" he said in a hoarse voice, into which he succeeded in getting much pretended anger. "Why, I sent a man over here with word." "Word about what?" Dale heard the girl fumbling at the fastenings of the door, and he knew that his imitation of Sanderson's voice had deceived her. "Word that Ben was hurt," he lied. "The east train hit him as it was pulling in. He's bad off, but the doc says he'll come around if he gets good nursing, and that's why I've come." While he was talking, the door burst open and Peggy appeared in the opening, her eyes wide with concern and eagerness. She had heard Dale's first knock on the door, and knowing it was someone for her, perhaps Ben returning, she had begun to dress, finishing, except for her shoes and stockings, by the time she opened the door. In the dim light she did not at first see the mask on Dale's face, and she was insistently demanding to be told just where Ben's injuries were when she detected the fraud. Then she gasped and stepped back, trying to close the door. She would have succeeded had not Dale thrust a foot into the aperture. She stamped at his foot with her bare one ineffectually. Dale laughed at her futile efforts to keep him from opening the door. He struck an arm through the aperture, leaned his weight against the door, and pushed it open. She was at the other side of the room when he entered, having dodged behind a table. He made a rush for her, but she evaded him, keeping the table between them. There was no word said. The girl's breath was coming in great gasps from the fright and shock she had received, but Dale's was shrill and laboring from the strength of his passions. Reason left him as they circled around the table, and with a curse he overturned it so that it rolled and crashed out of the way, leaving her with no obstacle behind which to find shelter. She ran toward the door, but Dale caught her at the threshold. She twisted and squirmed in his grasp, scratching him and clawing at his face in an excess of terror, and one hand finally caught at the black mask covering and tore it from his face. "Alva Dale!" she shrieked. "Oh, you beast!" Fighting with redoubled fury, she forced him against one of the door jambs, still scratching and clawing. Dale grasped one hand, but the free one reached his face, the fingers sinking into the flesh and making a deep gash in his cheek. The pain made a demon of Dale, and he struck her. She fell, soundlessly, her head striking the edge of a chair with a deadening, thudding crash. Standing in the doorway, looking down at her, the faint outdoor light shining on her face and revealing its ghastly whiteness, Dale suffered a quick reaction. He had not meant to strike so hard, he told himself. He hoped he had not killed her. Kneeling beside her, he felt her pulse and her head. The flesh under his hand was cold as marble. The pulse, if there was any, was not perceptible. Dale examined the back of her head, where it had struck the chair. He got up, his face ashen and convulsed with horror. "Good Lord," he muttered hoarsely. "She's dead, or dying. I've done it now." End of chapter 22. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 23 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Gunman. Dale's first decision was to leave Peggy in the cabin, but she might recover, and she had recognized him. Ben Nyland would exact stern vengeance for the outrage. Dale stood for some seconds in the doorway, his brain working rapidly. Then he leaped inside the cabin, took the girl up in his arms, carried her to his horse, mounted, and with the limp, sagging body in his arms, rode into the night. Reaction also was working on Banker Mason. Though more than an hour had passed since he had got into bed, following the departure of his nocturnal visitor, he had not slept a wink. His brain, revolving the incidents of the night, it had been a positive panorama of vivid horrors. The first gray streak of dawn was splitting the horizon when he gave it up, clambered out of bed, and poured a generous drink from the bottle on the sideboard. "God, a man needs something like this to brace him up after such a night," he declared. He took a second drink from the bottle, and a third. In the act of pouring a fourth, he heard a sound at the back door, and with a gulp of terror he remembered that he had again forgotten to lock it. Sanderson undoubtedly was returning. Again Mason's body became clammy with a cold sweat. He stood in the room near the sideboard, tremblingly listening. For again there was a step on the stairs. When he saw the door begin to open, his knees knocked together. But there entered not the dread apparition he expected, but Alva Dale, with the limp form of a woman in his arms. The sudden breaking of the tension and astonishment over what he saw made Mason's voice hoarse. "What's up now?" he demanded. "Hell," muttered Dale. He told Mason the whole story, with some reservations. "I was sparking her, like I've been doing for a long time. We had a tiff over something, and I pushed her. She fell over, hitting her head." "You damned fool!" snapped Mason. Dale was not Sanderson, and Mason felt the authority of his position. "This is Peggy Nyland, isn't it? She's the girl Silverthorne was telling me about, that you're sweet on. You damn fool! Can't you let the women alone when we're in a deal like this? You'll ruin the whole thing. Get her out of here." Dale eyed the other sullenly, his face bloating with rage. "Look here, Mason, you quit your infernal yapping. She stays here. I thought at first I'd killed her, and I was going to plant her, but she's been groaning a little while I've been coming here, and there's a chance for her. Go get the doctor." "What about her brother?" demanded Mason. "He's a shark with a gun, they tell me, and a tiger when he's aroused. If he finds out about this, he'll kill both of us." Dale grinned saturninely. "I'll take care of the brother," he said. "You get the doc, and be damn quick about it." Mason went out, and in 5 minutes returned with the doctor. The latter worked for more than an hour with Peggy, and at last succeeded in reviving her. But though Peggy opened her eyes, there was no light of reason in them, only the vacuous, unseeing stare of a dulled and apathetic brain. "She's got an awful whack," said the doctor. "It's cracked her skull. It'll be weeks before she gets over it, if she ever does. I'll come and see her tomorrow." The doctor came the next day, in the morning. He found the patient no better. A woman, hired by Dale, was caring for the girl. Also, in the morning, Dale paid a visit. His visit was to Dow Colton, the man Dale had employed to kill Sanderson, and who had so signally failed. The scene of the meeting between Dale and Colton was in the rear room of the city hotel. "Look here," said Dale, "this deal can't be no whizzer like you run in on Sanderson. He's got to be dropped, or things are going to happen to all of us. His name's Nyland, Ben Nyland. You know him?" Colton nodded. "Plenty. He's a fast man with a gun. I'll have to get him when he ain't looking. You'll get me clear?" "No one will know about it," declared Dale. "You go out to his ranch and lay for him. He'll be in on the afternoon train. When he comes into the door of his house, nail him. That's easy." Into Chapter 23. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 24 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concerning a Woman. Day was breaking when Sanderson rode into the Double-A corral and dismounted. Several of the men of the outfit were astir, and he called to one of them and told the man to care for his horse. He grinned around at them all, and then went into the house. Mary Bransford was not yet up. The door that Sanderson had gone out of the night before was still unlocked. He opened it and entered, passing through the sitting room and halting in the kitchen. He had noted that the door to Mary's room was closed. Sanderson's dominant emotion was that of grim satisfaction. He had compelled Mason to disgorge the money without jeopardizing his own liberty. Judge Graney's word would suffice to prove his case should Mason proceed against him. But Sanderson had little fear that Mason would attempt reprisal. If he had judged the man correctly, Mason would not talk, even to Silverthorne. Sanderson cared very little if he did talk. He had reached the point where the killing of his enemies would come easy to him. They had chosen lawlessness, and he could wage that kind of warfare as well as they. He had shown them that he could. He disclosed the visible proof of his ability. One by one, he drew the packages of currency from various pockets, tossing them at random on the kitchen table. He was standing at the table, counting the bills in one of the packages, when he heard a sound behind him. He wheeled to confront Mary Bransford. She was dressed, but her face was as yet unwashed, and her hair uncombed. She stood in the doorway between the dining room and the kitchen, looking at Sanderson in sleepy-eyed bewilderment. "I saw you riding in," she said. "Where on earth have you been at this hour? You came from the direction of Oakar." "Business," he grinned. "Business? Why, what kind of business could take you to Oakar during the night?" "If you could get the sleep out of your eyes," he suggested, "maybe you could see. It's the kind of business that all the world is interested in, getting the money." And then she saw the packages of bills. She rubbed her eyes as though in doubt of the accuracy of her vision. They grew wide and bright with astonishment and wonder, and she gave a little breathless gasp as she ran forward to the table and looked down at the mound of wealth. And then, convinced that her senses had not played her a trick, her face whitened. She drew a long breath and turned to Sanderson, grasping the lapels of his coat and holding them tightly. "Sanderson," she said in an awed voice, "what have you done? Where did you get that money?" He told her, and her eyes dilated. "What a reckless thing to do," she said. "They might have killed you." "Mason was having thoughts the other way around," he grinned. "He was mighty glad I didn't make him pay for the men he killed." "They'll be after you. They'll kill you for that," she told him. "Shucks," he laughed. He showed her the documents written and signed by Mason and attested by Judge Graney. "This is to certify that I have tonight paid to Deal Sanderson the sum of $90,000 for 3,000 head of cattle received to my full satisfaction." "There ain't no comeback to that," exulted Sanderson. "Now we'll start building that dam. Maybe, though," he added, grinning at her, "if you knew where a mighty hungry man could find a good cook that would be willing to rustle some grub, there'd be—" She laughed. "Right away," she said, and went outside to perform her ablutions. Sanderson, while she was outside, counted out $10,000 and put it into a pocket. Then he piled the remainder of the money neatly on the table. When Mary came in, her face glowing, her hair freshly combed, he stood and looked at her with admiration in his eyes and a great longing in his heart. "I've dreamed of seeing you that way," he said. "As your cook?" she demanded, reddening. "A man's grub would taste a heap better if his wife did the cooking," he said, his face sober. "Why," she said, "do you mean—" "I wouldn't be finicky if my wife was doing the cooking," he declared, his own face crimson. "I wouldn't kick if she gave me the same kind of grub every morning, if it was she I wanted." "Why, Sanderson, is this—" "It's a proposal, ma'am. I can't say what I want to say, what I figured on saying to you. I don't seem to be able to find the words I wanted to use. But you'll understand, ma'am, that you want a cook more than you want a wife." "Oh, Sanderson," she mocked. She knew that it was bashfulness that had caused him to mention the cooking, that he had introduced the subject merely for the purpose of making an oblique start, but she could not resist the temptation to taunt him. She looked furtively at him to see how deeply she had hurt him, but was surprised to see him grinning widely. "Women ain't so wise as they pretend to be," he said. "There's grub and grub. And what kind of grub is it that a man in love wants most?" She caught his meaning now, and blushed rosy red, dropping her eyes from his. "That wasn't fair, Sanderson," she said lowly. "Besides, a man can't live on kisses." "I know a man who can," he smiled, his eyes eager and glowing, now that he saw she was not going to repel him. "That is," he added lowly, "if he could find a cook that would give them to him whenever he wanted them. But it would take a lot of them, and they'd have to be given with the cook's consent. Do you think you could—" He paused and looked at her, for her eyes were shining and her lips were pursed in a way that left no doubt of the invitation. "Why, Mary," he said, as he caught her in his arms. For a time the money lay on the table unnoticed and forgotten, and there was an eloquent silence in the kitchen. A little later, Barney Owen, passing close to the kitchen window, having seen the men caring for Sanderson's horse, and learning from them that Sanderson had come in early after having apparently been out all night, heard Sanderson's voice issuing from the kitchen. "There's a difference in kisses. Them that you gave me when you thought I was your brother wasn't half as thrilling as—" Owen stiffened and stood rigid, his face whitening. And then again he heard Sanderson's voice. "There's a judge in Ocar, Judge Graney, and if you'd consider getting married today, ma'am, why—" "Why, Sanderson!" came Mary's voice in mild reproof. "Well, then," sounded Sanderson's voice, full of resignation this time, "have it your way. I don't want to hurry you." "Hurry me? Oh, no," laughed the girl in general mockery. Whereat they both laughed. The sound of it must have pleased Owen, for he, too, laughed, as he left the window and went toward the bunkhouse. An hour later, Sanderson emerged from the house, threw saddle and bridle on Streak, and rode out into the basin to a camp where he found Kent Williams and his men. He gave the engineer the package of bills he had taken from the table. "Here's $10,000, he said. "You take your men, ride over to Lizette, get your supplies, and hustle them right back here. It ain't likely there'll be any more trouble, but we ain't taking any chances. My men ain't got any more cattle to bother with, and they'll go with you and your men to Lizette and come back with the wagons to see that they ain't interfered with. Start as soon as you can get ready." Within an hour the engineer, his men, and the men of the Double-A outfit were on the move. Barney Owen did not go. He sat on one of the top rails of the corral fence, alternately watching the men of the outfit as they faded into the vast space towards Lizette, and Mary Bransford and Sanderson as they stood on the porch, close together, likewise watching the men. "I'd say, if anyone was to ask me, that there's a brother who seems to have been forgotten," said Owen with a curious smile. End of chapter 24. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 25 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Man Is Aroused. The coming of the dawn and the comforting contact with other human beings brought Banker Mason relief from the terrifying fear that had gripped him during the night. He became almost courageous after breakfast, and began to think that perhaps he had yielded too readily to Sanderson's demands. As the hours passed, and the memory of the night's horror grew more distant, he began to feel indignant over the treatment accorded him by Sanderson. Later, the indignation grew to a deep and consuming rage, and he entertained thoughts of his power and influence and of the comparative unimportance of the grim-faced man who had robbed him. Robbed him! That was it. Sanderson had robbed him. The more Mason's thoughts dwelt upon the occurrence, the deeper grew his rage. He even condoned Dale's action in bringing the Nyland girl to his rooms. Dale was his friend, and he would protect him. Perhaps Mason did not reflect that his greed was attempting to justify him, that back of his growing championship of Dale was his eagerness to get possession of the Nyland property, and that behind his rage over Sanderson's visit was the bitter thought that Sanderson had compelled him to pay for the destroyed and stolen steers. Mason did not consider that phase of the question, or, if he did consider it, he did not permit that consideration to influence his actions, for within 2 hours after breakfast he had sent a messenger for Silverthorne and Dale, and 15 minutes later he was telling them the story of the night's happenings. Silverthorne's face grew purple with rage during the recital. At its conclusion he got up, dark purpose glinting in his eyes. "We got to put Sanderson out of the way, and do it quickly," he declared. "And we've got to get that money back. Dale, you're a deputy sheriff. Damn the law. This isn't a matter for court action. That damn Greenie wouldn't give us a warrant for Sanderson now, no matter what we told him. We've got to take the law into our own hands. We'll see if this man can come in here, rob a bank, and get away without being punished." At the end of a 15-minute talk, Dale slipped out of the rear door of the bank and sought the street. In the city hotel he whispered to several men, who sauntered out of the building singly, mounted their horses, and rode toward the neck of the basin. In another saloon Dale whispered to several other men, who followed the first ones. Dale's search continued for some little time, and he kept a continuous stream of riders heading toward the neck of the basin. And then, when he had spoken to as many as he thought he needed, he mounted his own horse and rode away. Sanderson and Mary Bransford had not yet settled the question regarding the disposal of the money Sanderson had received from banker Mason. They sat on the edge of the porch, talking about it. From a window of the bunkhouse Barney Owen watched them, a pleased smile on his face. "It's yours," Sanderson told the girl, "and we ain't trusting that to any bank. Look what they did with the $7,000 I got in the Lizette Bank. They've tied it up so nobody will be able to touch it until half the lawyers in the county have had a chance to gas about it. And by that time there won't be a 2-bit piece left to argue over. No, sirree. You got to keep that coin where you can put your hands on it when you want it." "When you want it," she smiled. "Do you know, Dale," she added seriously, blushing as she looked at him, "that our romance has been so much different from other romances that I've heard about? It has seemed so, matter of fact." He grinned. "All romances, real romances, are a heap matter of fact. Love is the most matter of fact thing in the world. When a guy meets a girl that he takes a shine to, and the girl takes a shine to him, there ain't anything going to keep them from making a go of it." He reddened a little. "That's what I thought when I saw you. Even when the drifter was telling me about you, I was sure of you." "I think you have shown it in your actions," she laughed. "But how about you?" he suggested. "Did you have any thoughts on the subject?" I think that even while I thought you were my brother, I realized that my feeling for you was strange and unusual, though I laid it to the fact that I had never had a brother and therefore could not be expected to know just how a sister should feel toward one. But it has all been unusual, hasn't it?" If you mean me coming here like I did, and masquerading, and letting you kiss me and fuss over me, why, maybe that would be considered unusual. But love ain't unusual, and a man fighting for the woman he loves ain't unusual." While he had been talking, a change had come over him. His voice had lost its note of gentle raillery. His lips had straightened into hard lines. His eyes were glowing with the light she had seen in them more than once, the cold glitter of hostility. Startled, she took him by the shoulders and shook him. "Why, what on earth has come over you, Deal?" He grinned mirthlessly, got up, took a hitch in his cartridge belt, and drew a full breath. "The fighting ain't over yet," he said. "There's a bunch of guys coming toward the AA. Dale's gang, most likely, after the money I took from Mason." She was on her feet now and looking out into the basin. 2 or 3 miles away, enveloped in a huge dust cloud, were a number of riders. They were coming fast and headed directly for the AA ranch house. The girl clung to Sanderson's arm in sudden terror until he gently released himself, and, taking her by the shoulders, forced her through a door and into the sitting room. "Hide that money in a safe place, where the devil himself couldn't find it. Don't give it up, no matter what happens." He walked to a window and looked out. Behind him he could hear Mary running here and there, and at last, when the riders were within half a mile of the house, she came and stood behind Sanderson, panting, resting her hands on his shoulders to peer over them at the coming riders. Sanderson turned and smiled at her. "We'll go out on the porch now and wait for 'em." "Deal," she whispered excitedly, "why don't you go away? Get on Streak. He'll outrun any horse in the county. Go. Get Williams and the other boys. Deal?" She shook him frenziedly. "It isn't the money they're after. It's you. They'll kill you, Deal. And there are so many of them. Run! Run!" He grinned, patting her shoulder as he led her out upon the porch and forced her into a chair. When the men had come near enough for him to distinguish their faces, and he saw that Dale was leading them, he walked to a slender porch column and leaned against it, turning to smile at Mary. "Mason decided he'd have to talk, looks like," he said. "Some men just can't help it." Rigid in her chair, the girl watched the riders swoop towards her ranch house. Sanderson, lounging against the porch column, smiled saturninely. The riders headed directly toward the porch. Sanderson counted them as they came to a halt within 30 feet of the edge of the porch. There were 20 of them. Dale, his face flushed, his eyes alight with triumph, dismounted and stepped forward, halting at the edge of the porch and sweeping his hat from his head with exaggerated courtesy. "Delighted to see you, ma'am, and your friend, Deal Sanderson. Mr. Sanderson paid my friend Mason a visit last night, taking away with him $90,000 of the bank's money. Me and my men has come over to get the money, and Mr. Sanderson. The Ocar court allows that it needs him. I've got a warrant for him." Dale's grin was huge. He felt secure with his men behind him. But if he expected Sanderson to be impressed, he was disappointed. The latter's face did not change color, nor did he shift his position in the slightest manner. And his cold, amused grin disconcerted Dale. His voice, when he spoke, was gentle and drawling. "Was you thinking Miss Bransford was interested in warrants, Dale? Oh, don't. There's an honest judge in Ocar, and he ain't helping Mason's gang. Get back to Okar and tell Mason that Sanderson ain't visiting Okar today." "You ain't, eh?" Dale's voice snapped with rage. "Well, we ain't caring a damn whether you do or not. We've got you right where we want you. I got a warrant, and you'll come peaceable or we'll plant you. There ain't only 2 horses in the corral, showing that your men is gone, and there ain't anything between you and the coyotes." "Only you, Dale," said Sanderson. His voice was still gentle, still drawling, but into it had come a note that made Dale's face turn pale and caused the bodies of the men in the group to stiffen. "Only you, Dale," Sanderson repeated. His right hand was at his hip, resting lightly on the butt of the 6-shooter that reposed in its holster. "I've always wanted to test the idea whether a crook like you thought more of what he was doing than he did of his own life. This gun leather of mine is kind of short at the top, if you'll notice. The stock and the hammer of the gun are where they can be touched without interfering with the leather. There ain't any trigger spring, because I've been brought up to fan the hammer. There ain't any bottom to the holster, and it's hung by a little piece of leather so's it'll turn easy in any direction. It can easy be turned on you. You get going. I'll have a chance to bore one man before your crowd gets me. Likely it will be you. What are you saying?" Dale was saying nothing. His face changed color. He shifted his feet uneasily and looked back at his men. Some of them were grinning, and it was plain to Dale that not one of them would act unless ordered to do so. And an order given by him would mean suicide, nothing less. For from that country in which Sanderson had gained his reputation had come stories of the man's remarkable ability with the weapon he had described, and Dale had no longing to risk his life so recklessly. There was a long, tense silence. Not a man in the group of riders moved a finger. All were gazing, with a sort of dread fascination, at the holster at Sanderson's right hip, and at the butt of the gun in it, projecting far, the hammer in plain sight. The situation could not last. Sanderson did not expect it to last. Seemingly calm and unconcerned, he was in reality passionately alert and watchful. For he had no hope of escaping from this predicament. He had made a mistake in sending his men away with Williams, and he knew the chances against him were too great. He had known that all along, even when talking and comforting Mary Bransford. He knew that Dale had come to kill him, that Graney had not issued any warrant for him, for Graney knew that Mason had acted on his own volition, or at least had given the judge that impression. But whether the warrant was a true one or not, Sanderson had decided that he would not let himself be taken. He had determined that at the first movement made by any man in the group, he would kill Dale and take his chance with the others. Dale knew it. He saw the cold resolution in Sanderson's eyes. Dale drew a deep breath, and the men in the group behind him watched him narrowly. But just when it seemed that decisive action in one direction or another must be taken, there came an interruption. Behind Sanderson, from one of the windows of the ranch house, came a hoarse curse. Sanderson saw Dale's eyes dilate. He saw the faces of the men in the group of riders change color. He saw their hands go slowly upward. Dale, too, raised his hands. Glancing swiftly over his shoulder, Sanderson saw Barney Owen at one of the windows. He was inside the house. His arms were resting on the window sill. He was kneeling, and in his hands was a rifle, the muzzle covering Dale and the men who had come with him. Owen's face was chalk white and working with demoniac passion. His eyes were wild, and blazing with a wanton malignancy that awed every man who looked at him, Sanderson included. His teeth were bared in a horrible snarl. The man was like some wild animal. Worse, the savage, primitive passions of him were unleashed and rampant, directed by a reasoning intelligence. His voice was hoarse and rasping, coming in jerks. "Get out of the way, Sanderson! Stand aside! I'll take care of these whelps. Get your hands up, Dale! Higher! Higher! You damn sneaking vulture! Come here to make trouble, eh? You and your bunch of curs! I'll take care of you! Move, one of you! Move a finger! You won't? Then go! Go! I'll count 3. The man that isn't going, when I finish counting, gets his quick. 1, 2, wait!" Already on the move, the men halted at the sound of his voice. The violence of the passion that gripped him gave him a new thought. "You don't go," he jeered at them. "You stay here. Sanderson, you take their guns. Grab them yourself." Sanderson drew his own weapon and moved rapidly among the men. He got Dale's gun first and threw it in the sand at the edge of the porch. Then he disarmed the others, one after another, throwing the weapons where he had thrown Dale's. He heard Owen tell Mary Bransford to get them, and he saw Mary gathering them up and take them into the house. Sanderson made his search of the men thorough, for he had caught the spirit of the thing. At last, when the guns were all collected, Owen issued another order. "Now turn your backs, every last man of you, and stay that way. The man that turns his head will never do it again. Sanderson, you go after Williams and the others. They've only been gone about an hour, and they won't travel fast. Get them. Bring them back here. Then we'll take the whole bunch over to Ocar and see what Judge Graney has to say about that warrant." Sanderson looked at Mary Bransford, a huge grin on his face. She smiled stiffly at him in return and nodded her head. Seemingly it was the only way out of a bad predicament. Certainly they could not commit wholesale murder, and it was equally certain that if Dale was permitted to go, he and his men would return, or they might retire to a distance, surround the house, and thus achieve their aim. Sanderson, however, was not satisfied, for he knew that a sudden, concerted rush by the men, even though they were unarmed, would result disastrously to Owen, and to Mary if she decided to remain. Telling the little man to keep a watchful eye on the men, he went among them, ordering those that were mounted from their horses. When they were all standing, he began to uncoil the ropes that were hanging from the saddles. He worked fast, and looking up once, he saw Owen's eyes glowing with approval, while Mary smiled broadly at him. They knew what he meant to do. Dale and his men knew also, for their faces grew sullen. Sanderson, however, would tolerate no resistance. Rope in hand, he faced Dale. The latter's face grew white with impotent fury as he looked at the rope in Sanderson's hands, but the significant hardness that flashed into Sanderson's eyes convinced him of the futility of resistance, and he held his hands outward. Sanderson tied them. Very little of the rope was required in the process, and after Dale was secured, Sanderson threw a loop around the hands of a man who stood beside Dale, linking him with the ladder. Several others followed. Sanderson used half a dozen ropes, and when he had finished, all the Dale men, with their leader on an extreme end, were lashed together. There were hard words spoken by the men, but they brought only grins to Sanderson's face, to Owen's, and to Mary's. "They won't bother you a heap now," declared Sanderson, as he stepped toward the porch and spoke to Owen. "Keep an eye on them, though, and don't let 'em go to moving around much." Sanderson stepped up on the porch and spoke lowly to Mary, asking her to go with him after Williams, for he had had that thought in mind ever since Owen had issued the order for him to ride after the engineer. But Mary refused, telling Sanderson that by accompanying him she would only hamper him. Reluctantly then, though swiftly, Sanderson ran to the corral, threw saddle and bridle on Streak, and returned to the porch. He halted there for a word with Owen and Mary, then raced northeastward, following a faint trail that Williams and the others had taken, which led for a time over the plains, then upward to the mesa which rimmed the basin. End of chapter 25. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 26 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Man is Hanged. Sanderson and Streak grew dim in the distance until, to the watchers at the ranch house, horse and rider merged into a mere blot that crawled up the long slope leading to the mesa. The watchers saw the blot yet a little longer, as it traveled with swift, regular leaps along the edge of the mesa. Then it grew fainter and fainter, and at last they saw it no more. Dale's men, their backs to Owen and Mary, seemed to have accepted their defeat in a spirit of resignation, for they made no attempt to turn their heads. Mary, white and shaking, though with a calmness that came from the knowledge that in this crisis she must do what she could, went inside and stood behind Owen, ready to respond to any call he might make upon her. Owen, his rage somewhat abated, though he still watched Dale and his men with sullen, malevolent eyes, had changed his position. Mary had brought a chair, and Owen sat on it, the rifle still resting on the windowsill, menacing the men. The minutes, it seemed to the girl, passed with exceeding slowness. She watched the hands of a clock on a shelf in the room drag themselves across the face of the dial, and twice she walked in front of the shelf and peered intently at the clock to be certain it was going. Williams and the other men had been gone for something more than an hour. But, as Owen had said, they would travel slowly, having no incentive for haste. Sanderson, on the other hand, would make Streak run his best, and she knew Streak could run. So she began to estimate the time that would elapse before Sanderson and Williams returned. With an hour's start, she gave Sanderson 3/4 of an hour to catch them. Then 3/4 of an hour additional would be required for the run home, if they came back as swiftly as Sanderson had gone. But she doubted that. She would give them a full hour for the return trip. That would make an hour and 3/4. But it seemed to her that an age elapsed before the minute hand on the clock dragged itself 1/4 of the distance around the circle. She looked out at Dale and his men. The men were all standing, their backs to the house, but it seemed to the girl that they were standing nearer to one another than they had been all along, and a pulse of trepidation ran over her. Watching them closely, Mary felt they were meditating some action. They were whispering to one another, and Dale was gesturing as emphatically as he could. The girl was certain they contemplated concerted action of some sort, and she was just about to apprise Owen of her fears when she saw one of the men, and then another, and another, working with the ropes that bound them. One of the men turned, a huge grin on his face. She caught the flash of metal in the man's hands, saw the rope fall from them, severed. She shouted then at Owen, "Look out, Barney! They've got a knife!" At the instant she spoke, the men moved as though by prearrangement. By the time her voice reached Owen's ears, the men had scattered, running in all directions. Several ran directly away from the house, others toward it. Some went toward the corners of the building nearest them. All were running zigzag fashion. Owen, his eyes blazing, fired 3 times in rapid succession. One of the men tumbled headlong, turning over several times and landing face downward on the sand of the yard. But several others, apparently uninjured, ran straight for the ranch house. There were no stationary targets for Owen to shoot at. By the time he had fired the 3 shots, the men were all moving. Several the girl saw as they ran around the ranch house. 3 or 4 others ran straight for the door in which she stood. She cried sharply to Owen, and the latter fired once as 3 or 4 figures crossed the porch. The girl could not tell whether or not Dale was one of the 3, for the men moved quickly. Owen missed. Mary heard him curse, and before he had time to do either again, the men were inside. Mary was standing near Owen, and she had reached down for one of the pistols that lay on the floor. By the time the men entered the door, she had raised the weapon, and as the first figure burst through the opening, she leveled the weapon and pulled the trigger. The gun went off, but did no apparent damage, and before she could fire again, the men were upon her. She threw the heavy weapon into the face of the man nearest her. She did not look at him, and ran through the nearest door, which opened into the kitchen. She heard the man curse as the weapon struck him full in the face, and she knew then that she had struck Dale. In the kitchen, the girl hesitated. She would have gone outside on the chance that the men there might not see her, but hesitating at the kitchen door, she saw a big man running toward it. So she turned and ran into the room she used as a pantry, slamming the door behind her, bolting it, and leaning against it, breathing heavily. She had not, however, escaped the eyes of the man who had been running toward the kitchen door. She heard Dale's voice asking one of the men if he had seen her, and the latter answered, "She ducked into the pantry and closed the door." She heard a man step heavily across the kitchen floor, and an instant later he was shoving against the door with a shoulder. "Bolted, eh?" he said with a short laugh. He walked away and presently returned. "Well, you'll keep," he said. "There ain't any windows." She knew from his voice that the man was Dale. He had gone outside and had seen there was no escape for her except through the door she had barred. There came a silence except for the movements of the men and the low hum of their voices. She wondered what had become of Owen, but she did not dare unbolt the door for fear that Dale might be waiting on the other side of it. So, in the grip of a nameless terror, she leaned against the door and waited. She heard Dale talking to his men. He was standing near the door behind which she stood, and she could hear him distinctly. "You guys hit the breeze after Sanderson. Kill him and anybody that's with him. Wipe out the whole bunch. I'll stay here and make the girl tell me where the coin is. Get going, and go fast, for Sanderson will travel some." The girl heard the boots of the men clatter on the floor as they went out. Listening intently, she could hear the thudding of their horses' hoofs as they fled. She shrank back from the door, looking hard at it, wondering if it would hold, if it would resist Dale's efforts to burst it open, as she knew he would try to do. She wished now that she had followed Sanderson's suggestion about riding after Williams. This situation would not have been possible then. Working feverishly, she piled against the door all the available articles and objects she could find. There were not many of them, and they looked a pitifully frail barricade to her. A silence that followed was endured with her cringing against the barricade. She had a hope that Dale would search for the money, that he would find it and go away without attempting to molest her. But when she heard his step just outside the door, she gave up hope and stood, her knees shaking, awaiting his first movement. It came quickly enough. She heard him, saw the door give just a trifle as he leaned his weight against it. The movement made her gasp, and he heard the sound. "So you're still there, eh? Well, I thought you would be. Open the door." "Dale," she said desperately, "get out of here. I'll tell you where the money is. I don't want it." "All right," he said. "Where is it?" "It's in the parlor. The packages are stuffed between the springs of the lounge." He laughed jeeringly. "That dodge don't go," he said in a voice that made her feel clammy all over. "If it's there, all right, I'll get it. But the money can wait. Open the door." "Dale," she said as steadily as she could, "if you try to get in here, I shall kill you." "That's good," he laughed. "You threw your gun at me. It hit me, too. Besides, if you had a gun, you'd be letting it off now. This door ain't so thick that a bullet wouldn't go through it. Shoot." Again there came a silence. She heard Dale walking about in the kitchen. She heard him place a chair near the wall which divided the pantry from the kitchen. And then, for the first time, she realized that the partition did not reach entirely to the ceiling, that it rose to a height only a few feet above her head. She heard Dale laugh triumphantly. At just the instant she looked at the top of the partition, and she saw one of Dale's legs come over. It dangled there for a second, then the man's head and shoulders appeared, with his hands gripping the top of the wall. She began to tear at the barricade she had erected, and had only succeeded in partially demolishing it, when Dale swung his body over the wall and dropped lightly beside her. She fought him with the only weapons she had, her hands, not waiting for him to advance on her, but leaping at him in a fury and striking his face with her fists as she had seen men strike others. He laughed, deeply, scornfully, as her blows landed, mocking her impotent resistance. Twice he seized her hands and swept them brutally to her sides, where he held them, trying to grip them in one of his, but she squirmed free and fought him again, clawing at his eyes. The nails of her fingers found his cheek, gashing it deeply. The pain from the hurt made him furious. "Damn you, you devil! I'll fix you!" he cursed. And in an access of bestial rage, he tore her hands from his face, crushed them to her sides, wrenching them cruelly, until she cried out in agony. Then, his face hideous, he seized her by the shoulders and crushed her against the outside wall, so that her head struck it and she sagged forward into his arms, unconscious. The lock on Barney Owen's rifle had jammed just as Dale entered the room, following the rush of the men to the outside door. He had selected Dale as his target. He tried for a fatal instant to work the lock, saw his error, and swung the weapon over his head in an attempt to brain the man nearest him. The man dodged, and the rifle slipped from Owen's hands and went clattering to the floor. Then the man struck with the butt of one of the pistols he had picked up from the floor, and Owen went down in a heap. When he regained consciousness, the room was empty. For a time he lay where he had fallen, too dizzy and faint to get to his feet, and then he heard Dale's voice saying, "A bullet wouldn't go through it. Shoot." At the sound of Dale's voice, a terrible rage, such as had seized Owen at the moment he had stuck the rifle through the window, gripped him now, and he sat up, swaying from the strength of it. He got to his feet, muttering insanely, and staggered toward the kitchen door, from the direction in which Dale's voice seemed to come. It took him some time to reach the door, and when he did get there, he was forced to lean against one of the jambs for support. But he gained strength rapidly, and peering round the door jamb, he was just in time to see Dale step on a chair and lift himself over the partition dividing the kitchen from the pantry. Owen heard the commotion that followed Dale's disappearance over the partition. He heard the succeeding crashes and the scuffling. Then came Dale's voice. "Damn you, you devil! I'll fix you!" Making queer sounds in his throat, Owen ran into the sitting room where the weapons taken from the men had been piled. They were not there. He picked up the rifle. By some peculiar irony, the lock worked all right for him now, but a quick look told him there were no more cartridges in the magazine. He dropped the rifle and looked wildly around for another weapon. He saw a lariat hanging from a peg on the kitchen wall. It was Sanderson's rope. Owen knew it. Sanderson had oiled it and had hung it from the peg to dry. Owen whined with joy when he saw it, his face working, odd guttural sounds coming from his throat. Owen leaped for the rope and pulled it from the peg. Swiftly uncoiling it, he glanced at the loop to make sure it would run well. Then, with a bound, he was on the chair and peering over the top of the partition, the rope in hand, the noose dangling. He saw Dale directly beneath it. The Bardee man was standing over Mary Bransford. The girl was on her back, her white face upturned, her eyes closed. Grinning with hideous joy, Owen threw the rope. The loop opened, widened, and dropped cleanly over Dale's head. Dale threw up both hands, trying to grasp the sinuous thing that had encircled his neck, but the little man jerked the rope viciously, and the noose tightened. The force of the jerk pulled Dale off his balance, and he reeled against the partition. Before he could regain his equilibrium, Owen leaned far over the top of the partition. Exerting the last ounce of his strength, Owen lifted, and Dale swung upward, swaying like an eccentric pendulum, his feet well off the floor. Dale's back was toward the wall, and he twisted and squirmed like a cat to swing himself around so that he could face it. During the time Dale struggled to turn, Owen moved rapidly. Leaping off the chair, keeping the rope taut over the top of the partition, Owen ran across the kitchen and swiftly looped the end of the rope around a wooden bar that was used to fasten the rear outside door. Then, running into the front room, he got the rifle, and returning to the kitchen, he got on the chair beside the partition. He could hear Dale cursing. The man's legs were thrashing about, striking the boards of the partition. Owen could hear his breath as it coughed in his throat. But the little man merely grinned and crouched on the chair, waiting. He was waiting for what he knew would come next. Dale would succeed in twisting his body around before the rope could strangle him. He would grasp the rope and pull himself up until he could reach the top of the partition with his hands. And while Owen watched and waited, Dale's hands came up and gripped the top of the wall, both hands huge and muscular. Owen looked at them with great glee before he acted. Then he brought the stock of the rifle down on one of the hands with the precision of a cold deliberation that had taken possession of him. Dale screamed with the pain of the hurt, then cursed, but he still gripped the top of the partition with the other hand. Owen grinned, and, with the deliberation that had marked the previous blow, he again brought the rifle stock down, smashing the remaining hand. That, too, disappeared, and Dale's screaming curses filled the cabin. Owen waited. Twice more the hands came up, and twice more Owen crushed them with the rifle butt. At last, though Owen waited for some time, the hands came up no more. Then, slowly, cautiously, Owen stuck his head over the top of the partition. Dale's head had fallen forward. He was swinging slowly back and forth, his body limp and lax. End of chapter 26. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 27 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ambush. Streak had done well, having slightly improved on the limit set for the trip by Mary Bransford. With no delay whatever, Williams and his men and the AA cowpunchers were headed for the ranch house, their horses running hard. Sanderson was leading them, though close behind came several of the AA men, their faces set and grim, and then one of Williams' men, a young fellow who had admired Mary Bransford from afar, then some more of the AA men, and Williams, and the remainder of his band of engineers. There was no word spoken. In a few swift sentences Sanderson had told them what had occurred, and there was no need for words as they fled southwestward. For a few miles the trail was hard and smooth, and the posse made good time. Then they struck a stretch of broken country where volcanic action had split the surface of the earth into fissures and chasms, thus making speed impossible. It took them long to cross the section, and when it was behind them, they found themselves in a hilly country where the going was not much better than it had been in the volcanic area. The trail was narrow, and they were forced to travel in single file. Sanderson led the way, Streak thundering along, a living blot splitting the brown, barren wasteland, followed closely by other blots, rushing over the hazardous trail, the echoes of their passing creating a rumble as of drum fire reverberating in a canyon. They came to a point where the trail led upward sharply, veering around the shoulder of a hill and dropping precipitously into a valley. For an instant, as the riders flashed around the shoulder of the hill, they caught a glimpse of a group of riders coming toward them, visible to Sanderson and the others, as they were for a second exposed to view, in a narrow defile. Then the view of them was cut off, and Sanderson and the men following him were in the valley riding desperately as before. Still, there had been no word said. Sanderson had seen the oncoming riders, but he attached no importance to their appearance, for cowpunchers often rode in groups to some outlying camp, and these men might belong to some ranch in the vicinity. There was a straight stretch of hard, smooth trail in the center of the valley, and Sanderson made Streak take it with a rush. Sanderson grinned grimly as he heard the other men coming close behind him. They were as eager as he, and as vengeful. Up out of the valley went Streak, running with long, smooth leaps that gave no indication of exhaustion. Sanderson patted his neck as he raced upward out of the valley and into the defile where they had seen the riders. Sanderson was halfway up the defile when he was assailed with the thought that by this time, even before this, they should have met the other riders, had the latter kept the trail. Struck by a sudden suspicion that there was something strange about the disappearance of the riders, Sanderson abruptly pulled Streak up. The other men were some distance behind, and Sanderson slipped out of the saddle to give Streak a breathing spell. The movement saved his life, for his feet had barely struck the ground when he heard the thud of a rifle bullet, the sharp crash of the weapon, and saw the leaden missile rip the leather on the cantle of the saddle. As though the shot were a signal, there followed others, a ripping, crashing volley. Sanderson saw the smoke spurts ballooning upward from behind some rocks and boulders that dotted the hills on both sides of the defile. He saw several of his men drop from their horses and fall prone to the ground. He shouted to the men to leave their horses and take cover, and he himself sought the only cover near him, a wide fissure in the wall of the long slope below the point where the attackers were concealed. Streak, apparently aware of the danger, followed Sanderson into the shelter of the fissure. It was an admirable spot for an ambuscade. Sanderson saw that there were few places in which his men could conceal themselves, for the hostile force occupied both sides of the defile. Their rifles were still popping, and Sanderson saw 2 of the AA force go down before they could find shelter. Sanderson divined what had happened. Dale and his men had overpowered Owen and had set this ambuscade for himself and the AA men. Dale was determined to murder all of them. It was to be a fight to the finish. That grim killing of an entire outfit, which, in the idiomatic phraseology of the cowpuncher, is called a clean-up. Sanderson was aware of the disadvantage which must be faced, but there was no indication of fear or excitement in his manner. It was not the first time he had been in danger, and he drew his belt tighter and examined the pistols as he crouched against the ragged wall of the fissure. Then, calling Streak to him, he pulled his rifle out of the saddle holster and examined the magazine. Rifle in hand, he first surveyed the wall of the defile opposite him. The crevice in which he was hiding was irregular at the entrance, and a jutting shoulder of it concealed him from view from the wall of the defile opposite him. Another projection, opposite the jutting shoulder, protected him from any shots that might be aimed at him from his left. The fissure ran, with sharp irregularities, clear up the face of the wall behind him. He grinned with satisfaction when he saw that there were a number of places along the upward line of the fissure which would afford him concealment in an offensive battle with Dale's men. He contemplated making things rather warm for the Dale contingent presently, but first he must make sure that none of his own men was exposed to danger. Cautiously, then, he laid his head close to the ragged wall of the fissure and peered upward and outward. Behind a big boulder on the opposite side of the defile, he saw a man's head appear. Watching for a time, Sanderson made certain the man was not one of his own outfit. Then he shoved the muzzle of his rifle out, laid his cheek against the stock, and covered the partly exposed head of the man behind the boulder. Sanderson waited long with his cheek caressing the rifle stock, while the man behind the boulder wriggled further out, exposing himself more and more in his eagerness to gain a more advantageous position. And presently, without moving his head, Sanderson discovered that it was Williams who was in danger. Williams had concealed himself behind a jagged rock, which protected him from the bullets fired from across the defile and from the sides, but the rock afforded him no protection from the rear, and the man behind the boulder was going to take advantage of his opportunity. "That's my engineer, mister," he said grimly, "and I ain't letting you make me go to the trouble of sending east for another. You're ready now, eh?" The man behind the boulder had reached a position that satisfied him. Sanderson saw him snuggle the stock of his rifle against his shoulder. Sanderson's rifle cracked viciously. The man behind the boulder was lying on a slight slope, and when Sanderson's bullet struck him, he gently rolled over and began to slide downward. He came, a grotesque limp thing, down the side of the defile, past the engineer, sliding gently until he landed in a queer-looking huddle at the bottom near the trail. Sanderson intently examined other rocks and boulders on the opposite side of the defile. He had paid no attention to Williams' "Good work, Sanderson," except to grin and assure himself that Williams hadn't lost his nerve. Presently, at an angle that ran obliquely upward from a flat projecting ledge, behind which another AA man lay, partly concealed, Sanderson detected movement. It was only a hat that he saw this time, and a glint of sunlight on the barrel of a rifle. But he saw that the rifle, after moving, became quite motionless, and he suspected that it was about to be used. Again the cheek snuggled against the stock of his rifle. "This is going to be some shot, if I make it," he told himself just before he fired. "There ain't nothing to shoot at but one of his ears, looks like." But at the report of the rifle, the weapon that had been so rigid and motionless slipped from behind a rock and clattered downward. It caught halfway between the rock and the bottom of the defile. There came no sound from behind the rock, and no movement. "Got him!" yelled Williams. "Go to it! There's only two more on this side that I can see. They're trying mighty hard to perforate me. I'm losing weight dodging around here trying to keep them from drawing a bead on me. If I had a rifle—" Williams' voice broke off with the crash of a rifle behind him, though a little to one side. Talking to Sanderson and trying to see him, Williams had stuck his head out a little too far. The bullet from the rifle of the watching enemy clipped off a small piece of the engineer's ear. Williams' voice rose in impotent rage, filling the profile with profane echoes. Sanderson did not hear Williams. He had chanced to be looking toward the spot from whence the smoke spurt came. A fallen tree, its top branches hanging down the wall of the defile, provided concealment from which the enemy had sent his shot at Williams. Sanderson snapped a shot at the point where he had seen the smoke streak and heard a cry of rage. A man, his face distorted with pain, stood up behind the fallen tree trunk, the upper part of his body in plain view. His rage had made him reckless, and he had stood erect the better to aim his rifle at the fissure in which Sanderson was concealed. He fired and missed, for Sanderson had ducked at the movement. Sanderson heard the bullet strike the rock wall above his head and go ricocheting into the cleft behind him. He peered out again instantly to see that the man was lying doubled across the fallen tree trunk, his rifle having dropped, muzzle down, in some bushes below him. Sanderson heard Williams' voice raised in savage exultation. "Nip my ear, will you, you measly son of a gun? I'll show you." "Got him with my pistol," he yelled to one of the AA men near him. "Come on out and fight like men, you miserable whelps." The young engineer's fighting blood was up. That was plain to Sanderson. Sanderson grinned, yielded to a solemn hope that Williams would not get reckless and expose himself needlessly, and began to examine the walls of the fissure to determine on a new offensive movement. He was interrupted, though, by another shout from Williams. "Got him!" yelled the engineer. "Plumb in the beezer." Sanderson peered out to see the body of a man come tumbling down the opposite wall of the defile. "That's all on this side," Williams informed the others, shouting. "Now let's get at the guys on the other side and salivate 'em." Again Sanderson grinned at the engineer's enthusiasm. That enthusiasm was infectious, for Sanderson heard some of the other men laughing. The laughing indicated that they now entertained a hope of ultimate victory, a hope which they could not have had before Williams and Sanderson had disposed of the enemies at their rear. Sanderson, too, was imbued with a spirit of enthusiasm. He began to climb the walls of the crevice, finding the ragged rock projections admirably convenient for footing. However, his progress was slow, for he had to be careful not to let his head show above the edge of the rock that formed the fissure, and so he was busily engaged for the greater part of half an hour before he finally reached a position from which he thought he could get a glimpse of the men on his side of the defile. Meanwhile, there had been no sound from the bottom or the other side of the defile, except an occasional report of a rifle, which told that Dale's men were firing, or the somewhat more crashing report of a pistol, which indicated that his own men were replying. From where he crouched in the fissure, Sanderson could see some of the horses at the bottom of the defile. They were grazing unconcernedly. Scattered along the bottom of the defile were the men who had fallen at the first fire, and Sanderson's eye glinted with rage when he looked at them, for he recognized some of them as men of the outfit for whom he had conceived a liking. Two of William's men were lying there, too, and Sanderson's lips grimmed as he looked at them. Thoroughly aroused now, Sanderson replaced the empty cartridges in the rifle with loaded ones, and finding a spot between two small boulders, he shoved the muzzle of the rifle through. He had no fear of being shot at from the rear, for the men had permitted him to go far enough through the defile to allow the others following him to come into range before they opened fire. Thus Sanderson was between the Dale outfit and the AA ranch house, and he had only to look back in the direction from which he and Williams had come. None of the Dale men could cross the fissure. Cautiously, Sanderson raised his head above the rocky edge of the fissure. He kept his head concealed behind the two small boulders, and he had an uninterrupted view of the entire side of the defile. He saw a number of men crouching behind rocks and boulders that were scattered over the steep slope, and he counted them deliberately. 16. He could see their faces plainly, and he recognized many of them as Dale's men. They were of the vicious type that are to be found in all lawless communities. Sanderson's grin as he sighted along the barrel of his rifle was full of sardonic satisfaction, tempered with a slight disappointment, for he did not see Dale among the others. Dale, he supposed, had stayed behind. The thought of what Dale might be doing at the AA ranch house maddened Sanderson, and taking quick sight at a man crouching behind a rock, he pulled the trigger. Looking only in front of him at the other side of the defile, where Sanderson's men were concealed, the man did not expect attack from a new quarter, and as Sanderson's bullet struck him, he leaped up, howling with pain and astonishment, clutching at his breast. He had hardly exposed himself when several reports from the other side of the defile greeted him. The man staggered and fell behind his rock, his feet projecting from one side and his head from the other. Instantly, the battle took on a new aspect. It was a flank attack, which Dale's men had not anticipated, and it confused them. Several of the men shifted their positions, and in doing so they brought parts of their bodies into view of the men on the opposite wall. There rose from the opposite wall a succession of reports, followed by hoarse cries of pain from Dale's men. They flopped back again, thus exposing themselves to Sanderson's fire, and the latter lost not one of his opportunities. It was the aggressors themselves that were now under crossfire, and they relished it very little. A big man, incensed at his inability to silence Sanderson, and wounded in the shoulder, suddenly left the shelter of his rock and charged across the steep face of the slope towards the fissure. This man was brave, despite his associations, but he was a Dale man, and deserved no mercy. Sanderson granted him none. Halfway of the distance between his rock and the fissure he charged before Sanderson shot him. The man fell soundlessly, turning over and over in his descent to the bottom of the defile. And then rose William's voice. Sanderson grinned with bitter humor. "We got 'em, boys! We've got 'em! Give 'em hell, the damn buzzards!" End of chapter 27. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 28 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Nyland Meets a Killer. Ben Nyland had gone to Lizette to attend to some business that had demanded his attention. He had delayed going until he could delay no longer. "I hate like blazes to go away and leave you alone here to face that beast, Dale, if he comes sneaking around, but I reckon I've just got to go. I can't put it off any longer. If you'd only go and stay at Bransford's while I'm gone, I'd feel a heap easier in my mind." "I'm not a bit afraid," Peggy declared. "That last experience of Dale's with Sanderson has done him good, and he won't bother me again." That had been the conversation between Ben and Peggy as Ben got ready to leave, and he had gone away, half convinced that Peggy was right, and that Dale would not molest her. But he had made himself as inconspicuous as possible while in Oakar waiting for the train, and he was certain that none of Dale's men had seen him. Nyland had concluded his business as quickly as possible, but the best he could do was to take the return train that he had told Peggy he would take. That train brought him back to Oakar late in the afternoon of the next day. Ben Nyland had been born and raised in the West, and he was of the type that had made the West the great supply store of the country. Rugged, honest, industrious, Ben Nyland had no ambitions beyond those of taking care of his sister, which responsibility had been his since the death of his parents years before. It had not been a responsibility, really, for Nyland worshipped his sister, and it had been his eagerness to champion her that had made an enemy of Alva Dale. He hated Dale, but not more than he hated Mason and Silverthorne for the part they were playing, and had played, in trying to rob him of his land. Nyland was a plodder, but there ran in his veins the fighting blood of ancestors who had conquered the hardships and dangers of a great, rugged country, and there had been times when he thought of Dale and the others that his blood had leaped like fire through his veins. Twice Peggy had prevented him from killing Alva Dale. Nyland was afflicted with a premonition of evil when he got off the train at Oakar. To the insistence of the owner of the livery stable, where he had left his horse, Nyland replied, "I ain't got no time to do any drinking. I've got to get home." The premonition of evil still oppressed him as he rode his horse homeward. He rode fast, his face set and worried. When he reached the clearing through which Dale had come on the night he had visited the Nyland cabin, he looked furtively around, for the dire foreboding that had gripped him for hours had grown suddenly stronger. He halted his horse and sat motionless in the saddle, intently examining every object within view. It was to the horse corral that he finally turned, when he could see nothing strange in the objects around him. He had looked at the house, and there seemed to be nothing wrong here, for he could see Peggy's wash on the line that ran from a porch column to a corner of the stable. The actions of the three horses in the corral was what attracted his attention. They were crowding the rail at the point nearest him, neighing shrilly, though with a curious clacking in their throats that he instantly detected. "They're wanting water," he said aloud. He rode to the water trough and saw that it was dry, with a deposit in the bottom which did not contain a drop of moisture. "There ain't been no water put in there since I left," he decided. "Them horses is choking with thirst." A pulse of anxiety ran over him. There was no doubt in his mind now that his presentiment of evil was not without foundation, and he wheeled his horse and sent it toward the house. Peggy would give them water if she was able to be on her feet, he declared. She's that kind. But halfway to the house, another thought assailed him. It drew his brows together in a scowl. It stiffened his lips until they were in straight, hard lines. Maybe Dale's been here. Maybe he's still here. He abruptly halted his horse and gazed around him. As though he expected to find something there, he looked toward a little timber grove to the right of the house, far back toward the rimming hills. At the edge of the grove he saw a horse, saddled and bridled. A quick change came over Nyland. The blood left his face, and his eyes took on an expression of cold cunning. Dismounting, he hitched his horse to one of the rails of the corral fence. With his back turned to the house, his head cocked to one side, as though he were intent on the knot he was tying in the reins, he furtively watched the house. He took a long time to tie the reins to the rail, but the time was well spent, for before he was finished he saw a man's face at one of the kitchen windows. It was not Dale. He was convinced of that, even though he got only a flashing glance at the face. Danger threatened Peggy, or she had succumbed to it. There was no other explanation of the presence of a strange man in the kitchen, for if Peggy was able to walk, she would have watered the horses. She would have met him at the door, as she had always done. And if the man were there for any good purpose, he would have made his presence known to Nyland, and would not have hidden himself in the kitchen to peer at Nyland through one of the windows. Nyland was convinced that Peggy had been foully dealt with, but haste and recklessness would avail Nyland little. The great mingled rage and anxiety that had seized him demanded instant action, but he fought it down. And when he turned toward the house and began to walk toward the kitchen door, his manner, outwardly, was that of a man who has seen nothing to arouse his suspicions. Yet, despite the appearance of calm, he was alert, and every muscle and sinew in his body was tensed for instant action. And so, when he had approached to within a dozen feet of the kitchen door, and a man's figure darkened the opening, he dove sideways, drawing his gun as he went down and snapping a shot at the figure he had seen. So rapid were his movements, and so well timed was his fall, that he was halfway to the ground when the flash came from the doorway, and the crash of his own gun followed the other so closely that the two seemed almost instantaneous. Nyland did not conclude his acrobatic performance with the dive. Landing on the ground, he rolled over and over, scrambling toward the wall of the cabin, reaching it on all fours and crouching there, gun in hand, waiting. He had heard no sound from the man, nor did the latter appear. The silence within the cabin was as deep as it had been just an instant before the exchange of shots. There was a window in the rear wall of the cabin, a kitchen window. There was another on the opposite side, the dining room. There was a front door and two windows on the side Nyland was on. Two courses were open for Nyland. He could gain entrance to the house through one of the windows or the front door, thereby running the risk of making a target of himself, or he could stay on the outside and wait for the man to come out, which he would have to do sometime. Nyland decided to remain where he was. For a long time he crouched against the wall, and nothing happened. Then, growing impatient, he moved stealthily around the rear corner, stole to the rear window, and peered inside. It took him long to prepare for the look. He accomplished the action in an instant. A flashing glance. A gun roared close to his head, the flash blinding him, the glass tinkling on the ground at his feet. But Nyland had not been hit, and he grinned felinely as he dropped to the ground, slipped under the window, and ran around the house. Ducking under the side window, he ran around to the front. From the front window, he could look through the house, and he saw the man, gun in hand, watching the side door. Nyland took aim through the window, but just as he was about to pull the trigger of the weapon, the man moved stealthily toward the door, out of Nyland's vision. Evidently the man considered the many windows to be a menace to his safety, and had determined to go outside, where he would have an equal chance with his intended victim. Grinning coldly, Nyland moved to the corner of the house nearest the kitchen door. The man stepped out of the door, and at the instant Nyland saw him, he was looking toward the rear of the house. Nyland laughed, aloud, derisively. He did not want to shoot the man in the back. At Nyland's laugh, the man wheeled, snapping a shot from his hip. He was an instant too late, though, for with the man's wheeling movement, Nyland's gun barked death to him. He staggered, the gun falling from his loosening fingers. His hands dropped to his sides, and he sagged forward inertly, plunging into the dust in front of the kitchen door. Nyland ran forward, peered into the man's face, saw that no more shooting on his part would be required, and then ran into the house to search for Peggy. She was not in the house. A glance into each room told Nyland that. He went outside again, his face grim, and knelt beside the man. The latter's wound was fatal. Nyland saw that plainly, for the bullet had entered his breast just above the heart. Nyland got some water. For an hour he worked over the man, not to save his life, but to restore him in consciousness only long enough to question him. And at last his efforts were rewarded. The man opened his eyes, and they were swimming with the calm light of reason. He smiled faintly at Nyland. "Got me," he said. "Well, I don't care a whole lot. There's just one thing that's been bothering me since you come. Did you think something was wrong in the house when you was tying your cayuse over there at the corral fence?" At Nyland's nod, he continued. "I knowed it. It was the water, wasn't it? In the trough. I'm sure a damn fool for not thinking of that. So that was it? Well, you got an eye in your head, I'll tell you that. I'm going to cash in, eh?" Nyland nodded, and the man sighed. He closed his eyes for an instant, but opened them slightly at Nyland's question. "What did you do to Peggy? Where is she?" The man was sinking fast, and it seemed that he hardly comprehended Nyland's question. The latter repeated it, and the man replied weakly, "She's over in Ocar. At Mason's, in his rooms. She—" He closed his eyes and his lips, opening the latter again almost instantly to cough a crimson stream. Nyland got up, his face chalk white. Standing beside the man, he removed the 2 spent cartridges from the cylinder of his pistol and replaced them with 2 loaded ones. Then he ran to his horse, tore the reins from the rail of the corral fence, mounted with the horse in a dead run, and raced toward Ocar. End of chapter 28. Read by Tom Penn. Chapter 29 of Square Deal Sanderson by Charles Alden Seltzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Nyland's Vengeance. Just before the dusk enveloped Ocar, banker Mason closed the desk in his private office and lit a cigar. He leaned back in the big desk chair, slowly smoking, a complacent smile on his lips, his eyes glowing with satisfaction. For Mason's capacity for pleasure was entirely physical. He got more enjoyment out of a good dinner and a fragrant cigar than many intellectual men got out of the study of a literary masterpiece, or a philanthropist out of the contemplation of a charitable deed. Mason did not delve into the soul of things. The effect of his greed on others he did not consider. That was selfishness, of course, but it was a satisfying selfishness. It did not occur to him that Mary Bransford, for instance, or Sanderson, or anybody whom he robbed, could experience any emotion or passion over their losses. They might feel resentful, to be sure, but resentment could avail them little, and it didn't bring the dollars back to them. He chuckled. He was thinking of the Bransfords now, and Sanderson. He had put a wolf on Sanderson's trail, he and Silverthorn, and Sanderson would soon cease to bother him. He chuckled again, and he sat in the chair at the desk, hugely enjoying himself, until the cigar was finished. Then he got up, locked the doors, and went upstairs. Peggy Nyland had not recovered consciousness. The woman who was caring for the girl sat near an open window that looked out upon Okar's one street when Mason entered the room. Mason asked her if there was any change, was told there was not. He stood for an instant at the window, mentally anathemizing Dale for bringing the girl to his rooms, and for keeping her there. Then he dismissed the woman, who went down the stairs, opened the door that Mason had locked, and went outside. He stood for an instant longer at the window. Then he turned and looked down at Peggy, stretched out, still and white, on the bed. Mason looked long at her, and decided it was not remarkable that Dale had become infatuated with Peggy, for the girl was handsome. Mason had never bothered with women, and he yielded to a suspicion of sentiment as he looked down at Peggy. But, as always, the sentiment was not spiritual. Dale had intimated that the girl was his mistress. Well, he was bound to acknowledge that Dale had good taste in such matters anyway. The expression on Mason's face was not good to see. There was a glow in his eyes that, had Peggy seen it, would have frightened her. And if Mason had been less interested in Peggy, and with his thoughts of Dale, he would have heard the slight sound at the door. He would have seen Ben Nyland standing there in the deepening dusk, his eyes aflame with the wild and bitter passions of a man who had come to kill. Mason did not see, nor did he hear until Ben leaped for him. Then Mason heard him, felt his presence, and realized his danger. He turned, intending to escape down the other stairway. He was too late. Ben caught him midway between the bed and the door that opened to the stairway, and his big hands went around the banker's neck, cutting short his scream of terror and the incoherent mutterings which followed it. Peggy Nyland had been suffering mental torture for ages, it seemed to her. Weird and grotesque thoughts had followed one another in rapid succession through her brain. The thing had grown so vivid, the horrible imaginings had seemed so real, that many times she had been on the verge of screaming. Each time she tried to scream, however, she found that her jaws were tightly set, her teeth clenched, and she could get no sound through them. Lately, though, it seemed that it had been for hours, she had felt a gradual lessening of the tension. Within the last few hours she had heard voices near her, had divined that persons were near her, but she had not been certain. That is, until within a few minutes. Then it seemed to her that she heard some giant body threshing around near her. She heard a stifled scream and incoherent mutterings. The thing was so close, the thumping and threshing so real, that she started and sat up in bed, staring wildly around. She saw on the floor near her 2 men. One had his hands buried in the other's throat, and the face of the latter was black and horribly bloated. This scene, Peggy felt, was real, and again she tried to scream. The effort was successful, though the sound was not loud. One of the men turned, and she knew him. "Ben," she said in an awed, scared voice, "what in God's name are you doing?" "Killing a snake," he returned sullenly. "Dale?" she inquired wildly. Her hands were clasped, the fingers working, twisting and untwisting. "Mason," he told her, his face dark with passion. "Because of me? Oh, Ben, Mason has done nothing to me. It was Dale, Ben. Dale came to our place and attacked me. I felt him carrying me, taking me somewhere. This place—" "Is Mason's rooms," Ben told her. In his eyes was a new passion. He knelt beside the bed and stroked the girl's hair. "Dale, you said. Dale hurt you? How?" She told him, and he got up, a cold smile on his face. "You feel better now, eh? You can be alone for a few minutes? I'll send someone to you." He paid no attention to her objections, to her plea that she was afraid to be alone. He grinned at her, the grin that had been on his face when he had shot Dal Colton, and backed away from her until he reached the stairs. Outside he mounted his horse and visited several saloons. There was no sign of Dale. In the city hotel he came upon a man who told him that earlier in the day Dale had organized a posse and had gone to the AA to arrest Sanderson. This man was not a friend of Dale's, and one of the posse had told him of Dale's plan. Nyland mounted his horse again and headed it for the neck of the basin. In his heart was the same lust that had been there while he had been riding toward Okar. And in his soul was a rage that had not been sated by the death of the banker who, a few minutes before Nyland's arrival, had been so smugly reviewing the pleasurable incidents of his life. End of chapter 29. Read by Tom Penn.